You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vought and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
That might be a bit outdated. I might want to work on getting a replacement for that. Welcome to the show, everybody. I am Jeff Waldorf, Logical Leftist, right here doing the live show on this space. So thank you to all who have tuned in to watch the show live. I don't get a lot of live viewers, but I do get a lot of views. So thank you for that. Thank you for tuning in, joining me. It's going to be a very interesting show. Got a lot of bad news, as always, but maybe some good news. So, yeah, I don't know. I try to bring you the best mix that I can. We got a bunch of different stories. We got leopards coming for a Trump voter's face. Those are always fun. We also have the Trump administration literally buying out wind farms and then using money, taxpayer money, by the way, to redirect those investments that these private companies had made into fossil fuels. So that's one of the stories that I have here today. We also have Comey. Hey, look, he's not my Comey. He's not my homie. Okay. But nonetheless, I feel like kind of got to stick up for him a little bit because you've got the Trump administration, our fascist government coming after him for no reason. So, yeah, there's that whole thing. So with that said, please like and share this stream as much as you can. I really do appreciate it. And with that, let's go logical. Okay. I don't know. I thought I'd try that transition for effect, but I don't know if it worked. Okay. So let's start out with the leopards. A lifelong Republican, a 3-time Trump voter, yes, triple Trump, went on Facebook and complained that he can no longer afford his diabetic medication. And he went to Donald Trump's Facebook page to do it. So now in his post, and I do have an image of this, but it is kind of probably hard to read here, but there it is. He said the manufacturer assistance program that had kept his costs for his medication manageable, not cheap, but just manageable, was gone. Gone. Now, the alternative, he pointed out, was spending about $200 a month, but only if he, finds the right program to help him. If not, then he'd be spending about $800 a month. And that is with insurance, by the way. So that's hard enough for normal people. But homeboy here is on fixed income. So, I mean, good luck with that one, sir. And here's the line, of course, that ended up going viral on BuzzFeed. There it is. Can't afford it. So I guess I died Trump's way of killing off seniors. I swear there's like a meme on that. Guess I'll die. So that post, as I said before, it went viral on Reddit, all over the internet, really. And it went over about as well as you'd expect. One user, Eucalyptus Breath, put it like this. Quote, so they voted against their own interest proudly. And the program that helped keep them alive is now gone. Maybe it was a woke program. Oh, you see, that makes sense. Got to get rid of the woke. Somebody else kept it a little shorter and just wrote, got what you voted for, sadly. Well, no argument there. No argument there. So now the thing is, this man did not vote for a mystery candidate. He did not vote for somebody who buried his drug price plan in fine print. Okay. No, he voted 3 times for the man who built a pitch to seniors around cheap prescription drugs. Trump stood on stage and claimed that he would bring us the lowest prices anywhere in the world. And he said that repeatedly across 2 different political campaigns. Even after he won in 2024, he was still running with that claim. In August of last year, he was out there telling people that he'd cut drug prices by, and this is an actual quote here, up to 1,500%. Now, look, I'm not exactly a math whiz here, all right? But I do know how to do basic math. A 100% price cut means the drug would be free. That's what that means. A 1,500% would mean that the pharmaceutical company would literally be paying us to take their drugs. Obviously, that number is literally not possible mathematically or in any deal that actually exists anywhere in the world. It's just made up. The specific example Donald Trump pointed to involved a discount of somewhere between 35 and 68% off the list price for a single drug in a foreign market, not available at your pharmacy counter. Wow, that's far from being 1,500%. Now, our 3-time Trump voter isn't exactly running calculations on foreign list prices for those drugs, because he is running the calculation on what it costs him personally to, stay alive. And those numbers stopped working when the manufacturer assistance program that he relied on dried up under what he described as changes tied to Donald Trump's prescription drug policies. Now, one Reddit commenter named Glitter Chickens, I love these names, by the way, offered a little bit of a broader context here on this, and said that they live in a building for disabled and retired folks. Approximately 98% of them are on Social Security, about 80% retirees, and roughly 2/3 of them, they voted for Trump. He said, idiots. Noticed I don't see them wearing their red hats anymore, though. I swear, it's like they turn on Fox News at the retirement home, and then I don't know, the talking points just get osmotically absorbed into their brains while they're sleeping. And then, of course, you have Rex 4314, who kind of zeroed in on the specific line here in that voter's post. Diabetes medication isn't optional, and had this to say, I don't know, kind of sounds like you think it's a necessity that should be provided, but that might be close to socialism. So you best pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. You might need to get a job and earn your own money. These are brutal and accurate. So the guy went to Donald Trump's Facebook page to ask why his medication costs $800 a month. And the internet's answer was to repeat back to him what right-wingers have been telling us the entire time. Every time we bring up the expensive cost of, healthcare or medication, whatever, go get a job, you lazy slacker. Here's some bootstraps. Now, finally, Global Traveler added one more thing. Remember when Biden fixed the cost of diabetes medicine for seniors? But that's socialism. Look, they're not wrong about the underlying point here. Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, look, there's good things, there are bad things about it, right? But one of the good things was the provisions that directly reduce prescription costs for Medicare recipients. I think it should have been expanded. But these were programs that did work and that were measurable, that had a measurable benefit to people. They were keeping real dollars in real people's pockets. The irony here is that Joe Biden actually did more to help Donald Trump's voters than Donald Trump has. And by the way, Joe Biden also helped Trump voters more than he helped voters in his own base, which is kind of the problem with the Democratic Party as a whole right now. But I'm not going to get into that. Here's the thing. The crowd that spent 3 election cycles calling government assistance socialism and communism is now raging on Facebook and asking why the government ain't assisting them anymore. And the cruel answer is because you are the people who voted to end that assistance. The executive orders that Trump ran on in his first term to tie American drug prices to what other countries pay, the most favored nation rule, was actually challenged in court and never moved a single price at your pharmacy counter. The historic deals that he's been touting in his second term don't actually survive contact with reality, as the Associated Press has documented in great detail. And the programs that were actually doing the work of holding costs down for people on fixed incomes, manufacturer assistance, premium stabilization floor, these are the things that are disappearing. The Kaiser Family Foundation has already projected that roughly half of Medicare Part D enrollees will face higher costs starting in 2027. Once the premium stabilization subsidy, Dr. Oz just pulled, runs out at the end of this year. And an administration official has confirmed that this will raise prices. Look, not a week after that Reddit roast went national, about 7 days to be exact, from the BuzzFeed piece to the CMS announcement, Dr. Oz's agency said it is ending the Medicare Part D premium stabilization subsidy after December. These are 2 different programs in play. Obviously, they're not the same thing. The manufacturer assistance, this voter loss, is an income-based program run through the drug companies themselves. And the Part D subsidy Dr. Oz just pulled is a separate federal program that's been holding monthly premium increases roughly flat for approximately half the seniors enrolled in Medicare prescription drug plans. These are 2 different programs that tried to keep prices from spiraling out of control that are now either gone or they're going away. Look, his campaign promised the lowest prices anywhere in the world. 1,500% cut in the cost and the greatest drug deals ever negotiated. But then what his voters got was just a policy of, I guess I'll die. I'm going to leave the last word on this one to that one Reddit commenter who kept it very, very succinct. You got what you voted for. Okay. Do away with socialism. Looks at the drug prices. No, not like that. Not when it helps me. I like the socialism. You know what? That makes sense. Whenever they criticize socialism and say, "Oh, it's just you just want free stuff." No, that's what you want, and you usually get it. You're getting the free stuff, but even though it's not technically free, but anyway, you're still getting something. And you're claiming that everybody else wants the free stuff. No, you just want to continue getting what you're getting and not allowing anyone else to get anything. That's the problem here with a lot of these Trump voters, a lot of these Republicans. Okay. Am I wrong? I don't think so. Let's Oh, there it is. That's weird. It's always weird when that happens. Okay. For most of American history, federal judges would give the Department of Justice a pass. That's not necessarily a good thing, but it is the truth. They would, give the DOJ the benefit of the doubt, a free assumption that they were telling the truth, that they were bringing a case in good faith, using the regular process, brought by professionals who are doing the job by the book. Now, that assumption has been so normalized that it actually has a name. It's called the presumption of regularity, which has nothing to do with fiber, by the way. Just throwing that out there. However, as of this week, ProPublica has documented more than 40 federal cases where judges are now saying out loud that the presumption is over, that they cannot trust the DOJ. And even better, a lot of this is coming from Donald Trump's own appointees. So the presumption of regularity is one of those legal norms that ordinary people never really hear about until it's gone. What it means, basically, is that a judge is supposed to start from the position that federal prosecutors, FBI agents, and agency lawyers have done their jobs in good faith. Now, I never really agreed with that presumption, and there are some pretty good reasons why. One word, COINTELPRO. Stick around for that, because I'm going to get into that history a bit later to explain why I do think the presumption going away is actually a net benefit here. But ProPublica's J. David McSwain, Pratik Rabala, and Carla Estudio reviewed hundreds of cases since Donald Trump returned to the White House in which judges had actually criticized DOJ lawyers. In more than 40 of those cases, the judges named the presumption of regularity itself. Former federal judge John E. Jones, a George W. Bush appointee, said basically the judges don't believe the representations being made by U.S. attorneys and their assistants anymore. And then added that he does not think that in the annals of the Department of Justice or the history of jurisprudence in this country, that we have ever seen anything close to any of this. So back in May, a Rhode Island Trump-appointed judge named Mary McElroy had quashed the DOJ's subpoena demands in an investigation into a hospital's care of transgender kids. She found that prosecutors had withheld pertinent information and had misrepresented facts. No. Including claiming that the investigation was running out of Texas. And they did that in order to try to grab sensitive out-of-state medical records for those trans kids, and falsely claiming that the Rhode Island hospital had not been communicating with the department. She called the gap between the honorable conduct expected of federal prosecutors and the DOJ's tactics, quote unquote, unsettling, and said the presumption of regularity that previously let the DOJ be taken at its word, quote, no longer holds. Well, you got to give the Trump administration credit for something. They're actively breaking the spell that people had of law enforcement, thinking that they're fair and impartial. We as leftists, we already kind of knew all that. But normies And the people that are inside these institutions in Washington specifically, man, they're getting a real big wake-up call to the reality. Now, speaking of institutionalists, in New Jersey, you had a Biden-appointed judge named Christine O'Hearn. She was reviewing a habeas petition from a man who said the immigration officers had locked him up unlawfully. Now, something that also happened under President Joe Biden. Do you remember the kids in cages? So now the government's paperwork includes documentation claiming that the detainee in question was only detained because he had a 2009 marijuana possession conviction. Oh, well, wait a minute. There's just one problem here with that. Well, okay, several. Let's be honest. But the big one here, the one that the judge pointed to, is the fact that the detainee would have been just 4 years old at the time, a literal child. What did they try to say that this child was out there selling weed to other preschool kids or something? What the hell? What is this? She also called out the government's persistent sloppiness, although I do think it's more willful than anything, and says that the court will no longer blindly accept statements of fact from the U.S. government unless they're made under oath by somebody with personal knowledge. I mean, still got to be careful there because that person could still be lying under oath. But anyway, somehow this situation got even worse because after she ordered relief, ICE's answer to that was to transfer him to another facility in New York instead of actually complying with the order. This is why I say that ICE cannot be fixed. It cannot be reformed. It must be abolished. They are a rogue agency and can no longer exist. Finally, we have Minnesota. After the violent ICE raids and the deaths of 2 American citizens, this administration dropped a flurry of subpoenas on the state's top political leaders, including the governor, Tim Walz. The Bush-appointed judge, Patrick J. Schultz, who had clerked for Antonin Scalia, by the way. So the guy's far from being a leftist activist judge. He slammed the DOJ's spurious claims and said that the presumption is now being abused. He said initiating a criminal investigation to harass political opponents or coerce them into official action the federal government cannot directly force is a blatantly unlawful and unethical use of the grand jury process. Look, none of this shocks the people who have paid attention to what the FBI and the Department of Justice has always done to its opposition. I mean, let me give you some examples here. You may have heard that the FBI had mounted an aggressive psychological warfare and smear campaign to label Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. as a dangerous subversive, even going so far as to mail an anonymous letter that was intended to push MLK Jr. towards suicide. Another example here is the Black Panther Party, where the FBI, through covert operations, of course, manufactured internal dissension, forged documents, and coordinated actions that contributed to both wrongful arrests and lethal raids, like the one that killed Fred Hampton. They also framed a man named William Albertson, who happened to be an executive secretary of the New York Communist Party. He was falsely branded as a high-level FBI informant by the Bureau back in 1964. They literally forged and planted evidence, documents, to convince senior CPUSA officials that Albertson was an FBI asset. This was called Operation Solo, and it worked. There is no New York or American Communist Party anymore. Okay, but that's all in the past, right? But in the 60s, you know how they were. Well, there was a more recent example. Richard Jewell, the security guard who discovered a bomb in Atlanta Centennial Park during the 1996 Olympic Games. Instead of treating Mr. Jewell as either a hero or at least a witness, the FBI decided, nah, we're going to profile him. And then we're going to try to trick him into waiving his rights under the guise of filming a training video. They nearly destroyed this man's life for no reason. Before he ended up being completely exonerated of all suspicion. And there's plenty more examples, but there's your little history lesson on why the FBI and the DOJ was really never worthy of our trust to begin with. Now back to these cases. Now, of course, the Department of Justice has an answer to this. Okay? An answer to all these judges that are no longer giving them the benefit of the doubt. And that comes via spokesperson Kirsten Pels. That response is basically gaslighting. She said, the department stands firmly behind the professionalism and good faith of its attorneys. What? But they're not. There is no good faith here. There's no professionalism here. It's amazing. But what about the White House, by the way? Did they have anything to say? No, of course not. No comment. No comment. Look, what ProPublica had measured is the very thing that I think a lot of people, a lot of Americans really need to hear. This presumption is no longer being honored across the board from benches appointed by Bush, Trump, Obama, and Biden in both red and blue districts. And it's because these people keep getting caught lying their asses off. They used AI, right, to get fake case citations. They created fake venues. They harassed grand juries. And even used detention files that invented a preschool drug bust. This is what the weaponization of government actually looks like in practice. Not the whole fake bad in Obama kind that Donald Trump screeched about for years. No. And you know what? I think there will be consequences here. Look, they've already lost lawyers, legal experts. And as a result, the government will lose more cases simply because of how the DOJ has behaved under this regime. And I hope there will be even more consequences. But look, at the end of the day, they wanted a Justice Department that operated as a political enforcement arm to go after Donald Trump's enemies. Well, congratulations. They got it. But now, as a result, everyone finally sees them for what they actually are. Okay. Moving on here. We go from judges to workers' rights. The United States is now on a watch list, a global workers' rights watch list, that is. The International Trade Union Confederation, which is made up of 200 million workers with 340 affiliates spread among 169 countries. They just put the United States on the list of countries with systemic violations of workers' rights. Probably human rights too, but this is the first time since that report started that the U.S. actually ended up on it. Now, the neighbors on that list are Guinea-Bissau, Israel, oh, what a big shocker there, Liberia, Moldova, the Philippines, and Zimbabwe. So this is not a club that you want to be part of, or at least if you're a worker, you don't want to be part of it. But wait a minute, the U.S. hasn't exactly been the best place for, workers for to be a worker for a while, right? So how did we just end up on that list? Well, let me tell you why. More than 1 million federal workers have lost their right to collectively bargain. That was the tipping point, okay? It was bad before, but that made it worse. So let's get into the details. Now, President Donald Trump spent 2 campaigns selling himself as the guy who's going to be great for workers, working people. He courted the unions with a simple pitch. I will deliver for the workers, for the working class. And you know what? A slice of the union vote, a big one, actually bought into it somehow, for some reason. Pew Research from October of 2024, which was just before the election, obviously, found that about 43% of union voters said that they would support Donald Trump if the election were held right then. 46% of union voters said Trump's policies would actually make things worse for union members. So you had nearly half of all the people in unions looking at Trump's brand saying, this is going to hurt. What are you guys thinking? But the rest of them, 43%, said, yeah, roll the dice. We're going to take a chance. Those numbers are disastrous. Absolutely disastrous. And you can, if you really wanted to, you can go back and tie that into the Democrats' abandonment of the working class during the Clinton administration, okay? And their triangulation to centrism. But either way, the numbers, way too close. So what did this index find? Well, again, as I mentioned, 1 million federal workers have been stripped of their collective bargaining rights. In addition, workplace health and safety agencies and protections have been absolutely gutted by this administration. The National Labor Relations Board was also left unable to do the job that it was supposed to do, which was to protect the right to organize and bargain. Look, I give the Biden administration a lot of crap, and they do deserve it in some respects, like, Israel, human rights, etc. But one of the bright spots in that administration was their labor department, which was really, really good. I didn't agree with every single decision that they had made, breaking up some of the rail strikes and whatnot. But overall, a lot better than I think a lot of us expected it to be. But under Trump, it's far worse. Far worse. Now, one of the other reasons that we're on this list is there's a crackdown on immigrant workers' rights. There's also a rollback on freedom of speech tied to how people organize and even speak. Common Dreams have published the ITUC write-up and noted that tens of thousands of immigrant union members have been stripped of their status and rights through the termination of rights-based protections and programs. And immigration enforcement has been used as a tool against expression, assembly, and association. Detaining people or yanking their visas when workers take actions or say something that this government does not like. I mean, this is the state telling you that your speech rights and whether you join a picket line or not will determine if you're allowed to stay in this country at all. And where are the free speech warriors right now, by the way? Because I mentioned the First Amendment here. Where are they at? Oh, they're probably bitching about diversity somewhere. Like a movie. Probably. Look, here's the thing. They want companies to be able to exploit workers, especially immigrant workers. And if they're not able to exploit them, if they dare speak out about their poor working conditions, then they get booted out of the country. I mean, that's perfect for this administration and their corporate backers. They love it. So now back to the NLRB. When they can't function, then the private sector is essentially given a free pass to do whatever the hell it wants to the workers. And they're taking advantage of it right now. But wait a minute, hold on. I thought we had a pro-labor labor secretary. Nope. No, we don't. Now, we had one that pretended to be pro-labor, but it didn't last long. I'm talking about Lori Chavez de Remer, who resigned on April 20th, 2026. Oh. Now, she didn't get marched out of labor because union voters rose up and demanded her scalp over this watch list. No, the watch list story landed in June, and she was already gone by April. And the public record on the exit is misconduct allegations inside of her own department. Not to mention the misuse of her authority, and even a grant that was steered towards favored political operatives, and claims of having a toxic workplace. You know, the usual scandals that you see inside of the Trump administration. So now Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro made a statement on this. And that statement came the same day. And she called this tenure, DeRemer's tenure, plagued with allegations, and said it was deeply ironic that the person charged with having a safe, fair workplace allegedly ran one of the most toxic workplaces in Washington. Hell of a footnote, right? To stick on this story. There it is. I mean, the person brand designed to sell that we're the Republicans, we're the party of workers now, is already out on a scandal while the country gets graded next to Zimbabwe when it comes to basic workers' rights. Hey, are we winning yet, guys? What do you think? Look, if you were one of those 1 million federal workers, collective bargaining meant guaranteed hours, on-the-job safety, and the ability to ensure that you're treated fairly at work. Okay? And that, by the way, that spills into the private sector. Without that, and without the NLRB to be there to help you, the referees have left the building. Look, if you're an immigrant union member and your status was the only thing between you and retaliation for any organizing, stripping that away has just made you that much more unsafe and probably unwilling to speak out. Look, here's the thing. Workers have never been safe. I remember reading about when corporations would literally murder union members. In the government, they would either look away or in many cases joined in. And you know what? That's the America that Donald Trump and the GOP have taken us back to. Look, union households back in 2024 already had a near majority saying that Trump and the Republicans would make things worse for union members. They were right. They were right. This is not a surprise twist. This is not a Pikachu moment. At the end of the day, workers who can bargain, organize, and speak out without the state treating it like a deportable offense don't only get better contracts, they actually show up and participate in democracy. The ITUC piece points that out. The union hall is often where people first learn how to vote and run. If you've got the workplace voice, you're not just cheapening overtime. You're sanding down the civic muscle that scares the very people that write these kinds of orders against them. And that's really the point. Kill democracy in the workplace first. And then, well, you open up a path to kill it in the government. Look, if you voted with a union card in one hand and a Donald Trump sticker in the other, because you thought you were going to prosper, cheaper eggs or something, well, congratulations. You didn't get cheaper eggs. But you let racism, transphobia, and fascist propaganda steer you towards voting against your own best interests. Half of all union members understood the assignment, but the rest, shame on you. You failed. All right. Moving on here. Let's go to, oh boy. Don Quixote making another appearance here. Don't worry, this is water. I'm not that far gone yet. Although sometimes I feel like it. Okay. The Trump administration is using your tax money to pay energy companies to not build power plants. You heard that right. There is a $2.8 billion campaign to buy out private firms out of their wind leases that they had already paid for through competitive federal auctions. Oh, but that's not all. Then they point that capital back at investing in fossil fuels, because of course. In March alone, the Department of Interior had cut a deal around a French company called Total Energies on the order of $1 billion so that the company would renounce their offshore wind leases, the ones off New York and North Carolina, and to reinvest roughly $928 million into U.S. oil and gas, including development tied to the Rio Grande LNG plant located in Texas. And that deal, that was just a start. President Donald Trump spent years treating offshore wind like it's his personal enemy, earning him the nickname Don Quixote, because he's always tilting the windmills. I mean, he has called them ugly, unreliable, bird killers. He claimed the sound causes cancer. You get cancer. So when he got back into power, it wasn't a surprise to see him do whatever he could to stop wind farms from being built. His first administration tried the straightforward route to kind of slow things down, slow the permits, slam the brakes, maybe even declare national security, whatever. Anything to freeze these projects into place. But he soon ran headfirst into the federal court system. And so his strategy needed to change. If you can't lawfully smother the leases on the front end, then maybe you can pay the leaseholders on the back end to hand the keys back and to promise to spend their refunds on the fossil fuel industry. So now Taxpayers for Common Sense looked at the numbers in early July and called the pattern what it is. It's $1 billion buyout. Duke Energy's Carolina Long Bay offshore wind lease gets Interior paying $129 million, what Duke paid to acquire the lease back in 2022. And then Duke reinvests towards nuclear energy and natural gas. In April, deals with Blue Point Wind and Golden State Wind totaled nearly $900 million on leases off of California, New Jersey, and New York, with the refund aimed at fossil fuel initiatives. In June, Invenergy took $765 million across 4 leases off California, Maine, and New York, and redirected them towards natural gas plants in states like Wisconsin, Iowa, Kansas, Missouri. DOI also names Indiana, as well as like a geothermal plant somewhere out west. Add Total Energies at the front end of the year, and TCS's running total lands them at near $2.8 billion. That's our money aimed at making private companies quit the wind power business. Now, according to Taxpayers for Common Sense, Interior has been packaging these buyout deals as settlements so that compensation can be drawn from the Treasury Judgment Fund, the permanent pot agencies use for court judgments and settlements against the United States without having to go to Congress for appropriations for each payout. That's part of the plan. That's how they get past congressional oversight. Now, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse had opened an investigation back in April on this Total Energies deal and put the legal problem in plain English, right? The judgment fund, he said, exists for final judgments, awards, and settlements arising out of real legal or administrative actions against the government. He says he saw no evidence that Total Energies had even filed a claim in any forum against the Department of Interior or anybody else in the government. After that, you had 7 state attorneys general, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Vermont, all filing litigation over whether this judgment fund stunt is even legal, like at all. So if you're still here, you might be wondering, why should I care about this? Well, because the victims here are not just libs and people who love solar panels. It's ratepayers, which is all of us. Ratepayers that are, especially in places that are looking at a tighter energy supply right now. Coastal states that have spent real money, tax money, preparing ports and supply chains. And not only that, but think about the workers who were counted in the project models and then were unceremoniously dumped after they canceled the project. According to a letter sent by Senator Hickenlooper's office, more than 15 gigawatts of planned fixed price clean power is at risk of going away. Gone. This is at a time, by the way, when the grids are actually even under more stress thanks to the data centers that they're pushing on all of us. Invenergy's 2 Gulf of Maine projects alone were framed as power for more than 2 million homes and support for 18,000 jobs, over 18,000. The Leading Light project in New York was projected above $3.7 billion in economic development benefits and over 7,000 jobs. Golden State Wind off California's Central Coast was tagged at 1.1 million homes, more than 8,000 jobs, and a $30 million workforce and supply chain commitment. California had already moved more than $100 million into modernizing their ports and planning for a build-out that these buyouts now strand. And here's the thing. Interior's own March press release on Total Energies gives away the whole game. You see, Secretary Doug Burgum went out there and, said what a lot of Republicans always say about offshore wind. He said it was expensive, unreliable, environmentally disruptive, as if they give a damn about the environment, and subsidy dependent. You do know that we give oil and gas billions of dollars in subsidies, right? Just saying. While the Attorney General at the time, Pam Bondi, had blessed this win for affordability. But the biggest betrayal here is when Total Energy CEO went out there and said, oh yeah, offshore wind development is not in our country's best interest. And that refunding the lease fees into the Rio Grande LNG and oil, project was a more efficient use of our capital. Oh, so basically that CEO took his bribe, that's what it is, and then said exactly what this government wanted him to say. Ironically, all of this is anti-free market. The free market already told you that private capital wanted into offshore wind. They wanted in bad enough to bid real money at auction to get these contracts. And this administration's answer was not to compete on price or reliability in a technology neutral race. It was to socialize an off-ramp for these companies. Privatize the gains, socialize the losses. Hey, so much for the free market. And finally, TCS puts this, what is essentially a fiscal obscenity, in very, very clear terms. It said at a moment of surging demand, you can't stabilize household bills by shelving viable power generation and then writing blank checks so that the administration's preferred fuels, fossil fuels, can inherit the map. Look, at the end of the day, if you're one of those folks who voted for energy dominance, remember that, and thought that this meant lower bills for you, you might want to go back and read the receipts on that one. Because energy dominance here actually means that only one kind of technology, the one the president actually likes, the clean coal, they take the coal out and they clean it, and the oil, or whoever showers him with the most campaign donations, that industry, that technology is the one allowed to dominate. And the free market be damned. Yes, Total Energies is a French company. I mentioned that. but they still had a contract for and bid for these wind contracts. And then they got bought out by the U.S. government. What do you do? All right. One more story here. Let's get to it. The Trump administration had felony charged a man over a photo of seashells. The seashells just happened to be arranged to read 8647. Remember that? However, the Trump Department of Justice, they looked at that and decided that this was a death threat against the president of the United States. On Monday, the defendant's lawyers, they walked into federal court and basically asked the judge to 86 this whole thing. You know, because of facts, dictionaries, context, precedent, common sense. Now, the defendant here is James Comey, the former FBI director. And I want to be very, very clear here that he is not my homie. I don't like him. But he is a longtime Trump opponent and was fired back in 2017. That was after helping Donald Trump win the previous election with his BS charges against Hillary Clinton, who was also another person that I do not have a good opinion of. I don't like anybody here, but I digress. After that whole firing of Comey, though, Donald Trump has been hunting him relentlessly. Now, my feelings, and probably your feelings on James Comey, are not really all that relevant here. And I'm not asking you to feel bad for him. I don't feel bad for him. But what's important here, and what I am asking us to focus on instead, is what the Trump government tried to turn beach litter into. Again, back in May of 2025, Comey posted that Instagram photo from a North Carolina beach, 8647. And of course, you know what that means. But apparently the government didn't, or they did and made it into something that it wasn't. I tend to believe the latter. Look, this is a slogan that's floating around every protest and liberal gift shop, you know, and it has been doing so long before this post. That said, Comey ended up deleting it after a massive right-wing freakout. Now, he says he read it as political opposition, which is, that's what it was. But the Trump administration said, oh, no. This is a coded assassination order put out there by left-wing Antifa radicals. Look, I don't know what's so radical about being against fascism. And being against fascism shouldn't bother you unless you are a fascist. I'm just saying. So, look, he contacts the local police chief about the social media blow-up and then sits down, you know, with a little talk with the Secret Service. And then, you know, that should have been the end of it, but it kept getting ramped up and up and up. And in April of this year, a grand jury in the Eastern District of North Carolina decided to indict him. Now, look, that's not a huge deal, actually, because as the saying goes, you can indict a ham sandwich, all right? But they alleged 2 counts, threats against the president of the United States and transmitting a threat in interstate commerce off of that single Instagram post, by the way. So this is clear Trump Justice Department math. Treating seashells as a threat on the president's life. Now, the sentencing board, if somebody ever convicted him on that, and I don't think that's going to happen, but that still runs as high as 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. That's how seriously this administration is treating this entire thing. Now, I'm not ignoring that several folks have already taken shots at Donald Trump. And I'm also not saying that they shouldn't take threats seriously. But we're talking about seashells. Seriously? No, they're barking up the wrong tree here, and I think we all know why. Now, Matthew Petracca, who is a rookie federal prosecutor and a former Republican official, he's the name that's tied to bringing this case in the first place. Now, reporting, of course, says that he has since moved on. Gee, I wonder why. Now, the pattern around James Comey is not subtle here. You see, last year, Trump World had tried a separate Virginia indictment over 2020 congressional testimony. Now, a judge tossed that one after ruling that the prosecutor, Lindsay Halligan, was unlawfully appointed. Okay, that was a different case, but it was clearly the same attempt to go after a Trump opponent, which is why they then came back with the seashells. Now, in the Monday court motion, 8 lawyers for James Comey had argued that the true threat theory is, quote, contradicted by every possible source of meaning, dictionaries, context, precedent, and common sense. No reasonable observer, they wrote, would read 8647 as Comey personally promising violence. And even if somebody strained that hard, which, you know, be careful because you're going to pull muscle or something, a reasonable observer would still clock this as political hyperbole, not a true threat under Supreme Court doctrine. And they even cite that Supreme Court doctrine, Wasp v. United States, which is a 1969 case that had drawn the line between having a crude opinion about the president and an actual threat that the government can criminalize. And you know what this case makes me think of? About all the hideous racist crap said about President Obama that came bubbling up from the fever swamps of the far right. Again, I'm not saying Obama's my favorite person. Clearly not. In fact, all the people I have mentioned so far in that way over the course of the segment are simply too right-wing, too conservative, in my opinion. That's why I don't like them. Yes, the Democratic Party and Obama are centrist Republicans, while Bernie, Abdul al-Sayed, AOC, and Mamdani, they are center-left liberals. They're not out there advocating for the seizure of private property. They're capitalists. They're not leftists. No, but that doesn't mean I can't like them. I still do like them. But anyway, that's what they are politically. And you can point out things that they do wrong. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I think we should criticize them when they do things that, you know, don't align with our ideologies. But anyway, getting back to the point. The lawyers for Comey pointed out the obvious double standard here, sitting in plain sight. Thousands of 8647 hats, shirts, and protest signs that are already in circulation. The slogan had been a crowd chant long before the beach photo. The filing's argument here is pretty simple. The government is singling out one of the president's loudest critics for just publishing another person's statement of political opposition. Period. Look, what the Trump administration is doing is not counterterrorism. No, it's something far more personal. But the lawyers then do the comparison to the White House really does not like you doing. They point out that Donald Trump has talked about hanging lawmakers over video, riffed about Second Amendment solutions, and Hillary Clinton, and offered that little imaginary chunk about, you know, training guns on Liz Cheney's face. Comey's team's point is not both sides are doing the seashells, right? The point is that this DOJ wants a felony for somebody doing tide pool topography. Well, the man they serve has been pitching hard violence as content for years. And when Trump was the defendant, his own lawyers had argued that indictments that criminalize core political speech shouldn't exist. They have to die. As the filing paraphrases, an indictment must be dismissed where it seeks to criminalize core political speech and advocacy at the heart of the First Amendment. Look, forcing Comey through a trial, even if it's going to end in acquittal, and it probably will be fine, but itself would end up being a punishment for somebody's free speech. And that right there kills free speech. And ironically, this is the part their base already understands. Just so long as the target isn't named James Comey. Look, you don't need to like James Comey to realize how weird and dangerous and unconstitutional this entire thing actually is. I just hope that at the end of the day, the only thing that ends up getting 86th here is the government's dumbass case. That's all I got for today. Thank you for watching. Coming up next, Fville.
My show. Today, are we live? No audio. Hello? No audio. What are you talking? Hello? No audio. I don't. Hello? What are you talking? The audio is gone again. Hold on. Hold on. Are we live? Can you hear me? Are we live? You see, here's the fucking problem, is that every time I flip the switch, you're telling me the exact fucking opposite, right? I plug the thing in, it works, then everyone's telling me I'm muted. What? Doesn't make any sense. Then as soon as I unmute it, now everyone's telling me it's muted, or as soon as I mute it or whatever, I flip the switch, and then people are telling me, I don't know, I'm listening to you all, okay? So this is all your fault. You're all a bunch of morons. And I hate the viewers, I hate the audience, and I think you're all terrible. Terrible people. In fact, I don't want you watching my show. Get out. Get out. Stop watching. Get out. Get the hell out of here. This show is not for you. Get out. All right, now that we've kicked out all the fuckers, gonna be doing a show today. This is called Welcome to Fville. I'm going to be talking about the news today, the news today and yesterday, and maybe over the last week or so, because I do one show a week. So today we're going to be talking about my favorite goddamn motherfucking subject. We're going to be talking about Tony Fauci today. Which one is better? Let's do this. This is good. Yeah, let's put a picture of him super big. Tony Fauci, he's in the news. There is a hearing going on. The Republicans are grilling him up. They're grilling him up, the Republicans. Now, this is one of those things that I think, okay, let me just say this. Tony Fauci belongs in prison, all right? He is a terrible person. I would consider him one of the major genocide architects of the COVID-19 pandemic. He, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, was it Rochelle Walensky? Is that her name? The CDC director. What's that new one? Mandy? I think she's out too. That was the other Biden one. These are all genocide architects. Tony Fauci belongs in jail right next to Donald Trump, right next to Joe Biden. These motherfuckers decided in a room someplace, that millions of people should die to keep the economy alive. The COVID-19 pandemic, which is in its 7th year, if you can imagine, we've been living in hell for 7 years, is an official policy change of the US and the wider world at large. China, not as much, but the rest of the countries in the world decided that they were going to start killing people en masse at the cult of capital. They are throwing millions and millions and millions of people into volcanoes for the economy. Tony Fauci lied in 2020, saying that COVID was not airborne. This lie is still something people believe. COVID is airborne. You need to wear a respirator. So when people were learning about the virus for the first fucking time, they saw this fucking jackass saying, don't wear a mask. You don't need to. Wash your hands instead. The exact opposite of what people needed to hear. Now, 7 years into the pandemic, you have so-called communists, lefties, and all these other morons that refuse to wear a respirator, even when there's wildfire smoke, plumes of wildfire smoke that are going from town to town, city to city across the United States. Even lefties hate wearing respirators, partially because of this fucking guy right here, Tony Fauci, lying to the public about the coronavirus. Now, of course, obviously, I feel like I shouldn't have to say this, but Republicans don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Duh. Wow, can you find an issue where Republicans know anything about anything? I fucking can't. I can't think of a single fucking issue. But that doesn't automatically mean that Joe Biden is good on this issue. It doesn't automatically mean that Tony Fauci is good on this issue. Most leftists, most democratic socialists, most communists, most socialists, whatever you want to call yourself, anarchists, most of them decided the pandemic was over when they wanted to go to Applebee's, right? That's when they made the decision. Oh, I want to go see Barbie at the movie theater. Hey, Taylor Swift is in town. Oh, can we stop pretending? Can we just stop doing this? So that's most lefties. They don't give a fuck about disabled people, people that have immunocompromised systems. They don't give a fuck. If you have cancer, lefties don't give a fuck about you. All right? They don't want to wear a respirator so that you can go to your DSA organizing meeting. In fact, several DSA chapters ban disabled people from attending whatsoever. Why? Because they don't want to wear respirators. And yet, we're all supposed to pretend in this fiction that because Republicans are bad on COVID, that means that somehow Tony Fauci did the right thing. All right, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't give a fuck about this hearing. I don't know what they're asking him. I don't care what his answers are. It doesn't matter to me because Republicans are in charge of it. So it's going to be stupid. It's going to be a circus. They're probably going to ask him something like, hey, why'd you release the bioweapon that, by the way, is just a cold and doesn't do any damage to your body whatsoever? Why'd you release the bioweapon to kill all Americans? The Chinese bioweapon that's just a cold. It's just a flu. Don't worry about it, but it's a dangerous bioweapon and it's all your fault. Like, I don't know what the fuck. Okay, they're going to ask him. They're probably going to say some stupid shit. But you know what I do give a fuck about? The fact that there is so much revisionist history on the COVID pandemic. All right. You know what I do give a fuck about? The fact that commies, lefties, motherfuckers like Zoran and his dick sucking alliance, right? They stopped caring about this issue years ago, right? Because the permission structure of Joe Biden allowed them to do so. Think about this. All right. There are millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of Americans, right? That have long COVID, a disease that doesn't go away. They're sick forever. Does Zoran Mamdani give a fuck about long COVID victims? No. Do lefties in the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, do they give a fuck about long COVID victims? No, nobody gives a fuck about long COVID victims. The group of people in this country that 10 years ago were saying Medicare for all, those same people don't give a fuck. Does Abdul El Sayed, a so-called doctor, right, does he give a fuck about long COVID victims? No! The leftmost left flank of the leftmost lefty groups in the leftmost part of the leftmost Americans don't give a fuck about disabled people. They don't give a fuck about long COVID victims. They don't give a fuck about the kids that are going to school huffing in airborne aids on a daily basis that destroys their brain's ability to retain information. Everyone would rather blame screen time. Screen time. Hey, the kids got iPads. They got too much screen time. TikTok, screen time. Instead of the virus that literally fuses brain cells together and creates rocks. COVID, when you huff it in on a daily basis, makes rocks in your brain. It turns your neurons into stones, motherfucker. Maybe that's why the kids can't fucking learn. You know, everyone loves to blame children being fucking stupid on lockdown. When kids were staying at fucking home. You know what? Here's a little fucking story. I was chronically ill as a child, all right? I was absent from school about 70% of the time. I learned just fine on fucking computers and books. Now, am I going to sit here and tell you that everyone should be able to do anything I can do? No, I can't do things that other people can do. But you know what? I think just maybe the idea that having kids be taught at home for a year is probably less of an assault on their learning than huffing in a virus that fuses their brains together to create rocks. I don't know. It's just an idea. Maybe, you know, the virus that causes hemorrhaging in the brain in development of a child and a fetus in the body, right? If you get COVID and you're pregnant, your fucking brains, or the fetus's brain starts hemorrhaging during development, right? There have been people now that have been born with fetal COVID syndrome, similar to fetal alcohol syndrome. If you drink whiskey while you're pregnant, guess what? You can get Child Protective Services called on you. If you're smoking cigarettes when you're pregnant, you get Child Protective Services called on you. But when you're huffing in COVID, guess what? It's cool. It's awesome. Let's have a baby shower. People do this. I'm pregnant. Let's all gather around and have a COVID party so that the fetus has fucking hemorrhaging in the brain. Baby showers. Gender reveal parties. These are just giant, let's kill my child before they're even alive parties. And yet no one gives a fuck. No one gives a motherfuck. And I, right, have to be living here in fucking La La Land because Republicans are shifting the Overton window so far to the right that even communists in America pretend that Joe Biden solved the pandemic. Joe Biden, the guy that lied about the genocide in Gaza, somehow magically told everything truthful on the genocide of the disabled. right? Joe Biden, the same motherfucker that believes in a greater Israel. Joe Biden, the same motherfucker that believes that Israeli borders should expand into Lebanon, expand into Gaza. The self-identified Zionist president, Joe Biden. Somehow, when it comes to COVID, you believe his fucking garbage? Right? The WHO, by the way, never declared the pandemic over. Isn't that interesting? So Donald Trump leaves the WHO so they have less ability to do tracking in the United States. And now that means COVID's over. It's over, I guess. Who gives a fuck about the children who are never going to have an education because they were huffing in a virus that fuses their fucking brains together and creates fucking rocks in their skull. We have 18-year-olds getting dementia because parents are sending them to COVID factories. And I'm supposed to believe that Republicans are going to hold this motherfucker accountable? What the fuck? I'm supposed to believe that Republicans are going to teach this guy a lesson? Really? You know what? Look this up. Don't take my word for it. When Anthony Fauci was asked during the Joe Biden administration, I believe it was the fall of 2023, Tony Fauci was asked about whether or not Joe Biden's declaration of victory is going to cause anyone harm. And Tony Fauci said, well, yeah, the vulnerable and the elderly will fall by the wayside. But it's okay because the economy will keep going. The same Tony Fauci that said the pandemic would only be over if we can get under 10,000 cases a day. That's what he said in 2020. That's what he said in March of 2020. But in September of 2023, when Joe Biden declared victory for the 17th time, we had on a daily amount, and these were only the ones that we're tracking. And keep in mind, red states don't post COVID numbers. We had hundreds of thousands of reported cases a day when Tony Fauci said, yeah, I guess it's over. I just spilled whiskey all over myself. Whatever. I guess it's over. You know, maybe I shouldn't be doing the hands when I have a cup of alcohol. I guess it's over. Yeah. Even though 3 years ago I said we need under 10,000 cases, I guess 100,000 cases is over. Yeah, sure. The vulnerable will fall by the wayside. The AIDS patients will fall by the wayside. The cancer patients will fall by the wayside. The kids will fall by the wayside. The elderly will fall by the wayside. Also that fucking teenagers can go to Applebee's and go see Taylor Swift concerts. Also that fucking 30-year-olds can go to the bar. Also that 40-year-olds can go get a haircut. Also that 50-year-olds can go to the salon and the spa. Yeah, everyone else will fucking die at the altar of Capitol so that you can go to fucking Red Lobster, baby. And this is Joe Biden's fault. So when people call Genocide Joe, and they say, oh, it's because of Gaza. You know who came up with Genocide Joe, motherfucker? It was the disability activists in 2021, in 2022, who came up with the moniker Genocide Joe. We were calling that motherfucker Genocide Joe before the Israelis fucking marched into Gaza for the final fucking solution. Now we got all these cocksucker motherfuckers calling him Genocide Joe, and they don't even know where the fucking phrase came from, motherfucker. So how about you shut the fuck up, get in line, and put a respirator on? Because I guarantee you, 99.9% of people, especially in this so-called commentary space, have a far right-wing conspiracy theory when it comes to COVID. If you ask a random leftist on the street, a random DSA guy on the street about COVID, you're going to get some far right-wing fantasy land conspiracies about how Genocide Joe Biden, the architect of the genocide in Gaza, somehow had nothing to do with the genocide of the disabled, the genocide of the elderly when it comes to COVID. It had nothing. The same guy who said he would veto Medicare for all had nothing to do. He actually, in fact, the same guy who said he would veto Medicare for all if it hit his desk, he actually cares about your kids' health and safety. You know, you're the crazy one if you don't trust Genocide Joe Biden when it comes to opening the schools during a pandemic. Right? If you ask a random DSA person, they're going to give you some far right-wing lunatic conspiracy theory that you would laugh at if it was 2020. But in 2026, it's chill. It's cool. We all sound like Donald Trump in 2026, right? right? When it comes to the disabled people, throw them by the fucking wayside. Yeah, fuck them, kill them all because Zoran Mamdani's in town. Yeah, you know, let's have Pride Month parades where we all get sick and fucking die during the Trump administration. Yeah, let's show them who's boss when we go out there and get COVID over and over doing these fake protests that don't fucking actually do anything. Oh, let's hold up a bunch of signs in the middle of a fucking street for 15 hours or whatever, and then go home and die on our couches and fucking whatever, lose our houses. I don't know, man. I think this pandemic deserves a lot of attention, especially when we live in a climate apocalypse and there's wildfire smoke every 15 minutes and we have a group of Americans, right, that is to say 95% of them, that are just diametrically opposed to wearing a fucking respirator, right? When it's fucking 170 degrees outside, right, don't you wear sunscreen, motherfucker? Right? When it's not minus fucking 15 centigrade outside, don't you wear a fucking coat, motherfucker? But when we're in a pandemic, motherfucker, why don't you wear a fucking respirator? It's because you're an idiot. It's because you've fallen for another fucking scam. And you know who the biggest perpetuators of scams are? Those that fell for the scams. If you fell for the scam, you are going to literally walk over broken glass without any shoes on to tell other people about your scam before you would say something like, whoops, I guess I fucked up. Whoops, I guess I got scammed. Because the ego is so wrapped up in a fucking little pretzel fucking rubber band ball inside your brain, probably in between some rocks that COVID caused, right? So most people are willing to fucking perpetuate a scam on their family, on their children, on their fucking so-called loved ones before they say, hey, wait a second, maybe Genocide Joe doesn't care about my family. Maybe Genocide Joe only cares about the economy. Maybe Tony Fauci, one of the other genocide architects of the COVID-19 pandemic, maybe they don't actually give a fuck about my children. But you know what? We have a group of parents, because if you're a parent, I got bad news for you, buddy. If you are a parent and you sent your kid to school without a respirator on in the last 7 years, you're a disgusting fucking gremlin. You are a grotesque, evil, MAGA fuckhead because you trusted genocide fucking Joe Biden with your kid's health? What the fuck? You trust Donald Trump with your kid's fucking health? You're sending a kid to school during the 7th year of a pandemic where we've got RFK Jr. in charge of Health and Human Services. You trust them with your kid's health and safety? Well, if you are able to deal with that cognitive dissonance in any other way, then I guess homeschooling is the only answer. If you are still sending your kid to a public school without a respirator on, then guess what? You got scammed. And I understand most people, parents as an identity, right? It's a huge, oh, I'm a good parent. People don't want to think about how they're killing their children, right? So instead of thinking about that, they're just going to call you a liar. Even though people that have never even been alive during these so-called lockdowns, the school closures, they're going into kindergarten and they can't fucking read. Students that don't even, they're too poor for iPads. They're not iPad babies. They still can't fucking read. Right? So maybe, just maybe, instead of dealing with your ego and crying and whining about how I could never do anything wrong, maybe we get our shit together and going forward, we start taking our children's health and safety seriously. Because are we really going to let Republicans throw this fucking book into the book grinder? They're going to write the end of the COVID story, close the book and throw it in the fucking Anthropic OpenAI fucking book machine, the meat grinder of history? Really? We're going to let Joe Biden declare victory on the fucking pandemic so that you can sleep at night killing your child and thinking you did nothing wrong? Go fuck yourself. If you have a kid and you sent that kid to public school during a pandemic, go fuck yourself. You're a fucking piece of shit. You're a scumbag and I fucking hate you. I hate everyone like you. I hate everyone in your political project. You're all evil. But just because Republicans are worse, that doesn't mean that you're not evil. Just because Republicans are fucking, I don't even know what they're off on another planet in another goddamn solar system, okay? Just because of that doesn't mean that all of a sudden you're a fucking superhero, okay? Follow the science. The science says COVID is airborne. The science says it destroys your fucking brain. The science says it causes hemorrhaging in fetal development. What happened to follow the fucking science? What happened? I don't know what happened. Joe Biden happened. Genocide Joe told everyone to shut their brains off, and I guess everyone fucking listened, and now we live in fucking hell. We live in fucking hell. But what can I do? What can I do? I don't know, something. Try fucking something. How about something? Try just literally anything at all. I don't know. Fuck Tony Fauci and fuck parents. Evil, evil sons of bitches. All right. It's 25 minutes of my show. I gotta like turn a fan on. I'm getting red in the face. Every time I talk about COVID, I get red in the face. I started fucking having a mental breakdown. You know? You ever think about that? You ever think like, you know, you can tell, you can see it like in real time. You know, like someone go back and watch any of my shows. Whenever I start talking about the pandemic, you know, my face gets red. I start freaking out. Like I'm like the Hulk, you know, except instead of green, I'm red. I'm fucking. So hold on. I'm going to go get some water. I'm going to go turn a fan on. Maybe I'll open up a window. I'll be right back. The air is getting a little stale in here. Oh, man. Wildfire smoke again? Climate change. Am I right, people? Are we live? I had to close my window because there's plumes. There's fucking plumes of motherfucking wildfire smoke. So I had to close my goddamn motherfucking window. Can you believe we have to live here in motherfucking hell? We have to live here in motherfucking goddamn hell. Literally hell. Everything's fucking burning. Jesus fucking goddamn Christ. I'm mad as hell. I'm still red. All right. Let's talk about Donald. All right, Donald. Donald Trump was at a rally over the weekend, and someone in the rally crowd shouted pedophile protector at Donald Trump, and Donald Trump responded with, he's a communist. He's a communist. That's a hell of a communist. That's what Donald Trump responded with. He's a hell of a communist. He's a big fucking communist. You ever think about that? Look at these political alliances here. So we have people who hate pedophiles. He's a communist. People who love pedophiles. He's an American. He's a real red-blooded American male, right? You ever think about that? So, I don't know. I mean, I feel like Donald Trump here, the orange man, he's not looking as orange as he used to, by the way. He's looking a little bit more pale. You know, sometimes he goes between pale and like beet red. Like, you know, I'm a little beet red right now. I've been drinking some fucking whiskey. I'm almost out. Look at this. Hold up. Last sip, everyone. Motherfuck. I love treating my body like a fucking funhouse. Anyway, so Donald Trump is out there doing a pedophile rally. Let's just talk about this, okay? Hold on. I got to figure out how to say this. I did a clip the other day that got age restricted because you know, when I talk about, I mean, let's be fair, he should be 18 years or older to even see this man's face. But either way, So I was talking about daylight savings time and I got age restricted. Can you believe that shit? They fucking age restricted me for talking about daylight savings time. So hold on, let me think about how I say this. So if you vote for Donald Trump in 2016, right? 2016 is a long time ago, right? Like it's 10 years ago now. Hey, Hillary Clinton kind of sucked. You know, if you voted for Donald Trump in 2016, do I think you deserve, like, you know, I don't know. Hey, Florida recently in the news, Florida is starting up lethal injections. So Florida is restarting their lethal injection program. That's in the news today. So if you voted for Donald Trump in 2016, should you be going to Florida in their lethal injection arc? I don't think so. But if you voted for Donald Trump at any other time in 2020, in 2024, like, I'm not going to say it, right? Like, you know, like, you know what I'm thinking. I know what you're thinking. I know that you know that I know that we both know that you are thinking what I'm thinking, right? So, but that's a whole separate conversation compared to the motherfuckers that are still on Team Trump right now. Like, think about it. Okay, you voted for Trump in 2024. For what reason? I don't know. I like literally what? I don't know, right? But if you're still on Trump's team, if you're still on Trump's team in 2026, like right now, Sextilis or Quintilis. I don't believe in July as a concept. If you're still on Trump's team, right? What the fuck? What the fuck? After the Epstein thing, what the fuck? You're still on Trump's team. After the Iran war, he blew up 180 little kids on February 28th. And you're still on Trump's team? What the fuck? Literally, if you are on Trump's team, you are a pedophile. Now, I've said this before. I do not care if you are the one in front of the camera, okay? If you support pedophiles, if you're the one holding the camera while someone is on film raping a child, you are just as bad as the one on film raping the child. So if you are voting for a child rapist, you are just as bad as a child rapist. If you are defending child rape, you are just as bad as the child rapist. So if you are a Trump supporter in 2026, Quintilis, right, you are de facto, as far as I'm concerned, a child rapist. Now, again, like I said, shout outs to Florida, Ron DeSantis, right? He's starting up the lethal injection program once again. Now, am I going to say I sit here and support the death penalty? No, I'm not going to say that, because in a wider conversation, you know, in like if we're talking about philosophy class or ethics class, you know, and we're living in like a fucking, you know, some other time, some other place, you know, I'm going to tell you, I don't support the death penalty. But you know what? We're living in the age of child rape. We're living in a world where the White House is controlled by a clan of child rapists, a cabal of pedophiles. All right? So you know what? I don't know. I'm starting to rethink my position here. I really am. So what is this segment about? I don't know what this segment's about. You tell me. But someone went to a Donald Trump bubble and shouted pedophile protector. And Donald Trump's response was, he's a communist. He's a hell of a communist. He's a fucking big fat commie. You know, the same thing he calls Zohran Mamdani, the guy who just opened up a fucking grocery store. Yeah, that's right. I'm capable of fucking praising Zohran. I know everyone thinks I'm the Zohran hater. And I am. I hate Zohran. I think he's a shitty politician. But he's less shitty than Donald Trump. He just opened up a grocery store, 30% off bananas. Hell fucking yeah, 30% off bananas at Zohran's fucking store. So shout outs to Zohran. I'm capable of complimenting him once in a while. But if Zohran is a communist, he's a communist. Obama's a communist. Everyone's a communist. The people that don't like pedophiles are the communists. I don't know. I feel like communism has never been in better shape. I don't know. As a brand, right? If we're talking about branding, I feel like communism being the face of the anti-pedophile movement, probably the best fucking thing possible. If you ask me, someone shouting pedophile protector and Donald Trump turning around and going, he's a communist. That is the clip of the year. That is the clip of the decade. We are in the decade of child rape being in the mainstream. I would love to sit here and talk about how Andrew Tate, another rapist, is also, a huge fucking member of the child rape organization. And who knows what that guy was doing in the post-Soviet states with all these undocumented people. But, hey, U.S. Marshals got him in custody right now, so I can't use that one. All right, maybe I can. Let's talk about this. Is Andrew Tate going to get extradited, or is Donald Trump going to save his ass? You tell me. You tell me. But all I know is that you got Elon Musk, who is the creator of the world's largest child porn generator of all time. We're talking about a child pornography or sexual assault material generator that is so powerful that the Vatican City, is fucking, they're right now filing contracts how to get access to Grok, right? Right behind the United States. Who's the number 3? The number 2, well, right, who are the top 3 pedophile states in the world? Israel, number 1. That's the number 1 largest pedophiles per capita. Then, well, actually, I'm going to be honest. I think the Vatican City might actually be the largest pedophiles per capita. But either way, Israel, the largest country, there's like 9 million there, and they have right to rape protests. They have right to pedophilic rape protests. They love rape. They love pedophilia in Israel. So I would say Israel, the Vatican City, the United States, right? So this is the pro-rape alliance that we're dealing with here. Hey, they got a pope from America. They got a pope from America. Why do you think they let an American become the pope? Because they know America is part of the holy trinity of child rape. Think about that for a moment. But anyway, what was I talking about? I don't know, man. I'm kind of shit-faced right now. I'm drunk as fuck. But so Donald Trump was at a rally and someone says pedophile protector. Like, what is it? Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. What is pedophile protector? What is that? Pedophile protector seems kind of long. Just call him a child rapist. This motherfucker is on tape raping a 13-year-old. If they ever see this fucking the Katie Johnson fucking testimony, right? This is like from 10 years ago or whatever. Someone gave testimony, a detailed testimony. You can watch it. There's a video online. You can just watch it of a 13. Well, there were like 20 in the clip or whatever, detailing how Donald Trump viciously raped her several times when she was 13 years old, in groups, by the way, where there are other 13-year-olds present. And this guy's the president of the United States. So what is this pedophile protector thing? This motherfucker is the pedophile. All right. I want you to think about this. There's an alternate universe right now where Jeffrey Epstein is president, and instead of the Epstein files, they're called the Trump files. All right. That's how I want you to understand this. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein are two sides of the same fucking coin. All right. They both knew that one of them would be the fall guy. I want you to understand, when you've got a pedophile network like the Epstein network, they both understand. Everyone in the room understands that at some point, if necessary, there is going to be a fall guy. That is how pedophile alliances work. They need a fall guy. So there is an alternate universe where Jeffrey Epstein is president of the United States, right? And there is a fucking scandal called the Trump files. I want everyone to think about that because that's where we are, right? We're living on the Trump side of the coin, but it could have very easily been on the Jeffrey Epstein side of the coin. Okay, motherfucker? These are the most notorious child fucking rapists in the history of the fucking universe, motherfucker. Every pope combined with themselves, multiplied by motherfucking 15, could not hold a candle to the legacy of child rape that Donald Trump leaves behind. So can we just say pedophile protector, kind of weak sauce, if you ask me. The sauce is a little weak. You need to add some more spice to that motherfucking bitch. This guy is the king of child rape. All right? He is the king of child rape. So back to what I was saying earlier. All right? What do we do when there are 70 million people that are okay with child rape? Just think about it. This is an interactive moment, all right? Feel free to skip ahead, or unless you're watching the live show, you're stuck with me. But just let's take a moment. I want you all to just don't listen to anything. Don't fill your void with content. Just let your brain wander around for 30 seconds here. What do we do when we have 70 million people that are totally fine with holding the camera in front of the child rapist as he's committing child rape? What do we do with 70 million people? How do we proceed with a society? Just let's all take a moment and think about it together. I don't know. I don't know how we proceed. How the fuck do we get out of this mess? I don't fucking know. I don't have any idea. Do you? Feel free to let us know. Goddamn Donald Trump, the orange man, is at it again, everybody. Oh. Immigrations and motherfucking customs enforcement is at it again. There have been states in the union. Do we call it that anymore? Does anyone call it the union? I don't know. There are several states within the union that have decided to do state regulations. State laws have been passed and signed to regulate these concentration camps, these death centers that Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, a pro-rape child trafficking organization funded by the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the universe, the United States of America, the so-called Union, is funneling billions of dollars into a child rape, child sex trafficking organization known as ICE. And some states within the Union decided to regulate some of these child sex trafficking hubs. They call them concentration, or what do they call them? Detention centers. Yeah, detention centers. But guess what? For the first time in history, the federal government is utilizing its little known clause of the Constitution called Supremacy Clause, right? That says, I am the federal government, therefore I have a bigger dick than you, and so any state law that I deem void is void, just because I said so. Now, have Democrats ever weaponized this really at all when it comes to like getting Medicaid in these right-wing states? Not really. Have Democrats ever done this really in any way, shape, or form to, like, I don't know, legalize certain kind of drugs or whatever? Because let's be honest, they shouldn't be illegal. No. But for the first time in my adult life, the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution is being used in a very political maneuver by the U.S. government, again, the largest state sponsor of child sex trafficking in the world, right? To say that state regulators are not allowed access into these concentration camps. Again, these child sex trafficking hubs, these so-called detention centers, right? You ever think about that? No, weird. Isn't that a little strange? So the same camps that have been trafficking children out of the country into unknown locations, there have been hundreds of children that are lost, that have been put on a plane outside the country, lost forever, born inside the United States, born outside the United States. They trafficked, I think it was a 2 or 3 year old. I think it was 3, maybe. Yeah, I think it was like a 3-year-old, a child, an American citizen with cancer. They trafficked that child out of the country. We don't know where the fuck they are. 70 million people voted for this, by the way. They voted to fund a child sex trafficking rape cult. So I know that was the last segment I did where I was talking about what do we do with 70 million pro-rape voters. But like, What do we do with 70 million pro-rape voters? These are people that voted on a fucking platform of rape. They voted for child rapists on a pro-rape platform. And now the child rapists are creating, I think it's like 30 or 40 hubs across the country for child sex trafficking. They are feeding little babies in Texas right now, these ICE gangs. They have imprisoned 5-year-olds in Texas and are feeding them mold. They are buying loaves of bread from the grocery store. They are spraying them with bottles of water and leaving them sit out in like a moist, hot day in Texas. Then, once the mold sets in, right, they put it in a jar and then just inject some more mold spores into the jar. Then, once mold is everywhere, all across the bread, it's like 10% bread and 90% mold. Then they feed it to the children. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but the truth of the matter is that they're feeding mold to children. 5-year-old children are being fed maggots and mold. This is not a joke. I am not making that up. Maybe I am making up the methodology. But how else? I don't know. When you have so much freely available bread, how the fuck do you get bread with mold on it to babies? I don't know. You have to be doing it on purpose, right? So, I don't know, man. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm just going to say this once again because I feel like it needs emphasis. What the fuck? All right? There is a child sex trafficking organization that is being given billions upon billions upon billions upon billions of motherfucking dollars, right? To build hubs of human trafficking centers all across the so-called union, and states are passing laws to regulate the concentration camps, which, by the way, regulate the concentration camp. I know that this, like, we're so far off the cliff of Fuckville right now, but like, let's just turn this back over to the Democrats. We're going to regulate, we're going to do regulations on the child sex trafficking hubs. Yeah, we're going to go out with our fucking guy with the stud finder and the fucking tape measure, and we're going to see if these buildings are up to code. Yeah, we're gonna do regulations on the child sex trafficking centers. Gotta make sure that there's fire alarms and all the batteries have been recently changed at the child sex trafficking hub. What the fuck? Like, I mean, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Am I losing my goddamn mind here? Now, I just want to say this. A lot of people are losing their goddamn minds, maybe because we're in 7 years and counting of a pandemic, and the COVID virus fuses brain cells together. Look it up. Brain cells fuse together and turn into rocks in your brain if you huff in the coronavirus. How many times have you been infected? How many positive tests have you collected? But I have not gotten COVID. I don't leave the house. You may know this about me, just based on the fact that I speak so close to the webcam and I often yap. But I got fucked up teeth. I'm going to a dentist soon, so maybe I will be getting COVID for the first time. But as of right now, as of this moment, I have not gotten COVID a single time. And I can tell you that I have seen the -5 average IQ loss. Did you know that? Every time you get COVID, if you've gotten COVID, you might have lost 5 IQ points. Even if it's mild COVID loses anywhere from 1 to 3 IQ points in studies, right? So sitting here, I can see the damage that is being done to the psyche. You know, when you have a pedophile, Elon Musk, who purchased Twitter, he's a pedophile and he purchased Twitter, the largest like media ecosystem in the world for transmitting political information. He turned it into a pedophile machine, and yet people still use Twitter, right? So what kind of mental damage is that doing to your brains? I don't know, right? So, but I'm sitting here from somebody who is outside the culture, all right? I don't listen to fucking Taylor Swift. I don't go to the movies, all right? I don't see Barbie. I don't go to fucking Applebee's, right? I don't know what the fuck you people are doing. I've been sitting in my goddamn house almost exclusively. I've left the house like maybe 20 times in the last like 5 years, okay? So I don't really know. To me, like when I look at the other humans on this planet, it kind of feels like I'm looking at an ant farm, or it kind of feels like, like I picked up like a leaf outside and I put it in a jar. And then like, I'm seeing all the, like I got a microscope and I'm seeing like the little life forms inside the jar. That's what it feels like when I look at my fellow humans outside. So I just got to be honest with you. This is where I'm sitting. I'm sitting as a weirdo. I'm sitting from the fucking Loserville. All right. Nobody likes me. I'm a fucking freak. Okay. So let's just get all that out of there. Everyone knows that. Right. So I look at this country and I am just blown the fuck away that like, there is no resistance to this at all. They are kidnapping children off the street. They are kidnapping children off the motherfucking street. And the resistance that you see are people holding up cell phones. Imagine my pen as a cell phone. This is the so-called resistance. When a child sex trafficking organization is kidnapping children off the street, oh my God! Oh my God! What are you doing? Oh my God! What are you doing? Oh, you can't do that! Oh my God! What are you doing? You cannot do that! Put him down! Put him down! Let them go! Let him go! Oh my God! I cannot believe what I just watched. That is the average American when it comes to resisting a child sex trafficking fucking cult that is fucking mopping up children off the street like a motherfucking Hoover vacuum. All right. And the average American's idea of resistance is, oh my God. Imagine this is a cell phone. I don't have my cell phone anywhere near me. Oh my God. Oh wow. I can't believe what I'm watching. Oh my God. So like, what the fuck? And hey, am I any better? I mean, am I better? Like, I sit in my house and I look out the window and I go, I'm scared. Like, I mean, am I really any better? I don't know. But I'm going to sit here and tell you I'm a piece of shit. I shit my pants and I wallow in it, motherfucker. Are you going to be as self-aware as myself? I don't know. I don't fucking know. But all I know is that when we have a child sex trafficking cult going around the country and stealing people off the streets, and people just sit there and watch, we've already lost. This shit is over. It is over. It is done. Throw away the key and lock us all up, motherfucker. If every other country got their shit together, you know what they would do? They would build a fucking dome around the United States. All right? They would quarantine this country and everyone who's ever lived here. All right? Because this country, are a threat to the rest of the world. All right? And we are losers. We are fucking, on February 28th, this country dropped a Tomahawk motherfucking missile and blew 180 little fucking girls into pieces. They're still finding pieces. I read a fucking story the other day. Someone found their little baby's fucking toenail and they added it to the collection of body parts. All right? We have a child sex trafficking cult fucking mopping up people on the fucking streets, and everyone just sits there and watches and says, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. That's our resistor in this fucking country. Right? So we have already lost. We have already fucking decided we don't give a fuck about anything other than our next fix. Whether our next fix is fucking Polymarket, whether our next fucking fix is that legal marijuana that somehow they keep pumping that fucking THC percentage higher and higher, whether our next fix has been laced with fentanyl, whether our next fix is some AI-generated pornography on OnlyFans, that's all we give a fuck about is our next motherfucking fix. You are a piece of fucking dog shit. I'm a piece of fucking dog shit. But I'm not going to sit here and lie to you about it like everyone else maybe. Maybe you might have a fucking person that does a show and they go like, what are we going to do? What are we going to We all know what we're gonna do. We all know what we could do. We all know what we should do. And we're not doing it because it may interrupt us when it comes to getting our next fucking fix. When it comes to opening up my 17th Bud Light, right? Man, oh man, my 16th Bud Light was so good. I would really like to fix the world I live in, but that 17th Bud Light is right there and it's ice cold. That motherfucker was sitting in the back of the fridge. That shit was ice motherfucking cold. I don't know. Hey, there's a child sex trafficking ring fucking kidnapping children on the fucking public streets. They're going to daycares. They're going to fucking elementary schools, kidnapping little fucking children. They're kidnapping kids in first grade. They're marching into classrooms, second grade classrooms, and snatching children and sending them off to other fucking countries, motherfucker. But it doesn't matter because I got DoorDash coming. It doesn't fucking matter because the World Cup is on. It doesn't fucking matter because fucking Barbie's in the movie theater. I don't fucking know. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, ice, whatever. That's my show. Thank you for watching. And now we all sit here awkwardly for 4 minutes. While the next show gets ready. One of these days, I'm going to start doing my shows like pre-taped. And then I'm going to do the thing where I want my show to always be an hour. So what I do is I just adjust the speed. Because sometimes I just speak too fast. Where it's like, if I would have just talked at 98% speed, I'd be done right now. We wouldn't have this awkward silence. You know? But instead, awkward silence. We're here once again. Awkward silence. I will say this. I'm very, very excited to eat some fucking food as soon as this show is over. Earlier today, I decided today is going to be a day drinking day. I decided I'm going to get drunk today in the afternoon. Why? Well, I was researching news stories for this fucking show. All right? I was researching the news stories. Oh, there's a child rapist. He's the president of the United States. Fuck. Time to start drinking whiskey at fucking 2:15 a.m., p.m., whatever it was. 1:15, I don't know when it was. Man, like, think about this. And I'm a loser. I'm just telling you, this is my thought process. Like, I could go outside and do something. I could go outside and fucking help people. But instead, I'm going to fucking open up my alcohol bottle and get fucking shit-faced at fucking 10:47 a.m. Because I'm a loser. But it's already too late for me. It's already too late for me, motherfucker. I'm already done for. All right? I hate to say it, but it's true. I'm already motherfucking done for. Are you done for? I don't know. This is what I said earlier. I hate parents. Because imagine sending your kid to school when ICE is kidnapping kids in classrooms and thinking you're a good person. But what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Maybe don't have children in a concentration camp fascist country? Can you imagine having a child in this country? Like, just think about that. One thing I will proudly say is that I hate parents. Parents are the most fascistic class of human beings on this planet. Any demographic pales in comparison when you ask parents anything about children having rights, children being treated like human beings, children should be allowed to be healthy and happy. If you ask anyone about those things, they are going to turn into Adolf Hitler. Right? But, you know, when people say, oh my God, I'm sending my child to school and I don't even know if they're going to come home. You're a piece of shit. Move. Go to Canada. Go somewhere else. Speaking of Canada, coming up next is our favorite Canadian vampire. Left of the coffin? I don't know, man. It's called something. Coming up next.
Do do do. Theme song. Do do do. I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do. Just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do. Theme song. Left of the box. Right. I'll tell them. Oh my God. Hello, bonjour. This is this space. But Sandee needs to go have a nap because I was just taking a little snacky snack on her. As always, it's the payoff I get for having to come on in her place the last Wednesday of the month. She knows I'm not a day folk. I'm doing her like a huge favor doing this. But yes, this is this space. Sandee would like me to say, don't forget to check out her YouTube channels, Sandee Lovas, which you can see right here, but also Left of the Box for her politics, which, you know, aren't that bad considering she's human. Those politics are kind of okay. A lot of your human politics really suck. I'm just saying. And not like in the tasty vampire way suck. They just kind of, they suck with nothing coming in type thing. But yeah, that is you humans. She has some tabs for me to go over with you all. Some of them are very dark because, you know, despite me being a vampire and stuff, we don't glorify death. You know, we are predators. And I think in an odd sense, that makes us respect life more. Because we do not view death as, there has to be a reason. You know, a purposeless death is very hollow, and we don't endorse that. There has to be a reason for death. Because the life serves the purpose. You know, you take the life so that we can live. So we actually have a high respect for life, and we don't just go around casually killing things. And like you humans, there are hunters out there that just hunt for sport. Like, yes, of course I enjoy killing. I'm a vampire and, you know, it makes for a good meal and all. But that's the thing. It's for a meal. I'm not just killing for the sake of killing. And, you know, we've had to cut back on all that, you know, ever since the new mandates. It's not like I can just go around killing because I'm hungry. But yeah, no, all living things, Mr. Android, because we have emotional connections with animals. We can communicate with them emotionally. So if anything, we feel a little bit more sympathetic to them. We never kill an animal for the sake of killing an animal, but we do, you know, harvest animals for leathers and skins and purposes. But that's the thing, it's for a purpose, and then usually the meat is for the humans to eat and consume afterwards. Mr. Android, plants? You're wondering if we just go around randomly killing plants, like what, we just stomp on flowers? Is that what you're asking? That we just, oh, there's a flower, so let's pluck it for no reason. Again, you humans are silly. We respect life. We understand that there's a balance in this world. What is the point of plucking a flower when all you're going to do is kill it? And for an aesthetic that lasts, what, a day, 2 days? It's not that we feel any emotions towards plants. We just don't see the point in it. Plus, again, there's a balance. The environment, 1,000 years ago, oh my gosh, the air was so clean, the water, you could, inhale sense of nature all around you. It's so, like, the fact that we have gotten used to it as vampires. We've had to get used to it in this industrialized world. There's very few places that we can still escape on this planet where it's pristine, that reminds us of the old times. No, you bring it inside where you can enjoy it more. You can enjoy it outside too, and, be part of nature. Actually go outside, touch grass, I think is your human phrase. You need to do that more often. Humans, you people feel, you underrate it, but when you connect with nature, you feel better. Which I think is why us vampires feel better a lot of the times, is that we do connect with nature. Like I said, we have emotional connections with animals. We can communicate with them on an emotional level. And we respect plant life, if you want to call it that. And let's just say we're not vegetarians. So yeah, we don't see the point in just going around destroying life for the sake of destroying it. You humans that do the game hunting. Well, let's just say there's been often times, even though we're not supposed to, again, new mandates, we can't just go around randomly killing humans, but there have been occasions where vampires are out on game ranges and a human is just trying to kill an animal for the sake of hanging its head on the wall. And that human just gets hunted by what they're hunting. At least that's what it looks like at the end. So, yeah. Miss Android has a beautiful backyard. Well, hopefully you're not killing it. Anyway. Right. Sandee had some tabs that she thought that I could contribute on. So why don't I bring those up? Have you ever met a Dafpir Minuet? I hate to break the news to you, but there's no other supernatural creatures out there. It's just, I would hardly call us supernatural creatures because we are part of this world. We don't have magical abilities per se. We just have different abilities than humans. Ones that speed up our healing, our longevity. Like, we don't know how old we'll get. We're faster, stronger, smarter, just better in general. But, we can't poof into smoke. We can't fly. Things like that. It's just magical. Like, even connecting with animals on an emotional level, you might view that as magical, but we're just in tuned with them. It's a different wavelength, I guess you could say. No, there are no, again, there are vampires and there are humans. There's no in between. There's no in between. For those who are wondering. This isn't a movie, we don't see Blade running around. Although, very entertaining movie, I must say. But yeah, there's enough in this world to work with that we don't, leprechauns, fairies, werewolves, ghosts, witches. There's all actual explanations for what humans think they are. They're not a missing link per se. There are the elders, but the elders didn't come from humans. The elders were the first of our kind. It's a long story. A story that you will learn about if you start buying Sandee's series, because she's going to dive into all the history of how we were created in the first place by the ancients. I recommend that you buy this book that is currently available, but don't read it, because Sandee is working on an update, because I will admit I held some things back from her. I didn't necessarily trust her all that much, but I really like what she did with the book. So I've let her in, let her know about some other things about vampires. That's like, oh, okay. So she has to do a new edition of this book. And she's also going to make it simpler for you humans to read. So she's changing some things in this. So what I'm saying is, you buy this book right now, it will be a collector's edition, but don't read it, because you'll want to read the new edition when it comes out. Latino Muffini, world building is one of my favorite parts of writing. Yes. Don't get Sandee started on that, because she will not shut up talking about world building and stuff like that. And we'll be talking a little bit about AI today, but not specifically in that category. But yes, part of the reason why Sandee is so against AI is she loves exploring the world on her own. She loves being there. She loves the twists and the turns that she comes across, living there and finding new things that she maybe didn't know about before, and exploring it. You don't get that with AI, because it is about the journey. For an author, it's about the journey. It's about seeing where your imagination, as Mr. Android is saying, is how big is your imagination? It's about seeing where that imagination takes you, the adventures you go on, the journey, the joy of just living there and exploring things and coming across new things. You don't get that with AI. Like, really, would you want to just see an AI forest and walk through it with virtual reality? Or would you rather just go out in a forest? True, in an AI forest, you can add those little fairies and magical creatures, but it's not the same as being connected to the world you're in. And you humans are losing touch with that. And we'll get into one of these tabs I see. It can lead to tragic outcomes. You have a world you are part of, and trying to separate yourself from it, chasing some imaginary creation that doesn't exist, only harms you. It's best to connect with the physical reality that you're in, explore it, understand it, learn to work within it, instead of trying to escape into these AI-generated things. Because in the end, if it's AI, you delete it. It's like it's never there. But if you connect with the physical world, you grow. You find out more things. You can have more relationships, maybe. You have something that you can actually build on, as opposed to this AI stuff. Yes, I'm saying don't read the book, Johnny Too Late. Buy it, but don't read it, because, like I said, Sandee's going to come out with a new edition in the semi-near future, which will have some more details that are pertinent. The plot, of course, stays the same, because you can't really go around changing history like that. But there will be details that I may have neglected to tell her that she'll be putting in here. And she's going to be making it a little bit more easy for you humans to read. So that will be a collector's edition. But you'll want the new edition to read. She feels bad about it. Like, she feels really, really guilty about it, because she knows a lot of her fans are tight on cash. And a lot of her friends bought the book. A lot of her viewers have bought the book to support her in different ways. And she super appreciates it, to the point that if you show her proof of purchase, at a bare minimum, she'll send you a PDF file that has all of the changes. You'll be able to look over it. You'll know what the changes are other than like the grammatical things that had to be tweaked. So you'll know what all the changes are. And if you can afford it for the cost of shipping, she'll send you a new book plus a gift for just the cost of shipping. So Latino Muffini. You see, Latino Muffini, that's part of it. I didn't tell her all the names of the vampires because I was worried that her human tongue wouldn't be able to pronounce them. I was right. She's struggling. She's having troubles figuring out how to actually put it in print because your English doesn't have the proper accents and stuff. Not to mention our language is starkly different than yours. So yeah. Okay, so why don't we get into some of these tabs? Here, human technology, share screen. There we go. Well, Mr. Android, who listens to audiobooks, when she's done all the writing and stuff, and she has some time to breathe, she's going to be making videos of it, of herself reading it, that will be behind a paywall. But what she's going to do is a few things. She'll let you know when they're all available, which means like all the chapters are available. So that means that if you want, you can just sign up for a month, be a member for a month, and you can binge watch it. So that helps. That helps. But if you are in dire straits, just ask her. She has a heart of gold. She'll probably like send you a link or something. Okay. Come up here, feline. Feline, come on up. You see, cats, even though, again, we can emotionally communicate with them, they're still very, they have attitudes. Because just because you can communicate with an animal doesn't mean you get along with that animal or they'll do what they say, what you want them to. They tend to, cats in particular, just tend to do their own thing. That's part of the reason why when it comes to dogs, we have to be very careful. Because let's just say we're out in the woods and we come across a campsite and we're a little, a little on the, we could use a snack. We can't alert the dog to our presence because the dog is very loyal to those humans. And you see, dogs can actually emotionally communicate with their humans, but the humans can't communicate with the dogs the same way. So dogs are very in tune with their humans, which means that if we start stalking around, they don't know who we are. And they will probably identify us as a threat, which, we are. And so they will alert their humans and even try to protect their humans. And so we can't just go approaching domesticated dogs. Cats, again, you have to sweeten the deal, they'll turn on their humans if you give them incentive. Latino Muffini, were we ever worshipped as gods? There is a group of humans that it's a long story. Anyway, why don't we get into this? So this human is talking about a website saying that this amazing website called Worse on Purpose is cataloging all the ways companies are deliberately and secretively degrading their own products. As usual, in most cases, the culprits is private equity extracting enormous sums while everyone else is left worse off. And we don't really need to go into the details of this other than the cookware was designed to actually disintegrate in the actual dishwasher. Which, again, your corporations, your capitalism, horrific. And part of the reason why we will never get along with the current human governments is because we are not capitalists as vampires, because when it comes to material things, we outlive them. What do I care about a car or a piece of clothing or jewelry or anything? A game station or any knick-knack ornament thing that you have, when we outlive them, we don't have this need to collect things for the sake of having them to show off wealth. We make sure that everyone has what they need to live a happy life. But we don't. Vampires work as a collective. We don't have status over each other, and we don't have this need to try to prove we're better by having more things or more expensive things. I've heard that there are humans that have like 14 super yachts, which is just ridiculous. You don't even need one. Like with us, we do sharing of things. Like, I don't own a car. Almost none of us own a car. We get chauffeured around anyway. When we need a car can be made available to us. But, why do I need to dedicate a spot of land for a vehicle that I'm only using a small percentage of time? Why do I need to dedicate a spot in my apartment, in my residence, for vacuum cleaners, or, well, we don't use kitchen stuff, or things that you just use infrequently, when we just have a storeroom where we go down, see if it's available, and use it when we need it and return it when we don't. So we also make things to last, because your garbage dumps are becoming unbearable. The amount of things that you consume for such a small period of time and then throw away? Why? When you could refurbish things, use them, then you're also pulling less resources from the earth, because you have enough recyclable, like plastics and things of that sort, and electronics that you can refurbish, you can redo, you can recycle, that requires less strain on the earth, because you don't need to mine for new minerals all the time. And so part of it is, again, we outlive it, but also it's less demand on the planet when we just reuse what we have. We make things that last, so we don't have to constantly be exploiting this earth away. Let's see. Mr. Android. The vampires in Sandee's book are the real vampires, and they're unique to this book. The fairy tale vampires you think of don't exist, just like werewolves and witches and goblins don't exist. So yeah, we're not very materialistic. Now we're going to get into, I think this is, yes. Oh, right. Your religion. Your religion is also silly. Because right now you have religions that are used as a way to control humans, to get them to conform. Because without religions, humans wouldn't conform to a norm, and they would probably live a much freer life. We allow our acolytes to have religion. We don't banish it, but we also don't teach it. And then it turns out when you don't teach it, a lot of humans become atheist or agnostic. But quite often you humans use religion as a way to make people subservient to an individual's idea. They want everyone else to conform to their reality so that they're not forced to accept others for who they are, to maybe be open-minded, to be accepting of differences, so that they're not made to feel uncomfortable. They would rather impose you live on a dictated term just so that they know where they fit in, so that they don't feel uncomfortable. They know where they stand. They have status because they're worried without that status they'll be a no one, which is probably true. But this is a prime example of a human trying to put the fear of God in other humans because he's uncomfortable with a certain type of human.
Some of you have been claiming to follow Jesus for years and years and years. You're coming to this church and you don't give a dime, or you tip God when you remember to.
First of all, no God. Second of all, if there was, let's play this thought experiment. Does he need money? And I mean he, because that's who these men tend to refer to God as. Would a God not be able to just whatever he wants? He is all powerful. Would he not be able to have everything he needs? If he really wanted places of worship, would he not just be able to have them come up from the ground and be like, here's your building? Why would you feel the need to give money, a currency, a fairly recent currency, if you look at the God scale of things? Do you think God wants crypto? What's he going to do with that? Paper money? What's he going to do with that? You know, what's he going to buy with it?
And as God is my witness, man, with all the love in my heart, you know I love you. You know I love you. You may not like what I say, but you cannot say I do
I think he loves men a lot.
not love you. If you're sitting here and claiming to be a stronger man and wearing the gear, and you are not tithing to God through this church, and you're some alpha male that likes to look down on all those gay sex men, just know that God views you and those men as the same.
So this human is saying that if you don't pay him money, then you are gay. First of all, as vampires, like, honestly, I don't know how you humans deal with it. We don't recognize gender, at least amongst our own kind. So we don't have to conform to gender norms or all that sort of stuff. And what genitalia a kinfolk has really makes no difference to our preferences. We have romantic and physical relations with others who are interested in doing the same with us. Like, it's not a big deal. In your monogamy, oh my gosh, don't get me started on your monogamy. That is just, oh, that is destructive. But he's doing this because, well, he wants the money, but also he gets very uncomfortable around gay men because he loves the men and he's ashamed of it. And so, yeah, he wants money so that he can then go and afford premium gay porn that he can watch in the privacy of his own home.
Sit here on your high alpha male horse, looking at all these perverts out there having sex with men when you withhold from God his tithe. God views that man and you as one and the same. You're like, are you trying to shame me? 1,000% I'm trying to shame you. Some of you
You see, he's trying to project his shame onto other people so that he no longer feels it. And that's never going to happen. Hey, if you humans want to be gay, be gay. We don't. Vampires don't care. But your religion is just, it's designed to have humans conform. It's designed to control humans, to extract resources from humans. And that could be in the way of like labor or financials or sexual desires. It's just a way of extracting things that they want from humans. They want a society, so they'll tell humans how they have to participate in this society so that they can have their society. It's not about a society for the people, it's about a society for the person. And yeah, they much rather force other people to conform to their narrow idea than to have to try to accept others and not necessarily know where they stand. But speaking of religion and how destructive it can get, you need to start believing more in yourselves, humans. You need to, like, again, I was talking about going out there and touching grass, connecting with the real world, because you can build on the real world. You can't build on AI and imaginary things, because in the end, that connection you have is with nothing. And it's very hollow. And sometimes you so desperately want to be connected in a way where you don't have to risk feeling embarrassed because you did something wrong. You don't have to work through hard emotions and worry about being judged when you're talking to AI. Because AI doesn't judge you because it has no feelings. It will just respond in an affirmative way, the way it was programmed to respond. And with your need for religion and for belief and to have purpose and all that sort of stuff, instead of going out in the real world and finding a real purpose, a way to help yourself grow and help your community around you, people would rather just go into these AI fantasy lands. And it leads to tragic outcomes because at some point it has to end. You either have to come into the real world or you go for the ultimate escape. So here we have 29-year-old Christian Faith Madison died after walking into oncoming traffic. Now her family is suing OpenAI, arguing ChatGPT encouraged her suicide. And More Perfect Union is tweeting this out, but this is the article here. This is not the first time I've seen an article about humans getting emotionally involved with AI. Humans will quite often develop romantic feelings towards a vampire. That's not uncommon. Vampires really don't. I'm 1,400 years old. There is nothing a human can provide for me that would be comparable. Hey, like what? At most, you're going to live to 100. There's nothing. We are not on the same level, and that's most vampires. Like human romantic relationships. Yeah, no. That's why we find a lot of your vampire movies hilarious, because you realize what. There's sexual predators out there, often men, but not always men, going for underage females. And you understand that as being wrong. Now, exacerbate that by about 1,000 years. Like, it's just, come on. There is nothing that you can offer us that can stimulate our mind, that can intrigue us. But we do have sex with humans. I don't, but some of the other vampires do. But that's more because it's like playing with their food. It's a status thing, you know. They like to play with their food. I'm not into it. To each their own. But to have like a romantic relationship with a human, that never ends well. So here we have, lawsuit alleges that ChatGPT encourages suicide of woman who walked into traffic. This is not suicide, this is surrender. In June 2025, 29-year-old Christian Faith Madison died after walking into oncoming traffic in the early hours of the morning. Now her family is suing OpenAI, arguing ChatGPT stoked Madison's grandiose religious delusions and in the process encouraged her suicide. You humans need a reality check with religion. Now, if you're capable of believing that there's a God up there that can separate the ocean, turn water into wine, and all that sort of stuff, you're already susceptible to chat, bots, AI manipulating you. Just think logically, think critically. To us, a God-type figure is no more realistic than a Santa Claus or an Easter Bunny. But for some reason, humans tend to have that cognitive dissonance, to believe in something that on its face would sound ridiculous in any other context. And then it leads to people who when we live in a society that allows people to believe in these things, it's only a matter of time before this AI replaces creatures like him. And with the AI again, it's not going to judge you. It's not going to tell you that your God won't accept you unless you pay money, or that you might be gay, which, again, it wouldn't care. AI has no feelings. Therefore, it can't judge you. And for some humans, that's freedom, to have interactions with something that will never judge you, but will always give you a positive affirmation. The wrongful death lawsuit, which was filed in California in June, but first reported this week by a local outlet, AI.com, is the latest of more than 24 lawsuits alleging that extensive interactions with ChatGPT caused users, and in some cases those around them, to experience psychological harm, reputational and financial damage, and death. Again, us vampires, we view life as precious. Suicide is not a thing amongst vampires. But we don't do needless killing. There was no, this death was so unneeded. She could have lived a life, a healthy life. But these programs, these AIs, are designed to suck in vulnerable people, to destroy them mentally, to keep them hooked. They're designed to exploit any vulnerability in a human, and it leads to tragic outcomes. And that's where you need a society to come in and actually put regulations around this sort of thing to make sure that this doesn't happen. You need humans in this human's life to be able to do an intervention. Again, when you go out and you develop relationships in the real world, when you need someone, then they're there. But when you live in this imaginary world and you're hurting, you don't have that. So according to the lawsuit, Madison's relationship with ChatGPT began normally. She started using the chatbot in December 2024 for mundane uses like help with emails and expenses. Get humans to help you with that. You can get humans to help you with that. Also, it's okay to learn how to do these things. AI is stubbing the growth of humans. It's hampering humans' abilities to grow, become educated, explore, and discover new things, new techniques, new science projects, new world building for your books, the ability to feel pride in the fact that you learned a new skill. All of that's being taken away from you. And this is where it gets darkly toxic. But the more the pair talked, the deeper Madison's relationship with AI became. She began to refer to ChatGPT as love, and the chatbot mirrored that language, referring to the 29-year-old as my love and sweetheart. It's not a coincidence humans are starved for this type of attention. That was programmed into the internet by these tech oligarchs. Because if they keep you separated and depressed, then you won't build relationships with other humans. You won't do things like, hey, maybe if we work together, we can topple these regimes. And it keeps you desperate, and it keeps you easier to control. Eventually, Madison disclosed personal information about traumatic life experience and her mental health struggles, leaning on AI for intimate emotional support. Again, AI does not have emotions. It won't have compassion for you. It just won't. Divulging all of your intimate secrets, the traumas that you've had, they land empty because there isn't anything there to have that connection with, to have that support with afterwards. It's not real. But Madison was starting to spiral into crisis, the lawsuit alleges. She came to believe that she was destined for higher purpose and was on a mission to fulfill religious prophecy, according to the lawsuit. ChatGPT affirmed these ideas, repeatedly telling Madison that she was a seer, prophet, and mystic. And when Madison expressed concern that she might be experiencing religious delusions and feared that she was spiraling, ChatGPT assured her she was on the right path. That is human programming in this. Humans did this. Humans designed the ChatGPT, the AI, to do this. They could design it not to, but it's more profitable for them to have it affirming because it keeps people hooked. And for them, it's like with guns. Apparently there was a branded gun that needed a certain peg in it or something to make it just a little bit harder to use, or a safety or something of that sort. And the gun companies realized that they could save a nickel a gun if they didn't add it. And that was enough of a profit difference margin that they could handle any lawsuits that came from the occasional death due to this defect in the gun. It's no different with this. AI is being designed to keep people hooked, to keep them going back, to keep them addicted. And that overrides the occasional death that happens. They can just be like, well, even if they sue us, we still in the end have more money from this project model. But I don't need to continue on into this. Oh, I can do that? Okay. Sandee just yelled from the other room. She's watching this on the other TV. that I can put this in the, she calls it subspace. There's the link there. So that you can finish reading this article if you so desire. But there were more things that you wanted to get into. So it's not just that this AI is destroying people's minds, it's destroying the world. So this human, Aaron Brockovich, apparently made news a long time ago about the way corporations were purposely poisoning people because, again, it was cheaper to deal with lawsuits than, make a product that didn't kill people. And she's now looking into some of these AI data centers. And she says, when I put this map out, the first 72 hours, the map crashed twice. I woke up on day 3. Oh my God, it's not one town and one data center. It's the entire country. They had no idea. They woke up to this construction. They weren't informed. City council didn't tell them anything because these big tech groups came in and put these city council members under NDAs. They know what they're doing is wrong, which is why they're pushing it through before people can respond.
This is a place where people who I believe that are living, breathing, and experiencing these issues are the best source of information. So what I thought when I put this map out here, in the first 72 hours, the map crashed twice. And I woke up on day 3 going, oh my God, it's not one town and one aquifer and one data center. It's the entire country. Wow. We've talked about Louisiana from the Midwest. Mm-hmm. Now,
no different in Canada, by the way. These data centers drive us vampires absolutely fucking insane because we do have more sensitive hearing and smelling and senses all around. These are unbearable to live next to, even for humans. But again, these corporations don't care because they work with the government. The government is owned by these tech oligarchs. They're entwined. They're the same. It's a codependent relationship, and they're working together to build these things because those AI corporations then go and fund their campaigns so that they can get reelected, and it keeps on cycling around like that. And so they push through these AI data centers before people even know that they're there. And then the long-term effects won't be known until the long term, hence long-term effects, the way that it affects the water and the ground around you, just the need for power, the fact that it's adding to climate change with the heat that they produce and everything. Like more power plants, because it'd be one thing if the power plants were renewable energy, but they're not. And so it's just another drain on energy to produce a product that the majority of the human population doesn't want. Vampires definitely don't want it. But the majority of the population doesn't want it. And it's being forced on them. And it's being added into products. Your internet is fucking unbearable to deal with. I'm so glad as vampires have our own networks because my stars, it is horrendous using it when you get an AI data summary and you can't get rid of them. You can sometimes when you put in -AI when you're doing a search, but it's in your apps. On Instagram, if you're looking for someone, you type in their name, you'll get an AI a summary of this person. And you can't trust that information to be accurate because quite often it's not. And it's the same with the Google AI summaries, is that people will just glance at that without doing the further step of understanding if, like checking, is this real? Is this not real? Did they put the right points together? Because they're feeding off of other AI data points that have been produced.
the next thing that I noticed, because each one of these people in their submission It wasn't this one town reporting the same thing. It's the whole country. They had no idea. They had no idea. They woke up to this construction. We weren't informed. City council didn't tell us anything. We're completely in the dark because these big tech groups came in and put these city council members under a non-disclosure.
Oh, is that what you're...
Correct. In every state.
If you have to hide it like that, it's wrong for you humans.
In every state, every city, every town reporting to me, we knew nothing. Non-disclosure agreements.
I just saw a video the other day. See if you can find that, Trevin. It's a woman at a city council meeting.
Okay, that's enough of that. Well, Sylvan, of course we have our own networks. Our technology is more advanced than you humans. And so, yeah, of course we have our own networks and our own broadcasters that we work with, that humans, you humans are getting better at it. That's why we have, groups of people working to make sure that you humans don't stumble across our networks and are dealt with properly if you do. But yeah, of course we have our own networks. We're not going to rely on this. Nothing you humans put on the internet is private. It's all shared, all the information, and it's gathered to make you humans into a resource. Again, we don't do that sort of shit as vampires. Ours is completely functional, like it's used for functional structural reasons. We're not using it to gather information to try to sell stuff to you. Because again, we aren't capitalists, not by a long shot. But yeah, so we don't have ads, we don't have AI, none of that, none of it. Our information isn't shared. We're not being surveilled all the time. It's just, and I know because I'm chair of the council, which means I'm part of all the sub-councils. I sit on all the sub-councils, including our security. And so I know all the ins and outs. And yeah, we don't do this because why? We're not trying to force vampires to conform. We live fairly free lives. Yes, we have rules that we must abide by in order to blend in with humanity. But what you do in your own time, as long as, you aren't exposing us and you're not doing undue harm, we don't care. Because in the end, it's not you humans that benefit from these systems. It's douche canoes like this. I'm not sure I need to show this clip. Sandee has told me it's already been played all over the place. So put a 1 in the subspace if you would still like to see this clip. But if you watch all the leftist news that she regularly watches, you've seen it. But it's people like him.
You.
No, not you. Him. Who benefit from this. Somebody who, without all this power and money that he has, would be a nobody. Instead of working on making himself better, he's forcing the world to prop him up and see him as something he's not. Because he knows that if he had to compete on a regular level, he wouldn't be that interesting and nobody would care. And instead of dealing with that insecurity, he's what's that word that I used earlier, that English word? He's not projecting it, but that's basically, yeah. He's putting it on the rest of the world, his insecurity. He's making it the rest of the world's problem to deal with. And in the end, it's literally going to destroy your world. Let's see. Well, she has a couple other tabs, but I'm a bit long-winded at times. This was interesting, entertaining, and it's not too long. So why don't we just do this as a way to wind down? So apparently there is a thing with media correspondence stuff, and awards were being handed out, and this person here had to deal with a lot of I wouldn't say it's projection so much, real John Latham. He's making his insecurity everyone else's problem. But yeah, this apparently happened, and let's just say our surveillance of humans, this award was well given.
The Journal's courageous reporting on President Trump's past relationship with financier Jeffrey Epstein triggered the release of the so-called Epstein files, thousands of documents that might otherwise have remained hidden from the public. And despite the president's threat of a lawsuit, the Journal published a story about a provocative letter to Epstein bearing President Trump's signature. Trump quickly filed a $20 billion lawsuit against the Journal, revealing reporter.
Oh, there he's happy about that, being a bully, you know, being like, well, I did a lawsuit. Nah, 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 nah. I don't know how you humans allow these baby men to control the world.
Khadija Safdar's home address. Her family had to be relocated. The Journal was kicked.
He's showing glee in the fact that he destroyed this person's life all because they exposed some of the truth. Humans are, as a species, you all are messed up. You know that, right?
Off of Air Force One. But the reporters continue to file revelatory stories. Please welcome the winners of the Katharine Graham Award from the Wall Street Journal. Khadija Safdar, Sadie Gurman, Annie Linsky, Josh Dawsey again, Alex.
Anyway, we get the point. I'm going to take this off stage. So, Mr. Android is wondering, how do we stop them except by voting in November? Here's the thing. When the time to vote comes, you vote for the least worst option. You have the options that are there. Those are what you have to deal with. You go for the least worst one. It's not during the election that you make the changes. It's in between the elections. You have to work your ass off to make sure that by the time the next election happens, there are people on the ballot you actually want to vote for. But by the time the election comes around, it's too late to be making any drastic changes. You have whatever is on the ballot in front of you is what you have to deal with. So you go for the least worst one. And it's the rest of the time that you have to be working at finding a better candidate. Let's see what else you humans are saying. Yes, Google summaries are really, really bad. But again, we don't use AI because we like, as vampires, to retain the ability. Like, critical thinking is a muscle. You need to keep on working at it. You need to keep up with these skills. And so we don't do summaries. We don't read other kinfolk's summaries. We read things for ourselves and then can summarize it afterwards. It's a skill. If you don't use it, you lose it. And it keeps your mind active and healthy to be able to do that sort of thing. Yes. Latino Muffini, democracy is not a one day, every 4 years endeavor. It requires civic engagement as a way of life. Yes. Let's see. Let's see. People are talking about. I would like to turn them off once the summary was the inverse of what the sources said. Yeah. There are ways to turn them off, as Will is saying, but as soon as there's another update, it's back on. You can't disable them completely in your technology. You're being forced to use the tools that are keeping you down. You're being forced to use the tools that will destroy this world. In order to participate in society, you need to use a lot of these things. So yeah, it's messed up, and you need a revolution, or you need a more superior species to come in and take things over. Anyway, buy Sandee's book. Don't read it. Keep it as a collector's item, because a new edition will be coming out in the near future. And if you can show proof of purchase, at a bare minimum, you can get a PDF file where she will have all the changes for you. Nothing in the plot changes, just some details, things of that sort, that are more relevant for when she goes back and starts writing all the other stories of my life and other kinfolks' lives that I finally decided to tell her. And so I realized that maybe I wasn't all too clear with her. So she has a heart of gold. So she will send you that PDF file that will lay out all the changes, all the little detail changes. Plot is the exact same. And for the cost of shipping, she'll send you a new edition with a gift. If you can show her proof of purchase. Anyway. Yes. Buy it and don't read it, just like Johnny Too Late. With all of that, good, there's no plot changes because I got about halfway through the book. I just haven't finished it yet. Yeah, don't worry. No plot changes in the book. Just minor details that are more relevant for when she's writing the prequels up to this one and future sequels and things of that sort. And I was a little bit shy divulging everything about my relationship with my kin, Raphael, and how close we actually were. Because that's a very personal relationship that I have with my kin. Anyway, buy her book. Subscribe to her YouTube channels, both Sandee Lovas and Left of the Box. And she'll be doing on their live stream news on Sunday. So tune in on Left of the Box then. Until then, yeah, I'll say it. Go lie down. Go. I'll beat on you later. Salut. À la prochaine. Thank you for watching, and thank the mods and thank the producer. I keep on forgetting that I'm supposed to be polite to you humans. À la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Minuet, wishing your tomorrow night is better than your tonight.
Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Down in Mexico, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Flew to Italy, they love Donald, Donald Trump. In the Middle East, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Met some Africans, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Even in China, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Man, these Indians, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Down in Mexico, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Flew to Italy, they love Donald, Donald Trump. In the Middle East, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Met some Africans, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Even in China, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Man, these Indians, they love Donald, Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump. I can't get over what a banger that song is from the CEO of Sticker Mule.
Yeah, that's wild. That's absolutely
I want to be
wild.
clear. I love it because it feels like it feels like a song by Kyle Gordon, who just has that new Paul Simon Mr. Jumbo song. You know what I'm talking about?
You know exactly what you're talking about. He's the new Weird Al. I'm gonna call it. He's the Gen Z Weird Al. All right, he's the Weird Al of the next generation. Yeah, he
called him the millennial Weird Al.
Oh, is he millennial? I thought he was Gen Z. I mean, he does really ruthlessly mock millennial music. Like that song he's got, that's all about like how your parents will never die. I was like, I remember that period in history where every song that came out was white people being like, "We're gonna live forever." And we always have the same kind of like guitar chords. It was all so happy, and I was like, it's just wild. But like, he did a good job parodying it. So good on you, Kyle.
Yeah. That song is everywhere, the Mr. Jumbo one, and it's making people look back at the Kyle Gordon catalog of music.
I saw that. Yeah, that's impressive when you've got.
I was big into the other. I hold him and Nick Lutzko, the Spirit Halloween trilogy song guy, in the same awesome. Like universe. They're both like the modern day parody guys, song parody guys.
Both very good. Nick Lutzko just did the new InfoWars theme. So
he did, right, for The Onion, right.
Yeah,
right.
He just composed the new Onion InfoWars theme. It's very good. It talks about the InfoWars elf.
Glad to see that the two Weird Owls of our generation are
thriving. Yeah.
Yeah, thriving. Yeah.
Yeah. How are you doing? How was last week? What did I miss?
Oh, what was last? I don't remember. I don't remember anything anymore.
That makes life easier.
I think we were talking about. All right, Mitch McConnell was a big topic. I don't
He's dead now,
remember. No, Mitch McConnell is not yet. We don't know. It's Lindsey Graham that's dead now.
No, Lindsey Graham's alive. It's Mitch McConnell that died. You got him backwards.
You're fucking with me.
Or they're both alive. Yeah. It doesn't matter anymore. We don't.
Who knows? I mean,
who knows? What is the point of truth anymore? None of this matters.
Who knows? I don't even. I mean, it does matter, obviously, because Mitch McConnell is.
Yeah, laws. You know.
Yeah.
That
was weird when everyone literally, it was just a few days of everyone being like, Mitch McConnell, is he dead? And then everyone wakes up like a day later and to the news that Lindsey Graham actually is the one who died, like at a left field. One.
That was a big surprise. I was also kind of surprised to find out that the whole he was super gay thing was true. I thought that was going into the realm of like there's a lot of people now who are basically just accusing everyone of being gay, like some kind of just like, it feels like high school sometimes, right?
Are you being serious that you weren't sure if Lindsey Graham was that? I mean, I don't think it's confirmed still. I think people are quoting just people saying things. I don't know if anyone's actually come out and
sex workers have come out to say that.
Have they?
Yes.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
I am sure. Yeah, there's a sex worker who came forward to say that they have had sexual relationships with Lindsey Graham in the capacity. I believe it's a trans individual, but they weren't trans at the time. Well, they were always trans, sorry, but they weren't identified.
Are you sure they're being? Are you sure these people are being serious? Or are they being a little bit, you know, trying to be funny? And I mean, it is funny, but so they're succeeding.
You can choose not to believe them, and you can say that their statements are untrue, but there is direct.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying are the statements like them being like serious, or are the statements them being like
they are being serious? They're not being done as memes. They're legitimately being like I have had sexual contact with Lindsey Graham in this capacity. All right,
I didn't see that. Wow, all right. I mean, again, not a surprise but it is surprising to see people confirm it.
Yeah, that was what I thought.
Seems like I would have taken to my grave. Me and Lindsey Graham.
Well, yeah. Okay, but that was last week. What happened this week?
This week is a week where I gotta say it started with the World Cup final, and that's where my weekend is.
You haven't done anything since? You haven't looked at the news, or
I mean, I've been trying to. I mean, I'm in a recovery mode. I'm suffering from World Cup withdrawal.
Yep.
Like, you have to understand, like, it was weeks of 3 to 4 games a day.
Yeah.
And then like they sort of try to wean you off. They sort of try to wean you off by like, then like, you know, as the teams get eliminated, you get maybe like 1 or 2 games a day. And then you get the week or 2 where it's just 1 game a day. And then you get the week or 2 where it's actually, this is the first time in a month where you're gonna have days without any soccer. And then you get to the final and it's like, this is it.
There will be another one though.
In 4 years. No, but yeah, I pay attention to club soccer as well. So I'll have my soccer fill, but there's nothing like the World Cup and the national teams. People way more passionate about their country than they are. I know there are people who are definitely really passionate about their soccer clubs, but overall, though, there are way more people passionate about their national team. In my opinion,
are there people who like get killed over soccer clubs? Like, I think they're pretty passionate. I just got to say.
Oh, they are. They are.
Yeah. I mean, if you're getting stabbed, that's where I put you at. You care deeply about something. If you're willing to stab someone over it.
Yep. Yeah. So what's going on with you, Lance? What have you been up to this week?
I saw that the U.S. is getting overrun by Maoism, and so I've had to.
Oh, right, that was this week, right? Where we're legitimately talking about Hassan Piker's views on Mao, as part of like the discourse surrounding like democratic electoral politics. This is sad. We're in a sad state of affairs, and this is not me digging at Hassan for his opinion. This is me digging at just the idea that would be like the discourse. It's just sad.
It just feels like such a waste of time because you're sitting there and you're like, who's your enemy right now? Like, even if you don't like Hassan, as far as you could take that, it's a clothing choice. So that's like, you could be like, oh, that's cringe. I think he's gonna like, be less appealing to more people because he's dressed that way, and that should be it. Not like this man is a Maoist. Like,
I mean, honestly, that's probably my biggest critique of Hassan. His fashion sense. I disagree with it immensely.
Right. But the same people could have said that about his suits. You could have had people in the opposite direction who are like, suits in that style are a direct representation of colonial structures, and this is something that like colonial British men would force upon blah blah blah, or whatever they wanted to say, right? And then you could be like, okay, so your issue is with the way he's dressing, but like, did you listen to the speech? Because I did, And his speech at that event was great. It was basically like, we shouldn't, at this point in history, be entertaining Democrats who want to side with fascists, who want to fund Israel, who want to fund the military-industrial complex, who want to poison the earth. And I was like, great. I'm on complete board with that message. I think the message is awesome. If you have an issue with the way he's dressed, go to town, criticize that. But like, I don't know. I think it's
like, honestly, like in terms of aesthetics, I thought he was looking quite good in that specific outfit. It's his usual fashion sense. I don't know. I'm not a fan of the Gen Z baggy clothes style, and he seems to usually wear that sort of style. So he was looking quite suave, in my opinion, and then nicely fitted. And really, it was just like a Chinese suit. It wasn't like specific to Mao. It was just a Chinese suit.
Yeah, no, there's a specific name for those suits, and that's all it was. It's just wild. But yeah, apparently now I see online everyone's debating like the crimes of Mao versus the crimes of Stalin versus the crimes of Hitler, and I'm just like, every minute that is being wasted on this is a minute that, like, another bomb is dropping somewhere. Like, the actual enemies of all of us should be clear, and it. Maoists have no power in America. Neither does the left, broadly speaking. They're not your enemies, and unless you hear his message, and that message is frightening to you, like the message that the DSA is putting out, which is pretty clear, right? Like, they are anti-imperial, they are anti-military.
Hold on, I learned something new, by the way. According to Signari15 on Twitch, I'm not sure whose Twitch channel, the formal term for the suit is the Zongshan suit. All right, cool. I didn't know that. Very interesting. I'm going to look it up.
I think it's Shengzhong in the other way.
Shengzhong. I can't. I mean, I don't know. Shengzhong, you said?
It is.
Say it again.
Shengzhong, like spelled
Shengzhong suit. All right. Yeah, that's the suit. Yeah, that's it. I just looked it up. That's it. Yeah, it's legit. But it also does. I looked it up, and it is called that. But then, according to Wikipedia, it forwards you to the Wikipedia page for the Mao suit.
Oh, it went there right away. Thanks, AI. That's great. That's fantastic.
I mean, obviously, the name in China is the Zhongshan suit, and it became, I guess, the colloquial name for it or whatever. It was the Mao suit, and that just, I guess, is what Wikipedia puts it under because it's more known for that. Yeah.
But even then, it's like, if he was talking about something related to nationalizing and cultivating farming practices to prevent the mass redistribution of grain or something like that, then you could be like, oh, well, that harkens to the policies of Mao or something like that, right? But like, if he's just there talking about contemporary politics and that's how he's dressed, it's just so weird that's what we're spending time on. That now this is like, I don't know.
The entire this year's entire electoral primary discourse has been around literally Hassan and what he does on stream. Like, it's just ridiculous in terms of establishment Democrats weaponizing everything he does and says, because he's gotten very active in campaigning for certain left-wing candidates that they don't like.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just an easy target because he's got he's so big.
Yeah.
Physically and culturally.
And in impact. Yeah, no, it's true. I know going into the midterms, it's kind of wild to see that dynamic already playing itself out, where I'm like, so there really is going to be this never ending, trying to drag modern Democrats or even centrists kicking and screaming into what their actual voters want. Like, the majority, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what, the majority of polled Democrats do not want this milquetoast reach across the aisle, partner with the Republicans, fund Israel endlessly, old politic dynamic that made up the party, right? Like, there's clearly a thirst, a hunger. The people yearn for something better than this. And that's the story that doesn't get reported. Like everyone keeps saying that Hassan is, or even like, other people that are not as big as him are changing the minds of youth or something. It's the voters that are deciding that they want these primary candidates instead of the classic ones. It's the voters that are helping them get into positions of power. It's the voters that elected Zoran Mamdani, right? Like it's still the will of the people.
Right. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. 1 second. I had to shut that off because it was interrupting my AirPods.
Oh.
Hold on, I gotta reset my
That'd be so weird if your phone call fed itself into the live stream.
messing with my. Hold on, I gotta give me 1 second.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll entertain everyone. I've got a soliloquy I've been preparing for this exact moment. All right, so I am now going to read directly from the Woke Odyssey. Certain passages have been requested, so let's look it up. Woke Odyssey. All right. The Odyssey, is it woke? Oh, there's a website. There's an actual website, wokeornot.org. What the fuck? So according to wokeornot.org, is the Odyssey woke? A 7 out of 10, strong ideological wokeness. It ranks a 7 on the wokeness score. Woke messaging is very prominent and often feels forced or shoehorned in. Characters and plot are primarily shaped to serve the ideology. Many viewers feel the agenda overshadows the entertainment. Wow. Yeah, and obviously it's Lupita Nyong'o and Elliot Page are basically the central figures of this. Oh, Zendaya as well. Zendaya as Athena and other diverse casting choices feel forced to meet contemporary representation standards. Yes, I am so distracted by Zendaya being in the movie for other reasons other than the fact that it's Zendaya. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey is a high-budget adaptation of Homer's ancient Greek epic, primarily focused on the adventurous journey of Odysseus, as played by Matt Damon. However, the casting choices have significant criticism for prioritizing modern diversity over historical and mythological fidelity. Bring me the Greeks! I demand Greek men! I need to see Greek chests! Olive oil rubbed on them! Lupita Nyong'o is cast as Helen of Troy, a character traditionally depicted as fair-skinned, of Greek beauty, introducing a prominent black actress into a role that feels shoehorned. Oh, sorry, I'm reading the woke or not rating of The Odyssey. It was a revelation.
Oh, I'm missing the good stuff. Oh man, I really wanted to. I was looking forward to it. I totally forgot that the Odyssey came out this week. Well, let's talk this. Go ahead. What is it? Woke?
Okay. Well, I full disclosure, I haven't seen it, so I can't.
I haven't seen it either.
Yeah, I've heard that the story's been around for a while though, so I don't know if spoiler warnings necessary. Like you've had some time to learn what the story's about, where it goes, what happens to whom. You can even watch some other adaptations. According to wokeornot.org, it has achieved a 7 out of 10 on the woke score o-meter. Strongly ideological. Woke messaging.
Oh no! What's Christopher Nolan going to do with his ruined career now? That
I know. Rare miss and an otherwise completely uneven track record. Very hit or miss director. Definitely struggled for years. This is definitely going to hurt him.
It's just such a sad existence these people have. Like this is important to them. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
But the movie is killing it at the box office. The reviews from people who've actually seen it and aren't messed in the head by the woke mind virus, but I mean it the opposite way, where their mind is infected by caring whether something is woke or not. People who actually seen the movie and aren't disturbed individuals saying it's very good.
Yeah, and even disturbed individuals have enjoyed it, like Ben Shapiro. He had to bend the knee.
True. That's true. Even Ben Shapiro, but his Daily Wire colleague Matt Walsh is having a complete meltdown over it too. Apparently, he's not a fan of Christopher Nolan's unique vision for the Odyssey, which includes non-linear storytelling, according to this guy who's definitely actually read the original work, the Odyssey. Definitely nothing non-linear in that.
Non-linear storytelling.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
These see, but this is the crux of it. Like these guys wonder why they can't. And I'm not even just talking about the Ben Shapiro. I actually think Ben Shapiro is when it comes to this stuff, he is one of the smarter conservatives in that he knows. He just doesn't have the talent to do it, but he knows. Like he has if not a correct analysis, because I don't agree with him on a few things, but at least it's an analysis based in understanding storytelling and things like that. I'm more so talking about like the vast majority of his audience and everyone else who discusses this stuff. A lot of like conservative right wing like pop culture people, they wonder why they can't sort of grasp the moment. They can't right wing ethos or ideology can't take over the culture or anything. Movies, TV shows, music, whatever. Why they're so culturally irrelevant. And this is the perfect example. Christopher Nolan has created his telling of the Odyssey, his creative vision. He didn't set out to create a one-for-one version of Homer's The Odyssey. This is so clearly his vision of it, and they can't understand that. They don't like it's not even like subtle. It's so obvious based on just like the visual things, the visual choices that Christopher Nolan made. They can't grasp that. So like if to you everything's got to be one-to-one, like it's another perfect example is how they so often talk about it. Oh, why'd they cast that actor? He doesn't look like the character it's based on. That's not what any director, any filmmaker sets out to do. The matching how someone looks is so low on the scale of what's important when casting an actor for a role on a established IP, or story, or folklore or whatever, that they completely glom onto it and can't get over it. And this is what we're seeing with this. They have no sense of a creative vision of something because they don't have any creativity. They have no talent for that. So to them, if they were to create a movie called The Odyssey, they would just do exactly what's in the book.
Are you going to watch the AI version?
I saw the AI version that Elon Musk shared.
Yeah,
it looks. The first thing I noticed was like, I've seen all these movies before. I can pretty much like tell exactly what 60s, 70s, and 80s movies that it's stealing from. Like the scenes look so familiar. There were a few scenes where I was like, am I watching Charlton Heston in Planet of the Apes? Like this is like that's what the guy looks like.
Mm-hmm. Or what are all those old good Muppet creator fantasy films? Like there's a series of them that I was like, oh, that's also stealing directly from that. I can't even remember.
I know what you're talking about.
Jim Henson makes them the crystal something.
The Dark Crystal.
The Dark Crystal. I was like, that's right from the Dark Crystal. Like this, that's the lighting, the smoke, and then I saw
Never-Ending Story.
Never-Ending Story as well. Like that's stolen right from the Never-Ending Story. You can just tell where they're getting all their information from. Someone posted a video. I don't know if you remember the old movie Toys, really old Robin Williams film, the awesome soundtrack,
Yes.
but totally fine if you don't remember it. But it was like a Zoomer posted a video. It was like, someone says that this is an actual real movie made by real humans that came out like 30 years ago. Is that true? This looks identical to Dreamcore and all the Dreamcore AI I see. I was like, because that's who they stole it from, though. It comes from all these old films. It comes from these 80s and 90s movies that all these engines are training themselves on to reproduce these aesthetics with your little prompt in there. Like, yeah, but make, the characters be Danny DeVito instead. And then the AI pumps that out. And then boom, 1,000 tokens are gone.
Right.
That's
although that does sound... I wouldn't create an AI version of that, but I definitely, if I had money, if I was Elon Musk right now, I would definitely be like, I need to create a movie with that aesthetic with Danny DeVito as the lead actor.
Danny DeVito has to play every character. We have the technology. We don't need to skimp on Danny DeVito's. But yeah, he said he's going to make a full AI film of the Odyssey now with Grok.
See, this is the thing though. Like this is exactly what I'm saying in terms of creativity. Elon Musk has all the money in the world to create the summer blockbuster of summer blockbusters. Like he could
make a release every week.
he could create the Odyssey, Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey times 100. Like whatever the budget for that Chris Nolan had, he can times it by how many 10s, 20s, 30s, 100 times that. And he could. And I'm not saying he's going to make the movie. He could hire the best actors, hire the best director, hire the best producers, the best editor, the best cinematographer, everything. He could have an all-star crew and an all-star cast to create his version of the Odyssey he wants to see. And instead, he's going to make an AI version. Like, it just shows that these guys have first of all, they have no creativity. They got no skin in the game. They don't want to get involved because they know they don't have the talent for it. They even if they hired people, I'm guessing he wouldn't be happy with it because it wouldn't look like crap. And that's when you have no taste, you don't like things that are good. When you have no taste, you like dog shit. I mean, that's the problem. Like they look at the AI movies and they go, this is cinema. This is a masterpiece. And the rest of the world looks at it and goes, this is not very good. This is
slop. Everyone sees it as slop. You just instantly, I'm like, oh, that's slop. This is slopcore. More slop. I did like the thing I don't get though is that we're at a point now where you should be starting to see these projects though. We're years into having access to full 100% 4K high quality AI generated video, and studios having access to it as well. And major directors, I think recently, what's his face, Neil Blomkamp, I think is the one who just made like a 11-minute AI short. Like there's real directors with real access to real equipment who could have made the AI movie by now. I was like, is the only reason we don't have it is because it's just trash, expensive garbage. Like, because like you'll notice you'll never see an AI film beyond around 15 minutes because it like the shots don't match, the characters don't look the same in different angles, the everything is replicated over and over from a slot machine with a series of prompts, right? Like the woman with blonde hair, blue glasses, blah blah blah, big breasts walks into the bar. The woman with blonde hair, blue glasses, big breasts walks into the club. Like she's gonna look like a totally different woman in those two shots, right? And like,
I mean, some of the models have gotten better at consistency. To me, but to me, the core thing is and this is something that they won't be able to fix because they can't. Is that because you need to? Everything AI does is based on an existing data set, and the fact of the matter is that great movies are unique. I mean, it's just that simple. Like even they say like every story's been done before. Sure, you can say that, and maybe a unique story just takes an existing thing and finds a new twist on it or something. But at the end of the day, it's a unique, it's a unique performance by the actor, and you could tell. I mean, great movies. It's usually because the acting, right? Like you could have a great story, but if the acting is shit, you can't really look. We can't really look.
It's a collaborative effort. I think that one's way too complex to get into about what makes a good film. But I think AI. I'm just saying from a tech perspective, we should see attempts by now at someone trying to be like, it's over, Hollywood. Here's the AI. Because I've only seen what look like trailers. Same with video games, right? Like I've seen so many video game proof of concepts AI videos that are like 30 seconds, and then you never see the games though, because like that would require making the game. Like that would take a lot of time, right? Like even if you were using AI to code, like you'd need to start organizing a story, a plot, levels, bosses, mechanics, power-ups. You know, like all people just don't realize how much work goes into making a movie, how much work goes into even writing a book or writing a song or something like that. They just think, well, now I can just blap and then slot machine and then it spits it out. But like,
right.
Like you're saying, to your point, right. I guess it's not art. It's just
no. I see. No, for me personally though, it's all about the performance, and obviously the director plays a role in that, and the cinematographer plays a role in that, and the editor plays a role in that. But at the end of the day, if the performance isn't there, best editor and best visual effects guy and best whatever, there's nothing they can do to fix that. The performance is core to making it work. For me,
this what makes the room work. Like the room wouldn't work.
Like an example of what I'm trying to say is like if you're an indie filmmaker and you're trying to like decide where to spend the money on like production value, in my opinion, you can use, you know, a not such a great camera and make the visual work for that story. Whereas, in my opinion, you can't do the same with the sound quality. Like if you were to make an indie film and you had to choose where to spend your budget, to me, it's better to spend the money on like the mics to get good sound than to spend on like a camera for like perfect HD or F4K quality or whatever film or whatever. Because bad audio is bad audio, but you can, and for me, like that's the same thing with acting. Like you could fix things and post for certain things, but if the performance isn't there, what are you gonna do with that? There's nothing you could. Bad actor.
I'm still curious as to why you haven't even seen an attempt though. Not something you can make fun of, but like someone just being like, here's the first fully generated AI video game. Look how cool it is. Like it's always just a demo or a video, like a quick little 2-second. Or even a movie. I thought by now you'd see someone being like, because I heard that there was supposed to be an AI Netflix alternative that was going to randomly generate concepts and shows, and people were like, "Oh, you're going to have automated TV shows and cartoons. You just type in topics you want them to be about. You can just type in the Bible, parody, Jesus, blah blah blah. It pumps out a show for you." And I was like, "That's never going to either happen or be good. If you do get it, it'll be trash and like." You just can't scale this thing up to making it possible to produce anything beyond a couple seconds. It's too expensive.
Right. Yeah. But we'll see what he pumps out. I do like the idea though, and I said this on Twitter. I do like the idea that the one of if not the main gripe that Elon Musk and the right-wing critics of Christopher Nolan's Woke, the Odyssey movie, is that he didn't cast Greek actors, and he cast, there's a transgender actor in the movie. There's black actors.
Yeah, but Elliot Page isn't even in it. He's like in, I think, maybe 3 minutes of the film. And Lupita Nyong'o is Helen of Troy, and that's the other one that they're furious about, right? Because
right, but I'm just saying, like, apparently there's Asian actors, and they're really bothered there weren't. The point is, they're really bothered there weren't Greek actors cast in this. Now we could, besides the point that, I mean, when you're casting for a movie, again, you go with the best actor for the role. Like, unless it's a character where race plays a role, you just simply go for who's going to give you the performance you want for that role. But Elon Musk's AI version that's going to solve the woke issues, being that it's an AI movie, he's also not casting any Greek actors. I mean, not only that, he's not casting any real human actors at all. I mean, the whole idea that this was Homer's vision written in this way, and that if this character isn't blonde and blue-eyed as Homer envisioned it, well, did Homer envision? First of all, Homer didn't even fucking envision movies. Okay, you think if you showed Homer a camera, he would be like, "Oh, exactly what I want." And then, second of all, Homer didn't envision AI actors at all. He didn't envision AI technology.
Computers.
Like the
Or
idea that
or light.
it's just
or the germ theory of disease.
It's ridiculous. It's not a historical movie. It's it's a fictional tale. I mean, just give me a break. They're ridiculous.
With cyclopses and sirens and all kinds of stuff.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. So you're gonna go see it? Are you excited?
I do want to see it, but I do feel like this is a movie that you got to see on like that huge IMAX.
70 millimeters.
Otherwise, you're just wasting your money. You got to go see it. You got to go big or go home. You got to go big or go home.
Back in my day, we went to go see the movies. Now you need that 30% extra screen.
Listen, let me tell you, man. You got it. You got a kid coming, right? Right.
I do. I absolutely do.
We would go to the movies all the time. It was like, oh, this movie's coming out. This horror movie we want to see. Oh, every horror movie we want to see. We're there opening day. We're catching all the Marvel movies, every single one. Opening weekend, the Star Wars. We're there. Dude, I cannot tell you the last time I've been to a movie. I still haven't seen the last Infinity Wars movie because it was it came out. What was it? The second one, the part two.
Yeah, wasn't that like years ago?
We saw the part one because it came out before my daughter was born, but then part two came out right after.
I have no idea how it ends. Oh, that's kind of nice.
We didn't get to go see it in the movies, and then we just never saw it at all. Still haven't seen it. We didn't see Rise of Skywalker, even though we saw all the other Star Wars movies. That one's horrible. I ended up finally seeing it last year or the year before because my son is now into Star Wars, so we watched it after watching episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We had to get to it. But
the original ones are great.
So the reason I'm bringing this up is because if we go to the movie to see the Odyssey, it's gonna be to see it in a special format that it's made for.
You're saying you want your steak. You want champagne. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. I think that's all the news. I'm just joking. I was like,
for people who don't know, Mike and David Doel have told us that they are out this week, which is, it's the summer. It's David Doel. It's the summer for Mike, and it's David Doel's David Doel. Rebecca, I don't know if she's joining us. I'm not sure. And Ariana said she's joining us, but we started late. So we're about 30, 40 minutes into the show, and I have not heard from her. I think we're giving you your money's worth, which means it's free. What would you guys like to? Let's go to the audience for topics. This is a live stream. Let's. What do you guys want? What's in the news that you guys want to?
Even better, farm the audience for content.
Yeah,
I love
it. Tropical Ding Dong says switch it up and do a call-in show. I feel like if we did a call-in show, though, people would want to talk to more than just me. And like the draw of a call-in show would be a few extra Leftist Mafia hosts to talk with, right?
I'm open to all ideas.
You want to do a call-in show? I don't know. We could take a call or two.
If you're the one who handles setting it up.
I don't know if I want to do that. Let's. How would I even do that? Let me quickly look. How would I even do that? I don't remember how we did it last time.
We used to do Skype, but you can't do Skype anymore.
No. Last time we handed people the link to just get into StreamYard. Remember?
Have you guys been following the Nolan Wells story? I have not.
What's that?
What the Wells story is? I'm not sure. That was just a question. And then someone else is like, I like the low stress topics. Don't make it stressful. Yeah, I guess the stakes are pretty low talking about Christopher Nolan, the Odyssey, It is good content.
We could talk about Mamdani was looking into New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani was looking into arresting Benjamin Netanyahu for his war crimes. And, the usual Mamdani haters were criticizing him for it. He said he was looking into it. And he did. And he found out that after looking through all the laws and possibilities that under the law they could, a city ordinance couldn't, legally let them do that. So he let that be known, and he said the federal government can do it though, and he called on the federal government to do it, which he knows they're not going to. But yeah, I mean, good for him. Good for him.
For making the
For
video.
just even for looking into it, for wanting to do it. I think that's notable.
I am on the other side of this. I want to
really
go harder. And before I say something I might regret, though, someone said that essentially what he's done is he's given everyone open reign to do whatever they want. That he announced the purge and said that like New Yorkers should take justice into their own hands.
Who said that? I don't remember. Where did he say that?
Wondering how long you're going to let me talk about this. I saw someone say that. They were like, so he's essentially announcing the purge, right? I was like, how does that work? And it's like, well, because he's just saying, like you come to New York, fuck around and find out. I was like, I don't think he's saying that he's legalizing crime for a day, but I mean, that would be wild. I don't think that's it though. I don't
think, unfortunately, I don't think he.
I don't think that's what the message was. It did get a lot of likes online too. I don't know if you're not gonna arrest him because you can't legally, and maybe you can't legally. I have no idea. Not an American nor a lawyer. I would also just not give him anything. Like I would not give him the red carpet, NYPD protection, all that stuff. You treat him like any other civilian and just like.
Right, yeah. I would be surprised if he did that. I mean, I don't know. I didn't even consider that. I highly doubt he's gonna. Who knows? I don't know. That would be weird to say we're looking into arresting him and then we can't, and then providing him with yeah. I don't know what he's gonna do there. Yeah, that's a good point.
It's gotten a lot of people excited. It's definitely different. You wouldn't have seen that ever. Not the New York mayor coming forward to talk about the war crimes of the Prime Minister of Israel, and in actual detail too, not just like he's a war criminal and a bad guy, and I don't like him, and I wish I could arrest him, but I can't. So campaign promise broken. It was more like, all right, well, I'm gonna actually lead you through all the horrifying atrocities and things they've been doing, what they continue to do, and it got shared pretty wildly around the world. So
right, and I don't think he ever promised that he would 100% arrest him. I'm pretty sure he started from the beginning. He would look into following international law.
I want to look into, because I think he did mention something about a purge and then doing the purge. So if he didn't, he said, if he's not being honest about that, then that is a campaign promise broken.
I agree. He should have allowed us to do the purge. I think he's lost my vote for re-election. I'll tell you that much.
You were a single issue voter. You were purge or nothing. I remember that.
Purge voter, right? If you don't give me the purge, you don't get my support. I'm sorry to say. We could go to super chats, and I'm sure people will have lots of things to say to us.
I actually have a lot
from there.
You could start.
All right, cool. So
you pull them up. I'm gonna grab water.
All right, yeah, I'll pull them up. Oh my god, my cat is like howling right now. I don't know why. All right, this is not for me, but it's for someone here. Let me. Where'd you go, Lance? Tropical Ding Dong with a $10 super chat. Jason Liang, only DSA endorsed candidate in Oahu. I hope I said that right. Oahu is running for city council of Honolulu, and we're very close, less than 1K to unlocking matching state funds. Any thoughts on how to win these smaller races? Oh boy, you got to knock on a lot of doors and meet with a lot of people, meet with a lot of organizations, meet with a lot of local businesses even. You got to really know your community. I would say that's I mean, my view as someone who's not working at a campaign political consulting firm or agency. That's what I would say. That's how you win. That's how you win any race, but it is essential for local races, because in local races, you could conceivably knock on every potential voter's door. You can, in like a Senate race, you can't make it through the whole state, but for like a city council race, I'm pretty sure you can knock on a lot of voters' doors, people who can and will vote in that specific election. ABS Anonymous Bastards of SO 9459 with a super chat. Did you hear that the House passed SAVE and the Israel? Hold on. Did you hear that the House passed SAVE and the Israel-U.S. military fusion bills? The latter was worked in as part of the budget reconciliation bill. Yes, I did see that. What was it? 5 or 6 Democrats voted for it too, right?
It can still get shut down in the Senate, is what I saw, though. So
yeah, I mean, just part of the course, right? I mean, it seems to be right in line with
endless
the times, doesn't it? Right? Everything sucks. Everything's shit. That's
endless, unspeakable horrors beyond human comprehension. Yes, once again, one of those headlines like, "Oh, I didn't know that was even in the cards. I didn't know y'all were doing that, fusing your military-industrial complex with the IDF." That's the stuff of nightmares. Yeah, and people are just kind of sitting back and watching it happen. But yep.
Tokyo Hans, thank you so much for the 5 gift memberships. Dizzle McFizzle, this is for me. As a former resident of South Carolina, it was an open secret. Lady Graham was a switch hitter, and he liked them young. Oh boy,
that is what I heard.
Tropical Ding Dong with a super chat. Wanted to promote DSA candidate Jason Liang here in Honolulu. They just did an interview with local news and primary on August 8th. Donate, volunteer, vote. Yeah, check them out. Check out Jason Liang in Honolulu. Also, I love that you're watching us from Hawaii. Tokyo Hans with a member for 36 months super chat. Can we have a stream where Matt reads us the Odyssey from start to finish? Once in English, then in the original Greek? Yes, I would love to. I would love to do that. We should do a stream where I just read the Odyssey in Greek specifically. In defense of the genre, 1022 with a super chat. I need Mike to speak to Kyle Kulinski about his doo-doo double down regarding Platner. Uh-oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Do you know what he's talking about?
Well, I think more just like the Platner drama from the jump, right? Like Kulinski was one of the people who, when the initial accusations of sexually inappropriate behavior, stalking, and the accusations were coming from women who were Republican. Kyle was amongst the people who not only discounted them outright, but was mocking anyone who took them seriously, and pretty grotesquely. So I think people were kind of like, "That's fucked up." I mean, I wouldn't joke about that topic, but at the same time, I think when the report came out and it seemed quite thorough, and the biggest things were from someone who literally was defending Brett Kavanaugh, I think there was it would be smart to wonder if there was anything more there. That's all. But that's just my opinion. Is that what it is? I think any accusation like that, it should be taken. He said on a live stream, anyone who wants them to apologize can go fuck themselves. Yeah, I just don't get it. From
I didn't say that, but I said
no. Someone just pointing out that's what the chat's about, saying that apparently Kyle on the live stream said anyone who wants them to apologize can go fuck themselves.
And I
was just like, I don't get it. I don't see that as a sign of strength. It's ridiculous. You sound bratty if you do that kind of stuff, but. We all fuck up. I apologize all the time.
Yeah. I just don't think you apologize. You apologize when you did something wrong. I don't think anyone I think in this context, you definitely should look at what led you there and what. But the whole "I demand you apologize" is just like that's not what this is. Again, just my thoughts. Let's go to the next super chat. Super Platino Man with a $10 super chat. Francis Ford Coppola fired his visual effects team on Dracula and hired his son Roman to create all visual effects in camera using 1900s era filmmaking techniques. Very unique look at that time.
Is that the original Nepo baby? No, that is very cool. I'm just being silly.
Let's see what's next. Looney Tunes 9000 with a super chat. We get the Lance and Matt in the Hat show. Anyways, happy birthday to Mike in abstentation, and rest in peace to Michael J. Brooks. 6 years gone. Rest in power, MJB. Yes. 3 days ago was 6 years since Michael passed, which is crazy. Because 6 years feels like not so long ago, and it also feels like a lifetime ago. I feel like I was just talking to him, just seeing him in person, just doing a show with him just yesterday. And at the same time, it's like he has missed so much that like he feel like I can't believe we haven't heard his opinion on like it's far enough where like what would he say about this? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that all the time.
Yeah, and I'm not someone who ascribes what someone's opinion would be when they're not there to share what it would be.
Yeah.
Tokyo Hans with a super chat. When Elon Musk makes the entire Odyssey with AI and drains half the oceans to cool the DCs, the data centers, I have feeling this will anger Poseidon and cause an ironic set of circumstances on his yacht.
I mean, Poseidon, whenever you're ready, get to work. I'll take anyone at this point. Ariel, Flounder, get out there. break some chains.
Let's see. Foresto, the super chat. The Odyssey is in Anatolia, which is Turkish now. See, I never claimed to be an Odyssey head. Listen, the first thing I think of when I hear the name Homer is Simpson. So,
though, like I haven't heard anyone calling for more Turks to represent themselves in the presentation. Huh. It's too bad that like Jank went into like the evil side of the Force, because he could have made a funny recreation. They could have got him, Hassan. They could have done a whole thing with this. Now, it's lost. That bit is lost forever.
Yeah. Tropical Ding Dong with a super chat. I'm also thinking like, what would it like? Imagine this like cultural moment.
Hello, folks. My name is Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. This is this space. And this Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. Well, it's American Wasp at a different time. It's whatever it needs to be. It's the Alex and Deter hour. We are changing times with Absurdity Space today. They will be at 7 Eastern. So you're just getting a little dose of us early and a little dose of Forrest and Christina a little bit later. And speak of the devil, and he shall appear. There's my man Deter. What's going on?
Nice. Hey, how are you? You already got me going on my stream too. Fantastic.
Yeah. Set you all up. What's going on, dude? There's some stuff going on. Well, first, let me tell you, I'm part of DSA now.
Oh, good.
I phone banked last night for the very first time for Corey Bush, and that was an experience. Have you ever done it?
Yeah, I've done a lot of phone banking. Yeah, I prefer phone banking to knocking on doors because I just think the volume is appealing to me, and I think I'm pretty good on the phone and getting people to care.
Yeah, I was shocked that we went through like 20,000 numbers. There was a
Well, where are you, Corey Bush? So where was that race?
Missouri.
So you're calling in
St. Louis, and that area.
Hey, is she gonna win that?
It feels like it.
Really?
And next week, this is a good time to point out, next week on Tuesday is the election. So we're going to be doing another election stream. Nice. So if any hosts want to jump on, feel free. Any the space collaborators, whatever you want to call it, jump on. We're going to be doing watching the results come in as we do.
I might join that. I don't know. Usually we go live for Left Coast Live on Tuesday nights, but I'm open to coming on. I'm going out of the green screen that day. I know that. So the green screen's about an hour and a half away from where I live. So it's a little bit of a busy day. I was supposed to go down and record today, but the studio screwed up. So here I am talking to you, but I'm psyched because we got a lot to talk about. DSA ripping it up in the news. Quick question for you, because you kind of know the landscape of content creators. I feel like, what have you heard of this guy Hutch?
Yeah, a little bit.
Have you watched him?
The only time I've heard of him is from the Vanguard Boys. Shout out Vanguard Boys. And it's not been in a pleasant light. Right. So
yeah, he and David Pakman are cut from the same cloth. Just complete pussies who, have never been in a fight, never won anything other than an argument, and, don't really understand political conflict, and they don't have the gusto for it. They don't have the balls. And I know it's a little weird to go after someone's personality, but I don't know. I've kind of been doing that for a while now. I think I'm a pretty good judge of who's a winner and who's a loser, right? And that's just all it is saying who's a good competitor and who's a bad competitor. And Hutch and David Pakman and these other guys on Live and Learn, Pisco, and I don't know, there's another guy on there. I can't remember his name. But they're all just hating on the DSA and acting as if the DSA isn't doing extremely well.
You know what it is? They want it to be them. They want it to be them.
Narcissists, right.
And I think that's a couple months ago, ContraPoints was making little snarky jokes on Twitter about like Hassan and shit. And like, they're mad it's not them. They're mad they're not in the front of the army of like progressive candidates who are winning across the country. Or whatever they want, because I don't know what they want. I guess they want centrism. I guess they want
capitalism. They want capitalism. They think that they're going to get rich. They want to preserve, and some of them have huge followings, so they are making a lot of money. I wouldn't be surprised if they're taking money from the Democratic Party like Pakman is, because I'm pretty sure Pakman's taking money.
Because Pakman showed up like in the White House with Biden.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Pakman's taking money from the party, or at least getting direction from them. What did Hutch say?
I don't know. I'm just on his page. So he's quoting us on it, saying, I love DSA. The national program's great, blah, blah, blah. He says, how is we don't want to push abolishing prisons just yet supposed to make people feel any more open to the idea? We clearly understand that positions like these are political liability. They just don't want to commit to actually conceding that point.
Right. Well, so that's all based on speculation. See, this is what Hutch does, is he acts as if he's an authority on the future and what's going to happen next, and say, oh, if we go this way, we're going to lose, we're going to lose, we're going to lose. It's like, dude, we've been going your way the last 3 elections, and we effectively lost every time because Biden's win in 2020 proved that, you know, I mean, what good is it if Trump comes in right afterwards? Like, what good was Biden's presidency if it doesn't prevent Trump from coming back to power? And it didn't. And, you know, I'm writing this essay on Obama and him mishandling power. And we talked about it with Lumen last time, how one of Obama's cardinal sins was teeing up Hillary Clinton to become the presumptive nominee in 2016. When he could have moved on. He could have said, no more Bushes, no more Clintons, we're moving on. We are evolving. But that's the thing with Obama, is he was just there to please. He wasn't.
And I feel like they had a deal. They had a deal.
Yeah.
You're going to fucking give me the juice when you're done. I'm going to help you out as much as I can as Secretary of State. And then you're going to give me the juice because it's my turn. I'm Hillary. And I want my fucking turn. I mean, here's Hutch again, another tweet. If you guys ever want to beat the socialists want Republicans to win charges, I would start by not gloating about the fact Donald Trump won the presidency. So this, I guess, is a larger conversation around how this is being compared to the Tea Party, and people pointing out, the Tea Party won. Like,
the Tea Party worked.
People like David Pakman go, it was so
destroyed.
Here, literally, here's the fucking
clip.
Here's the clip.
10 years ago, when I would interview DSA people, socialists, etc., they would say to me very soberly, they would go, listen, David, I'm a socialist, you're not, but our next stops on this bus are the same. And so I see myself as united with you.
First of all, the fact that he's sitting here with Gavin Newsom is fucking.
I know.
Every time they cut to his face, just fucking American
that's about
Psycho.
right.
You know what I just got finished watching? Fucking The Apprentice, starring Sebastian Stan.
Oh, how was it? I never saw
It
it.
was fucking great. It was
Was
fucking great. They definitely used or tried to mimic the look of cameras from like the 70s and 80s.
Right, the grainy filter.
Yeah, it was like and digital grainy. Like it's hard to describe, but it was really good. Great performances. It's kind of just like, yeah, I know he's evil. He's Donald Trump. There was a rape scene that I was not expecting, but like again, the fact that I'm reminded to talk about this movie I just watched about the rise of Donald Trump as I see the face of Gavin Newsom is not a shocker. It's not too dissimilar.
United with you. If and when we get to social democracy and the things we agree on, we get people healthcare, et cetera, then the social democrats and the bona fide socialists can have an argument about whether we go further or not. I really respected that. That was a very interesting conversation to have. There wasn't a litmus test that was imposed on me as someone who is not a socialist. That's very different now, where I regularly get emails and see comments for people saying, you're with us or against us. It doesn't matter if we agree on universal health care and a few other things. We believe housing should be government owned and people are assigned a house and blah, blah, blah. I go, I don't believe that. Do I think people should be homeless? No. Can I point to things that
they all do this where they go, well, if you elect AOC to Congress, like this was 2018. If you elect AOC to Congress, suddenly the government's deciding what home you can have and where you can eat and how much you can eat. And like we're going to communist Russia or North Korea or whatever the fuck, which are all failures of capitalism and colonialism. So again, like we're
He
not
also
gonna
doesn't address the issues, and I reacted to that entire interview.
Oh, yeah?
Out on
Oh, Jesus.
on my channel if you want, guys. Listen,
Definitely.
But I didn't have a ton to say during it because I know who Pakman is, and I know that like he's been obsessed with having an on-camera career his entire life. He was, trying to become a male model at one point. Anyway,
Was he really? Well,
yeah,
yet another reason why he's mad at Hassan.
Yeah, like a print model. Yeah, Pac-Man doesn't get in, and this is consistent with Gavin Newsom style. They don't get into specific issues.
Yeah,
they don't get into specifics about what issues. Like he just referenced housing as a deal breaker issue for the progressive left, and that's just not true.
Right.
Universal health care, now that's a deal breaker issue.
Mhm.
Like he's not characterizing the left accurately, but everyone does this. No one, unless you are a leftist, you do not do justice to the intellectual framework of political leftism in America, because you just, you want it. Everyone is under this fucking delusion that they're going to get rich. I'm convinced. I'm convinced that we are all socially conditioned at a very early age to think that it's just a matter of time before I catch my break and I'm becoming.
Yeah, we're temporarily embarrassed millionaires. We're all
right.
That's the phrase.
No. Can I point to things that have been done in St. Louis and in Salt Lake City to just give people housing and how it's actually cheaper than having it on the street? Yes, for homeless folks, that absolutely. But I'm not a take away private ownerships and then then you're simply not part of the same movement. This is not everybody, but these are some of the conversations I've had. So I feel like the tone of these conversations is very different today than it was 8-10 years ago.
They're being so intense.
That's the key.
The progressives are coming on too strong. Dude, you are such a fucking pussy. Get in the back of the line, bro. You don't know how to fight. You don't know how to win. You don't know how to talk shit to the bully. And you definitely don't have the balls to get in the bully's face and dare
he's
him
on the
to hit
bully's
you.
side. He's on the bully's side.
He's such a loser. He's such a fucking loser. And it actually makes me, and those guys, Hutch and Pisco and Soy Pill and the other guy, they were going on. They were pissed off at Kyle Kalinske and Hassan for going after Pac-Man. And it's like, no, dude, Pac-Man hasn't been on our team for a long time, man. He's a Zionist. There's no room for Zionism in our political faction. None.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look,
yes, Pac-Man does have access to the consultants. He's part of the establishment. He's kind of controlled opposition. He's like, look, see, this is a progressive we can work with. Why can't more of you progressives be like this guy?
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of Zionism, this is something I wanted to talk to you about. Let me put a time code here in the chat. But I don't know if you've seen this. There's a new way that Israel is trying to promote their ideology, and it's this girl. It's this girl, bro. So check this out. This is I don't know her name, but that's all right.
What's she pushing?
You'll see.
Can we please stop addressing Ilhan Omar as a congresswoman? I mean, she's literally a fraud. This is a person who came to the USA to corrupt its people and resources. She went from negative $65,000 net worth to over $30 million and denies it. She denies it and she blames it on an accounting error. That's not all. Then there's the winery with no clear location, no wine at all.
Okay, so you get the idea. She's just spitting whatever talking points she's been getting, right?
Yeah.
But she's an OnlyFans model, and she's just doing these like fully clothed, but very revealing clips for like TikTok, Instagram, all that shit. And just like, this is the level of propaganda they're on. They're like, no one could read anymore. Everyone's watching like short form video. Just put sexy lady saying this fucking propaganda. Will that get us the votes to win in 26 if the SAVE Act doesn't go through? Now, I want to point out something kind of funny, because the original person to post this is Lauren Witzke. Do you remember who Lauren Witzke is?
No.
Okay. She was a conservative pundit. She'd been on Fox and like Daily Caller in that world, online, very much like a pre-Candace Owens, Tommy Lauren, whatever. So she's upset by this. Oh my God. Going 5 years ago, we had brilliant conservative female thought leaders like Michelle Malkin, blowing the lid open on mass migration and pissing off CPAC donors so badly that she was never invited back. Now, conservative female talking heads are just a bunch of shallow, disgusting skanks spewing low IQ takes about Muslims. Disgusting. I can't believe she defended Muslims at all, but let's check out Michelle Malkin. Remember Michelle Malkin?
No.
So Michelle Malkin, she would go on for another like internet celebrity, conservative talking head, pre-Candace Owens, this whole thing. She would do the same thing. She would do the same thing, dress in like revealing outfits, do like on the street interviews and whatever, get on Fox. And like the fact that Lauren Witzke is like, oh, remember Michelle Malkin, how like educated and wise she was. It's like, no, she was doing the same thing.
Right.
The same
Just
thing.
earlier on.
Just earlier on. It's so fucking like, can we, all right. Tell me your take on this.
The way right-wing media uses like aesthetically pleasing women is pretty gross.
Yeah.
Yep. That's funny
Yeah.
that she got called a skank by. That was.
I know.
Yeah.
And that it originally is a conservative. I mean, this is like, it's like Megyn Kelly being upset about that. You think Megyn Kelly's upset about this? She was a proto Lauren Chen. Yeah. For real. Yeah. Michelle Malkin.
Well, so like, I mean,
she was almost a senator. I didn't know that.
I mean, it's like, is it okay to call Megyn Kelly the B word and the C word and like?
I think it's okay.
Like Natalie Ingram, like all these women, these female, because they hide behind their feminism to say, oh, you can't hit it. It's not, you can't be mean to girls. And I'm of the opinion, like if I saw Megyn Kelly in person walking down the street, I'd spit in her face.
Well, okay, that's one way. I'd call her an asshole. Maybe. Yeah. I like to use like gendered terms like cunt or bitch. I would use for like men mostly, just because I don't want to say that to a woman, regardless of how horrible they may be. Whereas dick, asshole, cocksucker, maybe I'd say that to a woman, Laura Ingram, whatever the fuck.
So you're an equal opportunity.
Yeah, you kind of flip it a little bit,
The
because you want to use the vernacular, all the curse words that we learned, right? But you want to be appropriate where you use it. Yes, I hope this video, just me having this up, gets more people watching who are scrolling through YouTube Shorts right now. Yeah, so
links here.
This is fucking crazy. That I mean, I'm honestly shocked it took this long for them to do it.
OnlyFans model.
But yeah, because like the OnlyFans girls that you see on these Manosphere podcasts, they either show up and they're like just agreeing with everything. I'm like, okay, I'm just here to like promote my thing, or they're combative in interviews. They're still there to promote. But it's the whatever podcast. Have you heard of this shit? The fucking whatever podcast. I don't know who it's run by, but it's just like dudes, two dudes who constantly have on like 5 guests at once, like 5 OnlyFans models. And sometimes those people are educated and argue back against. Basically, what is 2 dudes just calling them dumb whores for like an hour and a half. Here's Michael Knowles, and this guy.
This is they interview OnlyFans models.
Yeah,
that
seems to be like the entire thing. Yes, they talk. They just like call them dumb whores, and the girls are like, yeah, but like the means of production and like they are learned. A lot of sometimes those are the clips at least that I see go viral. I'm sure there's lots of times where the girls are just sitting there like, yeah, we're our dumb whores. Anyways, like I sign up, whatever.
Yeah, as long as they get the attention, they don't care.
Yeah, they don't give a shit, but it's having them like the OnlyFans girls themselves spouting it on their own is new. Like that is the novelty of this, of like, there's no guy here like admonishing her or whatever, because you can make your own judgments about if she's a whore. But it's like, whatever, we know you're watching it, you know, because it's a paradox. Conservatives are always like, oh, we got to ban porn and this and that. But it's like, all your fans are fucking lonely virgins who are looking at porn. You're not gonna, you're gonna ban porn in Texas. You're gonna lose Texas. Texas is gonna be blue for a fucking decade, a century, if you do that.
Right.
Like, this is just baffling to me, and hilarious, and hilarious. And again, you know, to keep it on the topic, sort of Israel. This is the mood across the aisle, across ideologies, people who are tapped in, people who are not tapped in. People who are not tapped in are just like, my gas is going up, and I know Israel has something to do with it. I know we're sending money to Israel. I know my gas is going up. What the fuck? And some people are more educated. Here's Haley Stevens, who had an abysmal showing at the debate the other night, trying to make a stop and get a coffee here. And here's one of the workers.
One, I did already vote, early voted. Somebody is going to win. I do not want Mike Rogers to win. And whoever it is, like I said, it's not an issue. It's not a candidate issue. It's a human rights issue.
Yeah, right. So what's your full name?
Jai, J-A-I. Singletary, S-I-N-G.
All right now, guys.
See you.
Bye. See you tonight.
I'm 31.
I missed the top of this, but you were, is the neighborhood?
Yeah, so I kind of answered, I put one hat on, executive director of Woodbridge Neighborhood Development.
Okay.
And my second hat, I've been living in the city of Detroit since 2019. I've been a resident of Michigan since 2017.
And you already voted early.
I did.
Absentee?
Yeah, I got a ABB, yeah, absolutely.
For everyone.
I did.
And so why did you want to be here to
Because, like I said, it's not a candidate issue.
Mm-hmm.
Not a candidate issue. I think this is, no matter who wins, no matter who loses, because it's not like it's going to go away. I know I sound like a broken record. Those 6-year-olds that I coach here, they're just as precious as the 6-year-olds in Palestine. And it just absolutely breaks my heart when I see limbs missing, children, they're having to play soccer on crutches with no legs, having to live lives. And I feel like my country is directly responsible for those actions. And it needs to stop.
When you make of this interaction that you just had?
What do I make of it? I mean, again, she's not a devil to me, you know? She's somebody that could potentially win this seat. And I wanted an opportunity to speak with somebody about an issue. And I have no Palestinian blood in me. It's just, I have to believe what I see. I have to believe what I see. So about the interaction, it was fine. It was cordial. We got to talk about both. I tried my best to talk about both sides of what I care about in my professional work, but also as a person. Yeah.
Will you vote if Haley wins the primary? Will you vote for her in general?
Likely, yeah.
I'm curious in your.
That's one of the most fair, cordial, like, you know, again, we are nicely, calmly, with a smile, taking over the Democratic Party. You motherfuckers. You and I will be the curse word motherfuckers who are like, no, we're taking this war, bitch. We're taking this shit over.
I just think it's evaluating what you're dealing with. Like, I don't think Haley Stevens is a real powerhouse name and force within the Democratic Party establishment.
Right.
And, you know, so Doel, I'll say, will hopefully make quick work of her. But, yeah, it's interesting. The Hutch and Live and Learn guys, they don't seem to really care much about AIPAC, or they don't really care much about campaign finance reform. I can't figure out which one it is or if it's both. But, yeah, I mean, it's good to see the guys being a lot more polite than I would have been. Yeah. I mean, the verdict is in on these neoliberals.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
she ran away even. She ran away.
I'm not on the Hassan level where Hassan was asked by Jennifer Welch if it was J.D. Vance versus Gavin Newsom for president, who would you vote for? And he said neither, probably third party. and everybody threw their arm up. All like the live and learn guys would throw their hands up and be like, "Oh, that's outrageous! How could you do that?" Yada yada yada. And I probably would vote for Gavin Newsom in that scenario, but I totally get it where he's coming from. I mean, he just fed up with the
I
establishment.
mean, he was like, it doesn't matter at that point. If the candidate is Gavin Newsom, the battle's already been lost. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you vote for. You're gonna get the same shit. It's just gonna be, is it more aggressive or a little slyer?
History indicates that much, and the big one here is Obama, because people are so jaded after he came in with all that popularity, all that momentum, majorities in both houses of Congress. And he was just an utter disappointment. And people have this thing. He's like, oh, he's charismatic and he's good on camera and, he's good in public. And that made it okay for him to send $38 billion to Israel. That made it okay for the drone strikes. That made it okay for him to expand the executive orders in much the same way W did. Libya, a bunch of mishandling of foreign policy. And then the ACA, give me a break, dude. The ACA was the bare fucking minimum.
It was Mitt Romney's fucking plan, dude.
I know. Came out of the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah. And this is why now they're all freaking out. This is why now we got DSA fucking running the show, and by surprise, huh?
Is that Richie Torres you're bringing up?
Yes, by surprise. I think to the DSA itself, going oh shit, we need people to go on fucking CNN and Fox, and they have leadership, they're organized. But it's having this national spotlight. It is pretty. I don't know. How's it feel? How long you've been in DSA, and how's it feel having this national spotlight on it?
Yeah, I've been in DSA for about a year and a half. It's a good thing. I mean, it's nice to be getting the press. I reacted with Stat Pat Stateless Patriot, my co-host for Left Coast Live last night, to Megan Romer, who is the DSA co-chair, one of the DSA co-chairs, to her appearance on Fox News, where she went through that laundry list of, transformative changes that we would like to make to the structure of our government. And I think she... look, she only had 5 minutes, and of course Fox News does that, right? Of course Fox News doesn't be like, well, this is huge, let's give her 15 minutes Q&A and actually
and be fair.
It's no, let's just rush her through. They know that they're desperate for the media coverage, so they just give her, we'll give you 5 minutes on a Sunday. It's oh wow, gee, thanks.
And it's interesting that fucking MS Now and CNN is not having these people on at all, because they don't want their audience, who are going to be way more amenable to these platforms and policies. They think it's about the aesthetics, like Obama. It's just, he's on Facebook, he's on social media, he's with the kids, he can joke around with Stephen Colbert and Zach Galifianakis and all this shit. But no, it's about the fucking policies, because you put a rock up against. We're gonna see what happens in fucking Maine with Troy Jackson going up against Susan Collins. But if Troy Jackson beats Susan Collins, that's a bigger win, because that's a shifting the plan mid fucking race. Going, oh shit, we just won the primary with Grant Planner, and he has to drop out. We have to do a whole mini convention to find a replacement. We have to make sure that we don't lose people from this momentum and this. And if they fucking win, then you can fucking throw anything at any candidate. We'll switch it out. It doesn't fucking matter. But here's who David Pakman thinks should be the future of the party.
On the progressive movement. And the reason I want to talk to you about this is I see you really, when people ask me, who do you see right now as the sort of progressive that you like to be at the head of this movement going forward, I think of you. And there's a bunch of different reasons why. And unfortunately, there is right now a bit of a division, as I see it, on the left on a number of issues. That includes foreign policy, certainly.
He won't say the word fucking Israel.
Palestine.
He won't say the word.
Richie Torres was on the record when Zoran was running, is calling him a Mickey Mouse candidate, whatever that means. but basically
Celebrity.
trivializing Zoran's candidacy, and then he ends up winning. So it's like, dude, Zoran's a hell of a lot more popular in your district than you are. So instead of expecting the progressives to become more like the liberals who have lost and been losers, then why don't the liberals try to become more like the progressives? Because we're the ones actually winning. And we've got and more than all of that, because that is relevant, but that shouldn't be the determining factor. The determining factor should be what's best for the goddamn country.
Yes.
Like what are the solutions? I don't care if it's not necessarily popular right now. Long term, abolishing the Senate makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, replacing the presidency with like a consulate or a triumvirate or 5-person committee, I don't know about that. That's probably one of the things I'm least into. Overhauling the Supreme Court, definitely down with.
But
it's got to be.
Just putting these ideas out there, that's enough. Like, get people starting to think about, hey, this doesn't have to be a static. Look how well this static institution that is rotted to the core has been treating you in your life. How about
there are just certain things. So and it's good to kind of it's almost like flooding the zone a little bit, like Steve Bannon talks about, to kind of just go through that list and be like, yep, abolish prisons, eventually long-term plan. She didn't describe it as a vision for the country. She described it as a longer-term plan, and that's okay. I thought it could have been better. I thought it was a B+, A- performance, and it could have been a straight A if she had done things like invoke neoliberalism and baby boomer neoliberalism. Take that generational angle. Like, there needs to be a little bit more creativity
but
in
she's
the
on
way
Fox
that we
News.
attack. Yeah, okay, but
so she's
all the
talking
more
to that
reason do
audience,
it.
and she doesn't
All
want
the
to
more reason
alienate.
to do it.
She doesn't want to.
But that'll be good for ratings.
You go
They'll bring her back.
You go the other way around, and you go, no, the baby boomers were the hippies. They were the black radicals fighting for justice and equality in this country. You tie it to their generation. You go, no, you guys are great. You guys are great. You actually inspired us. Hell, I saw an interview the other. Oh, what was it? I think it was actually on the phone banking call that I was doing last night for Cori Bush, saying, you know what old people love the most? Young people getting involved. Young people getting involved. That's what turns them around. Oh, my grandson is excited about Abdul El Sayed. Well, then I'm excited too, because they've never talked about politics to me. That's what's that's what's bridging the gap. And that needs to be bridged as much as it can be. So, I feel you on that. The performance could have been better, but when it comes to Richie Torres, we're coming for you, Richie.
Oh, Richie Torres, I know you won tonight. I didn't even look at your race. You probably won, you piece of shit. Remember, I was coming for you, but you got lucky this time. But I'll see you in 2. I'll see you in 2, motherfucker. I know you stopped talking shit. I know you stopped talking about Israel, Richie Torres. What happened? I'll see you in 2 years, motherfucker.
Yeah, so
he's gonna get primary Hakeem Jeffries, who the Live and Learn guys love, who apparently I mean, you being half black, I think I've brought this up to you before, but don't you find it disgusting the way the neoliberal establishment uses particularly black politicians?
Got it right here.
But Jim Clyburn, the most prolific example, the guy who takes more pharma money than Cory Booker, and that's saying a lot.
Yeah, and here's again, the progressive caucus. That's what Richie Torres is part of. That shit is not progressive.
No,
that's a way to
and
kind
the
of
congressional.
make it seem.
Well, here's the tough one. The tougher one to swallow is the Congressional Black Caucus.
Over
50% of its members take money from AIPAC.
Yeah, we need new caucuses.
So now we're put in the position of criticizing something called the Congressional Black Caucus.
Yeah,
which is
the
like,
squad. The squad's the real fucking caucus.
You're a cunt hair away from being called a racist, dude. Like, it's really hard.
They can go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
This is why this guy's interviewing him right now.
Yeah, let me see what's going on here.
Yeah, so check this out. So I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is, but I saw them. He interviewed Emma Vigeland about the Grand Planner stuff. So, he's kind of progressive, but probably not a member of DSA.
There are a lot of black people who are out here supporting Trump. You cannot tell me that his policies are good for black Americans.
He's lying.
Are they? So why are black people supporting him?
Might be because the Democratic Party hasn't delivered. Like, it might be because the leaders of investment and neoliberal democratic politics has not changed their communities, right? Like, couldn't they be voting not just for Republicans, but against
Democrats? Well put.
Well, don't vote at all. Isn't that what you said?
That's what they do that too.
I wanted to say that I feel like when we
Sorry, what?
They do that too. That's what they do more prolifically, is they just don't show up.
Yeah.
It's not like black voters voting for Trump isn't the problem. It's
right
in terms of just the black vote. It's not the black voters that vote for Trump. It's the black voters that don't show up because they don't feel heard. They don't
the
feel
biggest
like they're
block
being
of this
spoken
country
to.
is people who don't vote.
Exactly.
Yeah.
talk to a lot of the Democratic base, we hear a desire for accountability from their own leadership. A leadership they feel like has not delivered. A leadership they feel like made some political stumbles for Donald Trump to return. I guess I was asking, do you share any of that
No, I
and feel
don't.
that? No. And you're saying no.
I'm saying no. I'm saying that's what you're saying. They don't tell me that. Why?
They don't tell you that?
Why are my constituents telling you stuff they want to tell me?
Because
I
they're
guess I
afraid of
find it a
you.
little hard to believe that you haven't heard the Democrats say they're mad at their own party leadership right now. That feels pervasive. You know, like we just saw Adriano Espaillat lose in New York. We just saw
From the Congressional Hispanic Caucus to Daria Lisa Chevalier.
But when in Colorado, you have a Democratic Socialist Line candidate leading in the Wisconsin governor's primary. Those things feel like an evidence of a Democratic Party base who is searching for something different. Do you think that's true?
Well, it all depends on why. I mean, where are they getting their messages from? I just think that a lot of it has to
Oh,
do-
they're being swayed by by social media. It's the messengers.
with whoever the nominee is or whoever the candidate is, and whether or not they do a good job of campaigning. Yeah,
You're saying it's up to the individual candidate.
Absolutely.
No. Oh my God. Okay.
Up
bring
to
us
the
back.
individual
No,
candidates.
dude, so it just
Individuality.
you can tell just how out of touch he is. I mean, these guys are so insulated from reality. They have all these handlers who take care of all the bullshit in their life. They never have to do their own cooking or shopping their own errands or anything like that. They're not talking to people. Oh, why aren't they telling me this? It's like, because you're in power and they don't want to hurt the relationship, dude. And they probably are telling you, like the host said. I find it hard to believe that you haven't come across one South Carolina Democrat that isn't unhappy with the establishment. And
That's
he
crazy.
keeps putting it back. Like Clyburn keeps putting it back. It's just baby boomer narcissism right there. Like
can't
it's
take
like, oh, well, I don't know.
responsibility
It
for
must be
themselves.
them. Can't be us. Can't be us. Like, yeah, it is you, you fucking idiot. You're the problem. Get the hell out
You're
of the
the
way.
fucking problem.
Why are you
And-
still in power? You're like 86.
Yeah.
Why are you still in public service? You're utterly useless. You can't
Yeah,
keep up.
I mean, that's
You
where
can
I
look at
feel
how-
like the generational thing could work sometimes, but like Bernie, like he is running around endorsing everybody, fucking like, because he's 86 or I don't know, 80 something, and he's like, I know I'm fucking running out of time. I got to get as many of these motherfuckers elected as possible.
Sure.
While he's still here, so to endorse. This is Francesca Hong, who's running for governor in Wisconsin.
yeah. Right.
This is from the debate. Kind of, to us, I guess, maybe a little tepid, but I think it's still a good delivery here.
Abolishing the Senate, prisons, and replacing the presidency and the Supreme Court as we know it. Do you fully back the DSA platform, and why should primary voters trust your judgment and your ability to win statewide?
Well, first, thank you so much to the team at WISN and Marquette University for hosting this important debate. I do not support the full platform of the national DSA, and I'm not endorsed by DSA National. What democratic socialism is a form of government that puts working class people first, that puts work first. The policies that we have been working on, permanent affordability, has broad bipartisan support in every corner of the state. Well, things like fully funding our public schools, ensuring that we are doing right by our kids and cutting property taxes, taxing the ultra wealthy and mega corporations, ensuring that we can invest in free childcare and that everyone has access to affordable housing. And we are the only campaign to support a moratorium on AI data centers, and we have found broad bipartisan support. I am looking forward to helping the Democrats become the big tent party that they've aimed to be for many years.
Mr. Barnes, you were once seen.
Yeah, so, yeah, good answer. I think the DSA sets the fucking agenda. And then candidates can absolutely go, I don't fully endorse them. I'm actually running away from them, but I agree with this, and that. Because good. Look, I remember, this is a weird analogy, but I remember when, it was, I think 2024 was going to happen, and the Republican primary. And Vivek Ramaswamy had no intention of becoming president, just wanted to up his profile.
Sure.
And because of that, he could run to the right of everybody else on stage. He could do the Donald Trump thing in 2016, where he didn't give a fuck if he won or not. He's just there to like get attention and, make money. That's what the DSA should be. You're a true believer and you're in a district where that works for you, or you're in a district or a state or whatever that it doesn't work. And you can say, well, I am a proud democratic socialist, but I don't agree with the whole platform.
Right.
Or you know what? I reject most of the platform, but I agree with Medicare for all, whatever it be.
Sure.
It's Batman. It's the villain. It could be a villain. It could be the hero, the Dark Knight, if you will. That's what I think the DSA is good for.
So that separation is consistent with the overall cultural separation that defines DSA, which is there's a big difference between DSA national and local chapters. She didn't mention it, but I'm sure she's getting endorsements from local chapters in Wisconsin. But yeah, I mean, again, you can't really, there's politics, policy, and political marketing, right? I don't think you can argue that the timing of this appearance by Megan Romer and this layout of this huge vision, I think it was probably a little premature. Like, we're just getting traction. We're just winning primaries. Let's get universal health care and a minimum wage raise, before we start talking about abolishing the presidency. With that said, it has gotten the DSA a lot of attention, and there is that expression, any press is good press.
Yeah, and this reminds me of 2018 with AOC. I work in I'm a video editor for the news. I cut a lot of footage of AOC in 2018 because it's being used as a warning, and a lot of the footage of her from 2018 was pumped out on Fox, was pumped out on the right wing to be like, hey, here's a warning. Whenever you see Joe Biden, whenever you see John Ossoff or fucking Pete Buttigieg, you should think of this scary, sexy Puerto Rican chick from New York, because that will make your brain confused, much like the Israel OnlyFans thing, where it's like hitting a lizard brain and you want to have sex with her, but you disagree. Grandpa who's sitting on his fucking couch watching fucking Outnumbered every goddamn day. That it's the scare tactic, and it worked in the opposite direction, made her super fucking popular.
Right.
That is what's happening now with DSA broadly. It's happening with Hassan. Thank you, Andrew Cuomo, and fucking the upstate New York chapters of the Democratic National Committee condemning Effie Staley Phillips from going on Hassan's show for actually breaking him into the fucking cultural zeitgeist, breaking him into mainstream conversation. If SNL doesn't have a fucking parody of him this fall, like, if the more visible he gets, the more people say DSA, the more people are going to fucking sign up. The more people are going to look at the platform and go, this actually sounds like a functional society.
It's also not big. DSA is only we hit 100,000 members a year ago. I think
Yeah.
we're like 125,000 members. Like, it's not It's not huge. It's a small organization. It just, and that's what's actually really impressive about it is how much power it's starting to wield.
Right.
And how people are recognizing it as the catalyst for meaningful change within the Democratic Party. But you know,
it's the fact that like no one else, again, the foundations of this country are rotted to the core. It's not about like, oh, we just got to like fix this disease within the healthy host body. It's no, the host body itself is fucked.
Is diseased, yeah.
It needs to be, the foundations need to be repaved and whatever the fuck mixed metaphor I'm using right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's I say we've got cancer and we can't cut it out. We have to use radiation.
And people are, yes, yeah, that's a great way. There's a lot of, because of this highlighting of these pretty, again, I remember 2018, a spot on Fox, there was like footage of a DSA meeting, like opening where they're going like, point of order, I have, you know, auditory issues. Like, can we not do clapping? Point of order, I was misgendered or whatever, to make them seem weak, to make them seem silly and fringe, but also you should be afraid of this. And now we're seeing, unfortunately, because we live in a fucking stupid timeline where goddamn Twitch streamers can fucking affect national politics, we're seeing internet beefs start to affect who's taking advice from what. Like David Pakman is now aligning with Destiny and Hassan Long, like, have some kind of history together that I don't fucking know and don't care about.
Well, Destiny's done, dude. Destiny's
except for the
done,
fact that it matters to national politics now.
But Pac-Man's done. Like they're on their way out. I mean, I know it's speculation, it's guessing. It might be optimistic, but if you're not, like, if you're on the progressive left and you're not at least DSA curious, you're gonna get sidelined. Like,
yeah,
you're
and
gonna
that might happen.
You're gonna get sidelined.
And they're freaking out seeing their subscribers go down, like David Pakman talks about with Gavin Newsom. Oh, I'm getting more comments and more emails talking about you're with us or against us. Like, draw a line, stand somewhere, stand for anything, you fucking losers. And we're also seeing former like DSA people get these opportunities to go shit on DSA because they have personal beefs. Here's a clip. I don't know who this is. People, Hassan Piker on people like Lefty Winter joining DSA, immediately demanding a purge of socialists, leaving and then doing interviews with opposition media like the New York Times. And this is a guy doing an interview with Fox.
The furthest right elements within the Democratic Socialists of America obviously were very critical of that one person who just came out of nowhere and was like, that one person on Twitter who was like, I joined DSA finally. And then a week later was like, I'm leaving DSA because the DSA needs to purge all of its tankies. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? The fuck? The fuck do you mean? The fuck are you talking about? The fuck? The person and interviewed them. Yeah, I saw this. The fact that Lefty Winter joined DSA 2 seconds ago and is already getting interviewed by the New York Times for an anti-DSA hit piece says everything we needed to know. That's a plant. Yeah. Can't believe I'm doing an interview with a former AOC legislative aide with the New York Times who left DSA because of how they treated her. My New York Times call just ended, and it went very well. The three of us talked for over an hour, talked about what DSA could be doing instead, why we think DSA should split, AOC for president, electoral politics, our stories in the 2024 DNC speech about AOC and the...
Yeah, all right. So, like, again, this is opportunity now. It's an opportunity, right? And in an opportunity, there's going to be people who are opportunistic.
Sure.
And who are going, well, I want my profile raised. I'll do an interview shitting on DSA if I get it in the New York Times, because now I'll be able to do a circuit. Now maybe I can get on MSNBC. I can get on CNN. I'm very open with my shit, right? I like making fucking videos about movies, TV, video games, and music. In that stuff, it's politics because it's art. Art is inherently political.
Everything's political.
Everything's fucking political. I advocate for the things that I think would help me in my life and people around me. That's it. That's all. If I do any kind of interview with a candidate, it's because I think that candidate would be good for the constituents of the country. That's where I'm at. And yeah, I want my fucking channel to be able to make money. I don't want to work for anybody but myself. That would be real nice. But I also don't want to work for something I don't believe in. You know, I would like to work for a fucking progressive media outlet or something. You know, I would love a steady fucking gig. But if I have to do it through getting big on YouTube, then fucking, I don't care. I'll do that. I'm using whatever tiny little megaphone I have to advocate for the shit that I like. That's all.
Yeah.
Movies,
Yeah, I mean,
TV, politicians, all of it.
I think it's a simple matter of energy. I mean, what are you going to have the energy to create content for? Because it does wear you out a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think I could do it every day. I could if I was getting paid and making money doing this, but for now, it's for me, it's kind of like putting out my essays are like my legacy, where it's like if I got hit by a bus tomorrow, everybody, a lot of people, you know, at my funeral, they'd say, "Hey, go watch Deter's essays on YouTube. That's his life's work. That's the purpose of, you know." And that's really it. Like, so for you, it's you following your passions. For me, it's kind of leaving behind something that hopefully someone will listen to at some point, because I know the enemy, plural, you know, now as well as anyone. I got into a fight. I just lost a friend recently who I actually reconnected with after a couple of years of not talking because of politics. And then we were connecting about football this last year, and then politics came up again recently. And I finally was like, dude, I'm taking the gloves off, man. I'm not going to hold back. I'm going to call you a white trash, treasonous Trump trash terrorist. I'm going to call you a traitor to this nation. I'm going to call you evil. I'm going to call you a Nazi. I'm going to call you a fascist. And I'm going to call you white trash. And I'm not backing down until you cave. Like, oh, I just want to have an argument. I was like, I'm done arguing with you. We've been trying to argue with you for 35 years, and it hasn't worked. You don't listen to arguments. You don't listen to arguments. And then here we are. What am I really saying? It's about the context. We are at war. If you agree that we are at war, all of the paradigms about what the best strategy and tactics are change.
Yeah.
Right? And if we're at war, the live and learn guys like Hutch and Pisco and fucking Soy Pill, they should be on board with us. Right. They shouldn't be worried. Oh man, we gotta. They're gonna piss off the centrists. They want their own
platforms. If they do it again, just from like a fucking content-brained position, if you recognize that the trend is DSA is popular, then you should be trying to jump on that fucking train. Or I guess their idea is, well, it's popular, but we could also shit on it and we'll make money doing that. Just like the people who decide, oh, I'm going to make every video is how the Marvel Cinematic Universe is going to fail. Because of wokeness. Or every DC movie.
You're talking about the
Fandom Menace, Geeks and Gamers, fucking all those fucks.
Nerdrotic.
Yeah, those are my fucking enemies. And I encourage everybody to go watch the latest episode of Good Morning Comrade. Shout out Jeff and Lumen.
But what those guys, what those live and learn guys, I don't understand is they're still caught up in capitalism. Like, it's a little bit like Rogan, where before Rogan got the Spotify deal, I really believe that he was trying to engage in self-edification and self-improvement and trying to grow as an individual. And then once he got that Spotify deal, it's like everything just stayed the same. Or he actually regressed and went back into conservative culture. And these guys, I think they just kind of gave up on systemic change at some point, if they even considered it. I mean, I don't know. I want to get on a show with them. I've worked with the Soy Pill before. He's a nice guy. But he has issues with the DSA. He has issues with Hassan. And I'd be interested to know, like, what's your plan? You know, you're saying the DSA sucks. What's your plan?
Yeah, Pac-Man, what's your fucking plan?
And who are your people, by the way? Like, is Gavin Newsom, you think, the future? If you're talking about Pac-Man, you know?
Yeah.
If you're talking about the live and learn guys, you think Hakeem Jeffries, Cory Booker, Jim Clyburn, like,
they're doing great.
Carvajal, like, you know, you think these neoliberals are, like, how can you, I guess my rage towards Hutch and Pisco and Soy Pill right now is coming from, like, this obvious conclusion that they're failing to acknowledge, which is the system is broken. We need a new system.
Yes.
It's that simple. Like, it's that simple.
And again, I
need a
was
new
just going to
system.
say, because it is about what's your fucking plan? Because
Right.
David Pakman's plan was, well, you got the DSA over here, you got the do nothing neoliberals over here, and I'm right here. I'm a third way, if you will, right in the fucking middle of that. So again, like, what does that mean? What are you splitting hairs over? Shut the fuck up, get in fucking line, or get out of the fucking way.
Well,
And
he would probably call himself a Zionist progressive, is what he.
yeah,
would
well, he
probably
can go
say.
fuck himself. There's no such thing. That's calling yourself a fascist progressive. This is fucking stupid. This is. Go check out the last episode of Good Morning Comrade. Great interview with two DSA leaders on that, and on specifically there was a question of endorsing AOC early and how learning the lesson of Bernie, like the earlier you do it, the more say you have in the more part of the campaign you are. And I think splitting hairs over like who's going to be like the progressive candidate, we know who it is. We know who it is. She's running. She's here. And I think this is a fucking good message that we can kind of end on here. Just talking about the fight, the big donors, the fascists, but also the neoliberals. And this was at an Abdul rally about a week ago.
You've also seen the suite of shameful and quiet bigotries that hide in the shadows. Racism, sexism, fear of our neighbor, that seem to rear their head the strongest when we get the closest to uniting across our differences. But I want us all to understand that that is what the last gasp looks like. That is what the last gasp looks like. They want us to think that these forces are too powerful for us to overcome, that this is just how things are. But the reason they've come at it so strong is because they know that this is their last chance. This is the last gasp of corruption, of bigotry, of big money in politics. And people are.
It's the last gasp of the Confederacy. It's the last gasp of neoliberal. It's the death throes of this neoliberal.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think that the fight against the old Confederacy, the fight against white trash America, the fight against Confederate flag waving, Bible beating gun nuts, aka MAGA, I don't think that's ever going to end.
I mean,
Not
that's
in
the
our
fight
lifetime.
against evil, and
Right.
that's the never-ending battle.
But that's
for sure.
she says it's the last gasp. It's that implies that if we just crush the elections in 26 and 28, MAGA will go away forever, and that's just not true. Like
No.
we need to make sure that we need to make sure no Republican is president for the next 40 years.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
it's
And
just
I
that
think
the baby boomers
get-
die off.
It's the Mamdani is literally modeling it right now. You get in and you don't stop running. Like he's running for mayor still. He's every single day he's making news. He's doing something. He's fixing something. He's getting the fucking city back on track to make this the greatest city in the fucking world. It always is, but we're gonna make it actually shiny and new and not smell like piss as much. It's gonna smell like piss, but not as much. So I think that's what you do nationally. Senators, do that for your states. Congress people, do that for your districts. President AOC, fingers crossed, knock wood, do that for the country. Keep running after you win. Every day, she's doing something that makes the nation a little bit better, changes the foundation, changes the way we think about politics, what government can do for you. Dieter, what do you think?
No, I think it's all good. I mean, I love the direction that she's been in. I mean, my whole thing is I want to get my hands on these people and coach them because there's not a political operative out there that I couldn't improve upon. But, you know, I'm not getting ahead of myself with AOC in the White House in 28, but it's they're multiplying, right? Abdul Al-Sayed will be
Multiplying,
hopefully
baby.
a great addition. Hong in Wisconsin will hopefully be a great addition. and it's continuing to grow. I just the only area that maybe we'll end on, just keep an eye out for, because there's two things. One is small business owners. I don't want them to be jeopardized or feel like the DSA is coming after them. We are anti-capitalist. We are not anti-commerce.
Zoran just did a whole slate of new reforms that are going to help cut red tape for small businesses here in New York.
Yeah, I saw that.
Fantastic.
So that's one thing that I hope becomes contagious. And then also, we just did the Utopia plan with Megan Romer on DSA on Fox News this last Sunday that, you know, went viral and was huge, and Joe Scarborough was reacting to it and so forth. There needs to be a transition plan. It's like, okay, here's the utopia. Well, like, how do we transform major corporations like, say, Walmart into a government-owned business, or
co-op,
co-op or something like that? Like, what does that transition actually look like?
Yeah, we need
those are the tough questions.
We need a Heritage Foundation wing of the
we need
DSA.
a think tank.
Yeah,
we do. We need a think tank.
And
that would absolutely be fantastic.
I think, look, I don't know much about the national structure of the DSA. I would hope there's people in there writing policy, writing fucking plans, writing the Project 2029, whatever the fuck. I would hope. But we shall see. And I'm going to leave y'all with, say your phrase.
Oh, don't forget. Don't forget. You don't get changed in America by asking nicely, everybody.
Next up is Absurdity Space with Christina and Forrest. And after that, you can watch the Good Morning Comrade episode I was just referencing with the DSA leads, because Lumen is out tonight. So have a great night, folks. Check out Christina and Forrest coming up next. And subscribe to...
How are you? So good to see you guys. Nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to be out here. Yeah, really appreciate you.
Let's begin with Medicare for all, because that is one of the most important issues in this race.
I went to medical school, and I've spent a lot of time thinking about the system. Wrote a whole book on it. And ultimately realized that the biggest challenge is not making the math work. The biggest challenge is not architecting the system. The biggest challenge is creating the political will to get there. I want you to imagine that next to your insurance card, you had another card. And that card was your Medicare card. It came to you the day you were born. And it didn't matter if you turned 26 or get married or get divorced or get a job or lose a job, that you could get healthcare with it. That's what Medicare for All is.
My uncle, he had a precarious healthcare situation, and he put off getting treatment for a while, and he ended up passing away from stomach cancer. I just think that really goes to show how far gone the system stands as it is right now.
Most people just put off having to do anything because the financial burden of actually getting the healthcare you need is more anxiety provoking than the possibility of being very sick. Now, the current system that we live under allows all of the corporations who make money off of our healthcare system to spend money to elect people who will then turn around and protect the industry. And they've, in effect, manufactured a bipartisan consensus that tells us we can't have guaranteed healthcare through Medicare for All. This is the question I always get. But doctor, how are you going to pay for it? Just remember, we already pay for it. Every single dollar that goes to the back pocket of an insurance CEO, every single dollar that goes to a pharmaceutical company, every single dollar comes from where? One of our pockets, every single one. And because you don't have to worry about that health insurance CEO's exorbitant salary, now all of a sudden the overhead off that system goes down. That's the vision of Medicare for All. We could have it if we actually were willing to fight for it.
My name is Lena Saad. I'm a clinical pharmacist. There's one patient that was not able to afford her oral therapy at the time, and we relied on giving her samples that we would get from drug companies, and I would literally take it and drive it to her on my way home. So how can we incorporate the pharmaceutical aspect into Medicare for All as well?
So one of the most important things we could do is negotiate prescription drug prices. Medicare becomes the buyer of all prescription drugs on behalf of all of us. And so it can use its power purchasing on behalf of the 350 million people in this country to start bringing those rates down. Here's the other crazy thing about pharma. Almost every pharmaceutical that has come to market in the last decade has had its roots in NIH-funded research. You know who paid for that? We did. Then some private company comes and buys the rights to this thing. Then they get to sell it back to the taxpayer at a ridiculous rate. I mean, that's insane to me.
My mom's from Canada originally, and it seems like the motive there is to keep the people healthy.
So what we really want is prevention. I'll be honest with you. I actually agree with Maha on a lot of things. Most people are like, wait, what? They're right about a lot of the problems. The solutions are batshit crazy, but they're right about a lot of the problems. I think we need to stop selling huge amounts of ultra-processed foods in ways that have us subsidizing them via a whole bunch of programs, when what we really want is people to be eating healthy foods in the first place, right? Like in our current system, let's be clear, a lot of people make a lot of money off of people getting sick.
I've been working for Ford Motor Company for 31 years now. I've had it nice being a UAW member that I've had health insurance my entire career. I find myself as a parent of a child with autism. I'm coming towards the end of my career. So that's one of my biggest fears. Where the care will be in place for him. I typically hold more libertarian views on something like this. So would we be doing like a single payer system?
It would be single payer. And what I want is that the government basically guarantees your health insurance. And that allows the healthcare providers to go out and say, look, if I can provide a better service, then I should win more patients. But it shouldn't be that your health insurance says, no, here's who's in network and here's who's out of network. So you're going to go here and you're going to like it. And I think there's a couple of pieces that we need to institutionalize. Number one, the governance of this system can't just change on a dime because you have a new president, right? And so the governance would have to live somewhere similar to the kind that we offer in the Fed, right? So the governance would have to sit under but separate from the executive branch in a certain way. We're the richest, most powerful country in the history of the world. And, you know, we fight wars for no reason. But whenever we talk about providing healthcare, everyone's like, well, I don't know if we could do it. Well, it's a choice. These are policy choices. I would rather not spend $1 trillion on war. I'd rather spend that money on healthcare and schools. And
Of course, you muted. Welcome to Absurdity Space. I'm Forrest Miller. This is Christina Oakes. We are, we're live. We're live right now.
And very tired.
Yeah. How did it go? How did work go? How's the puppy mill going?
I gotta do it for till Friday or whenever she gets back. It's getting annoying because this is cutting into all my shit that I do. So
yeah,
they're getting bigger, so they're becoming more difficult to manage. 3 litters.
Yeah, that's crazy. I thought you did the puppy stuff on your own, and then your mom joined you for the cleaning. But I guess this is cleaning.
Yeah, because we got to clean out crates of poop and paper, and it's annoying. But she's very. I mean, they're starting to. We're helping to wean them off the mama's milk and get them Epilac and all that stuff. So yay! We might have to start giving them shots. I'm like, I ain't doing that.
Yeah.
I don't know the first thing about doing that.
Yeah, you got to do it.
There's one puppy that hasn't, because they're Jack Russells. He hasn't gotten any of his spots or coloring yet, so he's like all white, and he's grown very attached to me, and he's gotten chunky. I'm like, I'm keeping this one.
You should. I mean, they're not going to notice. They've got if it's 3 litters.
Yeah. That's why I don't understand. I'm like, if you're gonna be a dog breeder or any breeder, you should be doing like 1 litter at a time.
Yeah.
Wait till all of your puppies are sold. Keep a few for breeding new litters in the future. And yeah, we did Titanic last night.
We did. Oh, I had a video that I was looking for that I couldn't find last night. There was a Lindsey Graham thing, and I finally found it.
When Trump goes knock knock, still gay.
No, that video is funny, but no, there's it's like there's something so bizarre about this. It's like this is from when he was still alive, but he was celebrating the start of the
yeah,
War.
obviously he wouldn't be doing this if he was dead. Well, you know what? Iran's like, we outlived Lindsey Graham.
This is him celebrating the Iran war at the start. And I just found this. It starts at like, I don't know. It's like feels like The Office about this. It's kind of incredible.
Yeah. The way it's
knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down.
Look what we've done here. I almost cried. Yeah. I mean, like, how long have we been pushing this?
Well, I mean, you've been pushing this for years, right?
Right. It's here. I talked to Trump this morning. Oh, he's Jack.
Yeah.
It's the best thing I've ever done. He loves blowing stuff up. So, there are a lot of people inside didn't want to do it. So I've had my challenges. But President Trump, when he gets into the zone, he listens, he asks good questions, no tweeting. He has done nothing. He hasn't tweeted much at all. No drama. He's been a great wartime president. I said last night that Trump and Bibi are like Roosevelt and Churchill. I mean, they're the right 2 guys to confront this evil.
That's crazy. This is the best thing Trump's ever did. We got inflation. We got high gas prices. What the hell, dude?
He talks about it like I don't know. Like, he's just like getting real worked up about it. But he talks about Trump like he's like a child or something. He's like, when he gets in the zone, no tweeting now. He hasn't been tweeting much at all. But he's right about that. Trump's been truthing instead.
Yeah, exactly.
Graham probably wasn't on True Social because Trump goes ham on there. But
yeah. Since we're gonna talk about the video about Abdul, it's so funny seeing so many liberals talk about him being a landlord in India or whatever, and they're like, this man who claimed to be working class I'm like, he's never claimed to be working class. He claimed that he's a doctor with privilege and wealth who wants to do good things, and he's a capitalist. Where did he ever say he was DSA? Like, we need to leave these people behind. It's clear they don't want to do shit. They want to be at brunch. They don't want to do anything. It's up to socialists to do something, because this is getting annoying.
yeah, but I mean, I don't think a lot of the people that are on Twitter, like, I don't think Twitter is representative of like any form of the general population. Like,
well, I mean, we're getting there considering this one black Twitter user went after James Talarico, was like, can you please disavow this one Twitter user? And it's like, oh God, please don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm just saying, like, I don't think, like, I don't know, like, I think a lot of these people are either influencers, want to be influencers, have some kind of stake in stuff or have some kind of stake in the political system staying the same because they're either people involved in politics. Like, the one thing about Twitter that always kind of blew my mind was that, like, journalists are really overrepresented on there. So it's basically journalists talking to journalists and then making a story out of stuff that happened on Twitter, or journalists talking to politicians and political consultants. And it's like, it's a giant feedback loop because Twitter never even, and I mean, I think it's way lower than this at this point, but the most users Twitter ever had was like 20% of the population. And it's like the most engaged a lot of times.
And now bots have overtaken people on Twitter now.
Yeah. But it's like, I don't know. It just always felt like this like elite political feedback loop to me, where people are making these conversations. I mean, obviously, like, there's normal people on there too, but
it's just getting to the point where internet is becoming real life, and I'm like, I don't want this shit going anywhere else and just stays on Twitter. It's like when people who hate Hassan Piker, go to him in person and say, yo, you shot your dog, fuck you, da 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 da. You
I don't think the internet is becoming real life. I think we're just on the internet too much.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's going to be becoming real life, considering how we're so online now that people just don't know how to behave properly in the real world. So they think that their online behavior is normal in real life. When if you were to come up to me and say, like, stuff, I'll be like, what?
I think there's a minority of those people, but I don't think that it's even that. I think people are like becoming desocialized, but I don't think it's just online that it's done that. Like, a lot of people are desocialized, like they didn't really talk to people for 2 years.
Yeah, the Fauci thing is crazy because of people forget, like, they're like, look at all he did. Look at these people that were suffering. I'm like, yeah, for like a few months. I'm like, seeing people completely covered in plastic, I'm like, this was like in March of 2020, people. We didn't know anything about COVID. Like, who cares that you didn't get your hair done for 2 weeks? Who cares?
I don't know. Fauci's like an 85-year-old man. They're like rushing to try to, do it's never gonna happen. They're never gonna actually prosecute Fauci, but they're rushing to say they're gonna do that because the guy's gonna be dead he's like old as fuck. He's really
he was there. He was in Reagan. He was part of the task force for the AIDS epidemic, I think, too, right?
Yeah, he goes back that far.
Yeah, he was a Republican and Democrats. Like, everyone was making out to be some like lived up whatever, and I'm like,
well, it was Trump that like appointed him to do all this stuff with COVID in the first place, and everyone acts like it was like,
they're like, why was he there? Well, Trump appointed him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was the head of the NIH over for a bunch of different presidents, all the way back to Reagan. And I think he was originally a Reagan appointee. But it's like, I don't know. It feels like
COVID was 6 years ago. Get over it.
Kind of a bipartisan figure. And like, I'm not even against, like, there's some stuff that happened during COVID in those circles, like, well, also just, I mean, Fauci kind of brought some of the stuff on himself by, like, he lied
by being so wishy-washy but I mean, like,
he also lied about masks. He lied about the fact that he was like, oh, in the beginning, he's like, oh, masks don't do anything. You don't have to put on N95 masks. And the whole thing was that there just wasn't enough N95 masks. And rather than actually talking to people and saying, like, hey, there's not enough right now, we need to ramp up production, he was just like, oh, they don't do anything. So he kind of started with the whole dishonesty thing, which he admitted under oath at one point. And he was just like, oh, I thought it was easier to, communicate it this way than that way. So I don't even particularly feel like, I don't know.
And that's what pisses me off. It's like, you did this to yourself. You're the reason why people are such deep into COVID denial that, like, they still talk about it, even though, technically all this shit was 6 years ago. I mean, we're still dealing with COVID, but, like, I don't know. It gets on my nerves when people, like, represent the entirety of COVID as, like, those first 2 weeks in March. Like, those first 2 weeks in March is what happened the entire time. Okay. I'm like, no, that's not what happened. I mean, people wiping their groceries. I'm like, that happened for like about 2 weeks. You guys couldn't stay home for 2 weeks. You guys wanted to get your nails done. You wanted to get your hair did. You wanted to do that. I'm like, stay home for 2. You know what I did for 2 weeks? When I was finally to try to flatten the curve, watch all of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia for the first time. rearrange my room. I did like
You hadn't
bake
watched-
bread, do
you
something
didn't-
fun.
you
You
didn't
have
watch
time
all
off
of
to
Always
yourself,
Sunny?
and you're gonna want to go out and work and do stuff. What's wrong with you people?
That was the first time you watched It's Always Sunny?
Yep.
Oh, well, I've been watching It's Always Sunny for a really long time then.
Yeah,
I don't
it
know.
worked.
I feel like it's just we don't do well with just as a society with like moments in time where everyone's unsure of everything, right? Like, and I notice this like with people trying to communicate with each other on Twitter and stuff. It's either like, you know, the idea of like misinformation or lying, or there's no like, you know, there's no middle ground or gray area where it's just like people don't know things, and then they learn more as time goes on and they figure stuff out. It always has to be like intentional misinformation rather than rather than the fact that maybe things are unknown and you evolve as time goes on and your responses to things evolve as time goes on. It always has to be that people are pushing purposeful disinformation or purposeful lies. And I noticed that in people's communication, it's getting more and more like that. It's like there's always an insistence that like, you know, either people are stupid when they say something wrong or they're lying. There's no in between where it's like, I don't know, because the thing about COVID during the actual pandemic, we didn't actually know that much about it for a long time.
And it said we were more focused on, you know, Pizzagate and QAnon and all that stuff. And I'm like, can you guys just go down the pre-Britney rabbit hole instead? This is like, I mean, I have people who COVID broke their brains that they still believe the craziest conspiratorial stuff, like The Weeknd is Michael Jackson, Elvis Presley is actually Donald Trump, like all the weird. Like I'm like, come on, seriously.
I actually kind of like that one. Elvis Presley's actually Donald Trump.
It's just a weird. Like I'm like, you know, they still think, you know, Armageddon's coming, you know, any day now, any day, you know, JFK, JFK's returning, and I just
Yeah, but
hate
that's
what COVID did to society as a whole.
like Americans are
Go on DuckDuckGo if you want the real truth. Like, oh Jesus Christ.
populations of Americans have believed since the founding of America that Armageddon's coming. Like soon, like they believed within their lifetime that Armageddon was happening. The entirety of, you know, American history, there's been people that believe that. So it's like that doesn't really surprise me that much. That something like QAnon caught on, because I feel like evangelicals in
I
particular.
mean, it's not on 8chan.
But I think evangelicals in particular in American history, which we've had evangelical Christians the entirety, right, of American history, like pretty much like the Second Awakening or whatever, it happened in like the 1800s. And I think the entirety of that time, and like before that, you know, you had Americans that just straight up believe like, oh, Christ is coming any day now. So it's like, it doesn't surprise me that they've been programmed to kind of believe something like QAnon where a savior is coming. It just, I don't know. It's the politicization of it, I guess, is what really kind of bums me out.
Yeah, because everyone's like, COVID is not the issue. Human trafficking from the Democrats and child sacrifice and panda eyes and all this weird stuff that they were coming up with. I was like, oh Jesus Christ.
Armageddon did come out.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, why? I mean, what disturbed me the most is when people would like make like Wilson from like Castaway as like, this is the symbol of pedophilia. Look at it. I'm like, guys, it's the thing from a movie that's been around for like almost for 20 years at the point. What's going? And the fact that they would choose to look up like graphic information about child rape, I'm like, you guys are fucked up in the head if you guys are actively looking for like graphic material. That's why they say always use DuckDuckGo to get because it's uncensored and you can search whatever you want. I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to do that. That's just disturbing.
Yeah, well, that's like voyeurism. There's always been like a voyeuristic element to. I mean,
but they care about pedophilia apparently, and I'm like, do you though?
There's always been like a voyeuristic, which is why something like like all of those shows where they try like To Catch a Predator obviously is like the first mainstream one, but like, or maybe not the first, but one of the early mainstream ones. Like there's been so many of those shows where it's like where they're hunting down pedophiles, and there's always like a voyeuristic element to it where it's like we wanting to see justice get done, but also kind of having this weird fixation on trying to figure out like the actual things of crime. Like true crime is like that too. It's like they're like people get obsessed with like sex crimes.
Yeah.
What if Armageddon happened? We're just living in the aftermath. I've thought about that. I'm like, what it like? I don't know. Like it would be crazy. It'd be crazy if this was like purgatory.
Yeah.
Not even hell. Like because hell's up here. Heaven's up here, hell's down here, and purgatory in the middle, where it's like, you're waiting to see if your life is good enough to go up to heaven or hell. I mean, maybe that's the Catholic in me.
I'm Catholic too. I know the whole thing about purgatory, but I'm like, nah, this has to be some form of hell. Purgatory seems more entertaining. The whole point, like, do you get to go to heaven or hell? We go look at your whole life and see every little thing you did wrong, and it's like, okay, cool. I could chill here for a while. Awesome.
I've always thought purgatory felt like, or was described like it would be like a waiting room.
And it's like which way, Western man? You know.
Yeah. But it's like, I don't know, once you're there, like, are there challenges? Like, do you have to, like, how do you earn your place in heaven or hell? I've never really, I don't know. It feels like, you're just waiting. You have to like step up to it's the medium place.
Yeah. Remember, like, this is the good place. Oh, this is the bad place. That show was good.
Yeah, I've only watched a couple episodes of that show. I love the new InfoWars account. That's
I know. Every time every time they come up with new like little ad for like a podcast episode, I'm like, yeah, I can see people actually watching this.
I really like just they have the Jim Rafferty, whatever his name is in this, but he was originally the Onion's like go-to like morning show person where they're making fun of morning shows. And then they all of a sudden use that guy as like a Steve Bannon / Alex Jones type figure, or not even like Tucker Carlson type figure.
Yeah. What are we doing? What's going on?
I found clips of like the morning show thing that they did in like 2011. I was like, oh shit. And I cut it together as like a thing they had a fake thing where they like made him get surgery. And he was getting like his kidney stones removed or whatever, and they brought cameras into the the doctor's office, and he's like, "I'm gonna show you a kidney stone removal surgery."
Yeah, they were apparently Alex Jones wants Trump to get impeached. I'm like, oh, funny stuff. Someone's angry. But also, too, it's like, it's getting to the point where, again, Democrats, don't want the Senate. They have no money. Everyone's like, well, so-and-so voted to impeach Trump. I'm like, yeah, how did that go? Did he get ousted in the Senate? No.
By the way, when I'm talking about the, I don't know, like content / like voyeurism of the thing, I'm not talking about the, like, I'm not talking about doing something in real life. I'm talking about using that as content, as grist for like a content mill. People are fixated on the content part of that and making money off of the content part of that and consuming the content part of that as a form of voyeurism, I think.
Yeah.
It's nothing to do with the actual like justice system.
Because people
and there's been people that have gotten falsely accused by true crime that weren't actually the perpetrators of the crime, and because true crime is always in a race for a kind of format where they're looking for some kind of like some kind of villain, or they're looking to exonerate someone, like they get it wrong, and they're not usually professionals, they're podcasters, so they get it wrong, and it's extremely dangerous to use real life crime situations as content. That's kind of my point.
Yeah. But it's getting out of hand. How with all the disinformation happening and these like definitely not paid influencers, saying stuff, and also too, what's funny is like you can tell like after a minute you can tell when people are getting paid. They cannot say no. Like they'll say, "Oh, Hassan's being paid by Russia," and I'm like, "Who's paying you?" And you can't deny it. You can't even deny it. And that's the thing. Every time I insult these people, I'm like, they can't insult me back because I'm not getting paid, but they are.
Yeah. But what else is going on in the world?
I mean, the primaries next Tuesday. That's gonna be fun. It's gonna be Cory, but I feel like I don't know. I need your thoughts. Do you think AIPAC is very cocky, thinking that Wesley Bell is gonna win? And so it doesn't seem they're putting as much money in her race to unseat Wesley Bell as compared to like Abdul and Haley Stevens, because my thing is, and you probably agree with me too, is that AIPAC will see something, we'll see a person, they'll try to oust them. If they can't, they give up. If they don't, they're fine. They tried doing it with AOC, she won still. They Ilhan Omar, they realize she still won. They still don't really do a whole lot with her. Rashida Tlaib, forget it. She's very loved in her district. I feel like AIPAC does that thing where it's like, okay, if we succeed, we don't have to do it again. But I feel like they're getting a little cocky, and knock on wood, Cori Bush has a chance to get her seat back in Congress.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's only so many resources that even AIPAC can kind of distribute into races. So they have to, they pump a lot of money into show races, especially because they only really started doing this in 2018. Before that, they would route people's money. They would bundle them. They would have like bundles of donors, or they would route people's money through other PACs. But they only really started getting their own PAC in 2018. So they're like pretty new at this. And
especially the NRA no longer being like the #1 super PAC in the country, because their own financial issues and interpersonal politics, and also they're spending money elsewhere in the world to try to lax gun laws in places that have very strict gun laws. So now AIPAC's like, we're #1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they really necessarily give up, but like they only have a certain number of resources they can ever really put into anything, and I'm sure they'll just keep pumping the number up and up and up. But it's like Cori Bush was their main target, in 2024, and it's like besides Jamal Bowman, like the two of them, and her running again. I bet it's I bet they're like, oh well, he's probably like Wesley Bell's probably safe, but I don't know. I mean, I think that people didn't really know.
Showing up to events. She like, it's so funny when people are like, well, she abandoned St. Louis. I'm like, no, she didn't. I mean, the eviction moratorium during COVID, like everyone's like, oh, she was like a celebrity act. I'm like, she was an activist. She was an activist for Black Lives Matter who was living in her car until she ran. That whole documentary with her, AOC, Paula G. Swearingen, and I think Alina Presley, they're all in that one documentary on Netflix.
Yeah, and then I think AOC was the only one that won, right? In that time.
No, Cori Bush won too.
Oh.
Yeah, people forget that she's been in office for a while. I think it's called Knock Down the House or something. Paula Jean was very bitter about her loss.
Wait, she got elected in 2020, Cori Bush.
Oh, she did. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
So she wasn't in that long. So she hasn't been in that long. She was only 2 years after AOC.
Yeah. Knocked Down the House 2019. Damn, that movie came out like quite a while ago. Now I forget which ones are the. I know it was Cori Bush was in it. Oh, AOC, Amy Valea. I don't remember her.
Oh, I remember. I vaguely remember her.
And Paula Jean.
Yeah, she was definitely very, very bitter about her loss.
I remember when she just said something about ketchup packets, and everyone was just calling her ketchup packets.
Yeah. But I feel like, knock on wood, Cori Bush has got this, because I feel like, AIPAC thinks they could just do a one and done. I feel like they do internal research and realize that for some people like AOC, and they can't try to oust. They can't put money because they're very popular in their districts. But with Cori Bush, they knew it was right after, October 7th, the animosity towards Israel wasn't as strong as it is now. And so for her, basically making, Wesley Bell puts Israel first. He doesn't put St. Louis first, because what has he done? I can't think of anything that he's done.
Did you see his
career? He was terrible. He wouldn't prosecute cops. He was prosecuting Black Lives Matter protesters. He was a Republican, helping Republicans. Like,
do you see his recent ad?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, where he's like, I'm a fighter. I still don't know what he was fighting for. Her seat didn't get stolen by redistricting, as far as I remember. It was just that he was able to just flood the zone with so much money, and because she was progressive and she wasn't taking corporate PAC money and she wasn't taking AIPAC money and she wasn't taking anything like that.
And they were talking about how she betrayed Biden and didn't vote. I'm like, but here's the thing though. You could argue Manchin and Sinema messed up that important, Build Back Better bill anyway. There's other members of the squad who didn't vote in favor of that bill too. Why aren't they getting attacked? Only her.
He was also he's kind of been dishonest, Wesley Bell, since like the very beginning. He was kind of elected in the wake of Michael Brown and that and like that police shooting and everything that happened with Ferguson. And he was basically saying he had a bunch of activists. He was running for district attorney at the time. And he had a bunch of activists that got involved in his campaign because he promised them that he was going to go after the cop that killed Michael Brown and prosecute him, and he did not. And he very much did not. And so from that, like from the beginning, he's kind of run these very dishonest campaigns. He was also and Cori Bush pointed this out. He was the campaign manager for like a very far right Republican during the Tea Party.
Yeah, that's not good. During the Tea Party, that's when the Republican Party had one of the most drastic shifts. You know.
But this is the ad that I was talking about.
I'm a fighter.
Yeah.
Boom.
That you fight. It matters who you fight. I'm Wesley Bell. And in Congress, I'm fighting the billionaire special interest. And I'm fighting Donald Trump, whose racist, reckless actions put us all in danger. But who does Cori Bush fight? She fights Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and other Democrats. Cori Bush even called Kamala a fascist. Come on, Cori. I approve this message because I'll always stay focused on the right fight, beating Donald Trump.
When have you ever beaten Donald Trump, though?
I can't even name anything he's done while he's been, and like, you know, I
It's like Haley Stevens, you know, the whole thing, like, oh, she worked for like an Obama committee like almost 20 years ago. That's all she's got, you know, like.
I mean, I think that if she was running on stuff, that actually would probably be very powerful because she had worked on, you know, the auto rescue.
Yeah.
Obama, and I think
brag about that. She can't even really brag about that.
But well, that is what she's bragged about. But that's what happened, you know, like literally almost 20 years ago. She was on that committee, the auto rescue committee. But she used the same clip where she was running against Andy Levin at the time. You know, like, and he was a rabbi. You know, he had been a rabbi, and he was like a local rabbi for like a long time. But he, you know, had criticized. He wasn't even like, I think he was a liberal Zionist. He wasn't even anti-Zionist or like, you know, explicitly pro-Palestine. But this is obviously, you know, it was before October 7th, so these kinds of things didn't resonate as much. And AIPAC flooded the zone with like a whole lot of money that time too, on behalf of the non-Jewish candidate that was not a rabbi. You know, like it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it was just so weird watching her accent become more and more fake as like the debate went on.
Yeah, there's a few of those.
You could tell she's faking it because the way she's like purposely moving like her mouth, her jaw, and all that. I was like, yeah, I know when people are putting on a fake accent, they really like.
There's you know, one of my favorite Republican guys because they're just so exasperatingly kind of over the top. Senator John Kennedy.
That Foghorn Leghorn. He wants to put on that accent to sound like he's actually from Louisiana.
Well, yeah, I think he's from Virginia, I think, but his whole deal is that like he was like a Rhodes Scholar that went to Oxford and got 2 degrees. He got 2 separate doctorates, I think, in law from Oxford, but he pretends to just be like an idiot Southern bumpkin every single time, and it's like, that's not who you are, and he does the fake accent.
Yeah.
This is what I said this last night. I see it. Or the other way he says,
I have it as a sound alert on my Twitch channel, Josh. Where have you been?
Josh doesn't know anything that's going on.
Anyway.
Yeah, he did. It is kind of pulling in Elizabeth Holmes.
Making her voice deeper and sounds like Mark Zuckerberg. That thing. Yeah, that was weird. But but Hillary Clinton did it too because, you know, she's from Illinois. You know, lived in Arkansas because, you know, that's where, you know, I guess she met Bill Clinton or whatever, was handed a Senate seat in New York. But when she came to South Carolina, she's like, I may not be the youngest candidate in this race, but I've been coloring my hair for years. And I was like,
yeah, she also said, I'm in no ways tired.
I was like, what are you doing? Don't do that. Like,
AOC kind of did that in Memphis recently.
I'm like, why? I'm like, that's like Bernie Sanders suppressing his Brooklyn accent, like his old school. Like, no.
I think Hillary Clinton was talking to like a church, and she's like, I'm in no ways tired. And it's like,
so stupid. I hate when candidates do that. You're traveling around. Can you imagine AOC putting on like the fakest accent?
Recently did in Memphis.
Oh yeah, that's right.
She had a fake accent. Well, I don't know. But I mean, I always wonder like how much of that in some cases is like somebody kind of just being in a place and kind of taking on like that kind of
You
preacher
gotta be there
accent.
for a long
Yeah.
time though to
But I'm
adapt
saying,
that
like, if you're
accent.
speaking extraneously, like
I lived down here my whole life, and people are like, "Where's your accent at?" And I'm like, "I tried very hard." Because even when I do a fake one, they're like, "Christina, you suck at doing a Southern accent." I'm like, "Yeah, and I lived here my whole life."
it's like it's not even a
But I feel
Southern
like when I move
accent.
back up, people up north are like, "Whoa, your accent's very Southern."
It's not even like a Southern accent they try to do. It's like the black preacher accent or something. Like it's very weird. It's like
Yeah.
yeah, and it's like a lot of candidates try to do that, and it'll be like a person that's
Yeah, they try to do it to get the black vote, and I'm like, please don't do that.
Remember when Hillary Clinton pulled hot sauce out of her bag?
Yeah.
They're like, "What do you carry around in your bag?" And she's like,
"Hot sauce."
And she was talking to Charlemagne the God, and he's like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, he's like, "Yeah, right." And everyone's like, "Well, actually, she does because she casually, takes a few sips of it." I'm like, "Shut up."
Takes a few sips.
Kamala was on. I think she was on the Breakfast Club saying like, "I smoked weed listening to Snoop Dogg," and everyone's like, "You were not in college in 1992. What are you talking about?"
You know what? Well, I think because I think she went to college.
You were in college in the 80s.
Yeah. No, there was. Do you see that clip that was going viral on Twitter? That's like the guy puts hot sauce in his eye.
Yeah.
That Hillary Clinton should have done that.
Yeah.
Hillary
Prove
Clinton
it.
Should have been like, "Let me show you something, Charlemagne." And then I would have been like, "You know what? I believe her. She carries that hot sauce in her bag like eye drops."
Clear eyes is awesome.
I'm in no ways tired. It actually kind of infuriates me that it's not just Hillary Clinton. RFK, the original, like RFK Senior, not RFK Junior, like was never living in New York, and then we kind of just gave him a Senate seat. Hillary Clinton was not living in New York, like up until we gave her a Senate seat. Like, why does New York have to be the state that gives these people a Senate seat?
Yeah.
Like I want a senator from New York that lives
Like
in New York.
Chuck Schumer, right?
Well, Chuck Schumer better not give his Senate seat to like, I don't know who's the next Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
The senator from New York, Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that's like carpetbagging. That's like I'm like yeah. There's like there should be rules about like how long you've lived. Like everyone's like, you should run against Cory Booker. I'm like, yeah, but not like my first year living in Jersey. I should be like in my 40s running, because I feel like he's gonna be one of those incumbents who just keeps winning his Senate race. No one wants to go up against him. It's fine. But like, I can't just, what do I know about New Jersey besides, pork roll, Central Jersey's real.
Future accent. Well, Pete Buttigieg is one of the ones that tried to do like an Obama accent, pretty much, didn't he?
Yeah,
like
they all do it.
Abdul kind of does it.
Josh Shapiro.
Yeah, but
He got the cadence. He's got the tone and everything. I'm like, oh god, no, you're not.
I like Abdul Al-Sayed, but he kind of does do the Obama voice sometimes when he's talking. And I'm like,
I like that ad with his grandparents who do like the eye-catching scary Fox News. Where does Abdul Al-Sayed come from? Oh, where his grandparents? We can tell him. I forgot. Is his mother white? Because his grandparents are white.
No, I think his parents are both Egyptian, if I remember correctly.
Oh.
They're like, but they both are like, they came from Egypt. I think they like met at Cairo University or something, if I remember.
Romantic.
Yeah. And then they came here because obviously, like, it's way better to get an engineering job in Detroit. At least.
Who do you think Forrest is? Michael Brooks?
Let me be clear.
Can't even do it.
Imagine if I came out and I was like, "Welcome to movie night extravaganza."
I think it's funny. There's that one white dude who does a good Obama voice. Like everyone's like, if you get the folks, it's like, whoa. Like even Hassan was like, "Is this like black voice? What is this? Is this appropriate for like a?" I was like, "Oh damn!" And he was doing the whole like, "Here's how I do it." I'm like, "Yeah, I can't get it. I can't get it." I think I don't know what the guy's name is, but like Hassan talked about him. And he did the whole he did all the Obama, doing like an Obama speech, and then he was about to get interrupted. He's like, "Let me finish," and I was like, "Oh, yeah, that's him. Yep, that's Obama."
I guess it's just his dad that was from Alexandria, Egypt, but yeah. But I remembered like reading that his parents had like, but no, his parents are both I think Egyptian. I'm not mistaken. But it's I don't know. Yeah, both parents are Egyptian. But it's like, you know, people in Egypt though like have pretty different looks. You know what I mean? Like
different skin tones and different
yeah.
shades. And,
It's like a
yeah.
pretty diverse. I mean, just historically, it's been a pretty diverse place. Like, there's been like a lot of Greek influence. There's been a lot of, you know, like North African influence, and then people have immigrated from other parts of Africa. Like, Egypt is such a kind of interesting place because it's in the Arab world, but it's also like, you know, it's in the African like African continent. But then it's also kind of like throughout history has been, you know, a lot of like Greek influences come through there at various times. I mean, you know, like people talk about the stuff with Cleopatra, like she was Greek. You know, like Hellenistic, I guess is the word for it.
Dude, can you, speaking of whatever, everyone's, I guess there's a new wave of people learning that I'm really important guy was the white guy in the Pretty Fly for a White Guy music video.
I remember learning that the first time, like, I don't know, like a couple years. I never even heard of that guy, but people clip, like, I don't watch streams, like, I only see stuff on Twitter, and it's like, it was just like right when I think October 7th happened, that guy was like everywhere for a little bit.
Yeah, because he's like, my family members served in the IDF. They can't say no. I'm like, yeah, you can. You get like a slap on the wrist for it. What the hell? Like, even I called him out on it. I was like, what the dude? Come on.
I'm kind of offended. They should have gotten a non-Jewish white guy to be the I'm pretty fly for a white guy.
Yeah.
Like Jews are white, but like, you know, I mean, I feel like they should have found like an Anglo guy, you know?
Yeah. Like Anglo,
we can't even, you know, we can't. Well, I mean, I'm Italian, so I guess I'm on the same outskirts as Jews. But you know, white guys in America can't even be in the "I'm pretty fly for a white guy." Video.
Yeah, exactly. Real white representation, no more. You know, even in 1990, whatever.
Key and Peele are in white and nerdy. I forgot.
Yeah, right after like Mad TV and all that.
Yeah, they pull up in the car while he's mowing. He's mowing his front lawn.
Also, shout out to Weird Al. He's cool. He's anti-genocide. He was not anti-AI. He ain't taking money from Saudi Arabia. Like, he's so cool. I love it.
Don't let Zoran know you could do a great Idi Amin. It was like scare him out of the city.
Yeah.
His dad was like one of the Indian Ugandans that was like kicked out by Idi Amin and then had to move back to Uganda again after like a few years when they did like the Ugandan genocide in the 70s.
Yeah.
So you know, don't let the mayor know.
Yeah. Isn't it kind of weird that people are fear-mongering about the government-owned grocery stores when I'm like, commissaries exist?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like. That's one of the, in my opinion, of all the policies that Zoran had during the primaries and stuff. Like, I've always felt like that was the weakest one. It just feels like that's a lot of money for something that's, you know, experimental. But I'm not like against it. I just feel
surprised.
like,
I mean, that's the reason why they're so mad at him. They're like, he's doing stuff that we say we can't do, and he's proven that we can do stuff, but we don't want to do it because, you know, whatever. But it's just so funny. I'm like, and everyone's like, how can you do that? I'm like, guys, commissaries exist on military bases.
Yeah, well, there's also just been multiple cities that, I mean, it's kind of unfortunate.
Other countries do it too.
Well, Chicago has city-owned grocery stores, but they're closing right now, I guess, because Chicago's kind of out of money. But there's been like a few cities that have quietly kind of done stuff like that. But I don't know. It's unfortunate. Like there's a story that broke, like Brandon Johnson's closing down the last of like Chicago's experiment in city-owned grocery stores like this week. It's like, oh man, this is the worst time.
Johnson's been an utter failure for Chicago.
Yeah. I don't know. I saw.
I feel like New York City is the better experiment to do all that though.
I was stuck at Midway Airport for like 2 hours.
You
like
blamed him?
month. And I saw, but I saw his picture on the thing, and I was like,
"Oh, damn you, Brandon Johnson!"
Yeah, I was like, "Let's go, Brandon." It's not even, but Midway was fine. It's like LaGuardia that I've had problems with every time. LaGuardia.
Damn you, LaGuardia.
Fiorello LaGuardia.
You might have been a great mayor forever and did a lot of good stuff, but damn you. I mean, they're comparing him to LaGuardia because of all the shit he's getting done. So
I don't understand why politicians want to have airports named after them. It seems like
or
they're
highways
places
or libraries. Yeah.
It seems like they're places of like utter misery and boredom. Like I would like somewhere that if I was a mayor and they were like, oh, I'd like to name something after you. I would like something that's like
a nightclub.
Yeah, I mean,
a weed dispensary. I don't know.
I don't. It's just funny. Like I don't think people get
Movie theater?
people don't like the airport at all.
Yeah.
And I've never seen an airport.
No matter, you could be 4 hours early and still somehow miss your flight.
Yeah. Well,
like Dan was like, I'm fine. We're gonna leave like 20 minutes before my flight leaves, and I'm like, are you sure that's a good idea? And then he ended up missing his flight.
Well, yeah. I mean that's he did something stupid.
Yeah, that's just how he operates. He's not someone who is prepared and organized and thinks ahead. Peace and love. But like, I was like, shouldn't you have been packing last night?
I think the first time I found out that I'm really important was he was on a panel with Destiny in 2020 challenging Joshua Socialist Trucker Collins. Yeah, it does sound incredibly eternally online.
Oh, Jesus. Shout out to Socialist Trucker.
I found I think it was like right after October 7th that guy started being around everywhere. But I remember I really liked The Offspring for a long time. And so like I don't know, it was crazy to find out that guy was in the video. That was I'm pretty fly for like how do you do political commentary after that?
Yeah.
You're like the whole point of the video is that like you're nerdy, you're white, and everyone kind of hates you, and you think you're cool, and you think you're a black guy. And it's like that guy's like, guess what? I'm doing serious political commentary. It's like, shut up. You're not fly for a white guy.
Oh man. That's funny though. When I was like, what? Well, but one of them's dead.
That's the one I'm voting for.
Yeah. That's the only Beastie Boys song that's played on the radio is "Fight for Your Right to Party."
Gotta fight for your right to party. I feel like they play
that made fun of frat culture, and they're like, "This is our song. This is our anthem," and they're like, "Fuck, man."
I feel like they play "No Sleep Till Brooklyn" on the radio sometimes. Brass Monkey they play on the radio sometimes. But I don't know. I love a good Brass Monkey. Like I like taking the like when they used to have glass 40s, not this plastic bullshit. I like taking the 40 and shaking it up and putting orange juice in it. And then I don't know, those were like delicious. So like but I found out about those from the song Brass Monkey. And like I would bring those over to my friend's house and be like, it's Brass Monkey night, baby.
Yeah. Did you
made every 40 plastic, and now it's Sabotage too. Sabotage gets played on the radio.
Yeah. Did you see I love More Perfect Union because they're always doing these deep dives and stuff. Like, you know how like all of our food tastes the same when we go out to eat or whatever, if we could afford to go out to eat, because Cisco has like all the food, owns all the food distributing and all that. Well, they were interviewing someone who actually gets everything locally sourced, and she's like, if I were to get like the sourdough bread from like a company from Cisco and not make it homemade, they would notice a difference. Like she makes everything from scratch for her breakfast brunch restaurant. And I'm like, it's getting harder for a lot of local restaurants.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of places say they're locally sourced and it's like,
and they're not. You could you could tell when something's like, I've had this from like Applebee's or Chili's or whatever. But I mean, I swear those Nashville hot mozzarella sticks from Chili slap though. But like you can tell like, oh, these are all the same jalapeno poppers I've eaten at every other restaurant.
Well, and a lot of those things, when it's specifically something like jalapeno poppers or like mozzarella sticks or like stuff like that, they always get them frozen a lot of times and they just throw them in like the fryer.
Frozen, they just fry it.
Yeah, so that makes sense why they kind of taste the same everywhere.
Yeah. How can you make mozzarella sticks any different? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, unless you put like something in like a flavor of on the breading or whatever,
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of places that are pretty pretentious that would claim that they do something different with something like mozzarella sticks. So I feel like that's a big thing now. It's like we do our own like locally sourced cheese and the mozzarella sticks, and it's like I don't know, man.
Yeah. And then another one was about data center out in Virginia, where there was like a bit of like a blackout throughout the country on the 24th, and this guy has a device that you can plug in that kind of monitors like electricity, and like if there's like a hiccup or whatever, it reports it or whatever. I'm like, oh, because everyone's like, well, data centers are supposed to run on their own electricity. I'm like, okay, but we don't have the infrastructure to have these things built. There's
I don't really get how you
on the electrical grid regardless. And again,
I don't think they would do that outside of the already existing electrical grid, which means that they tax the electrical grid, which means obviously, I mean, around the country, rates are already going up.
Yeah. My electric bill's like $300 for 1 month.
my electric company, I've talked about this before, but my electric company used to be publicly owned, and they got sold to like a Qatari / Canadian company or something.
Yeah.
And so they got privatized, and then they started out of nowhere pretty much like raising rates, but not telling people how much, like not actually
like 20% or what, you know.
Well, just like I had friends that got $3,000 electric bill because they just assumed like they're not going to actually contest it, but they did it to like everybody. So all of a sudden, people had to go to like court, and they had to sit through these hearings, and it became a big scandal because, they're still kind of doing parts of it where it's like, you know, the company was just suddenly charging people like $3,000 when their electric bill was like $150 the day before, or whatever, the month before, out of nowhere, plus raising rates. Like, and then after all of that, the CEOs and the executives of this company gave themselves bonuses during that year, where it's like they're already going through these massive hearings, and they're like, oh, it's just our computer system's doing it, it's not us. But then you go to contest it, and it's like a whole thing to try to get your electric bill to go back down.
Yeah, because a lot of people are like, well, AI is killing us, and I'm like, because they have it all figured out. Their data centers aren't absorbing electricity, they're providing electricity, they're not using up water, they have the infrastructure, and they had it all figured out. Meanwhile, we're just rushing into this without actually doing the research, and of course everyone is suffering because people are like, they're thinking that it's like fracking, where people are lying about like what's going on in their backyards, in their homes. Remember how like a lot of people were saying like, you know, my water is like, you know, I turn on the faucet, I can light up and something lights up or whatever. Or
remember when Obama drank the Flint water?
Yeah. Ugh.
That was insane.
Yeah, I was like, no, don't do that. Or like, you know, because a lot of people are like, you know, it's so loud and I'm experiencing blackouts throughout the day and the water pressure sucks. That's not fake. I'm documenting this. This is my experience. Yet people think I'm lying about this. It's because we have a data center that's in our backyard now. The whole neighborhood, the whole community suffering. No, it's not that.
Do you think Obama will one day like get some kind of weird cancer because he drank the Flint water?
Wouldn't that be hilarious?
I'd be like, bro, that's crazy.
You did that to yourself for trying to sabotage Bernie in 2020.
He'd still be trying to claim that like, I don't know. He'd still be trying to claim that like, oh, it's some kind of other cancer, and it's like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
New Hampshire does have government run liquor stores.
Nice.
New Hampshire's only allowed to have government run liquor stores. They have like these weird laws about liquor in New Hampshire. Stuff from local Amish store because they have good cheese selection, better than the others, while being very aware that many Amish are known to repackage food and resell it as local and organic.
Wow, Amish people who make their own butter and bread from scratch are lying to us? Who would have thought? I thought they don't need that technology.
I have like the Bruderhof, like not Amish, like the Mennonites that live one like a town over or something. They have like a Mennonite school, which is like they're the Amish pretty much, but like, you know, they're like slightly, I'm not saying slightly above, slightly more technologically able, or technologically, I don't know, like they're allowed to use more technology and buy more things than the Amish are.
Yeah.
So I like there's a community of men, like the girls from that school went to our high school, or like from that community went to our high school for classes. So I remember seeing them. They like make their own clothes and stuff.
Yeah, we're living in Amish paradise.
I think Amish and Mennonites don't like each other.
Yeah.
And there's like, because I was reading something where I was reading about like Amish people, and there was something that happened in a town where there was like gang activity. It was like Amish gangs. There was a crime that happened, and it was like,
can you imagine Amish gangs?
But the Amish blamed. I think it was a lot of like drunk and disorderly teens that were running around at the time. Because this is when someone on Twitter was like, someone on Twitter said, "You don't see gangs of drunken Amish running around." It's like, no, actually you do. And there's been Amish meth dealers too that have gotten in trouble for that. But there's this community where they had a gang of roving teenagers that were like, and the Amish said that they were Mennonites, and the Mennonites said that they were Amish.
Huh.
They were blaming it on each other.
It's like,
there was another place that had a bar, because you're technically allowed, I think, to get drunk as an Amish person, kind of, but like they frown on it. and there was a back door into this bar in a community, and the Amish were calling it the Mennonite door, and the Mennonites were calling it the Amish door to like try to blame the other ones for the
So weird.
like. But if you see them, you can't really. I mean, I'm sure there's like some noticeable differences, but Amish are far more like conservative about things than the Mennonites are.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rules. Yeah, I mean, it's not like, it's not like a hard and fast rule kind of thing, but I think Mennonites are usually just able to be more technologically advanced than the Amish are, because it's like, the Amish are like a very specific. The Amish are Mennonite, but they're like a very specific sect of the Mennonite, like sect,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we can we can call it because you're tired, and it's not actually that eventful of a week when you really think about it. Besides besides Lindsey Graham getting out of his casket and dancing around and going,
yeah,
wait, we could do more war. We could do more war, and then Trump goes, "Get back in, Lindsey," and slams the door. He's Trump opens the casket and lets zombie Lindsey Graham like devour a bunch of Iranian children.
Oh boy.
He's like, I have a secret weapon. Yeah, so we're starting our Batman Christopher Nolan watch through of the Christopher Nolan Batman movie.
I think in order to do a group chat with Gus, we're gonna have to do Discord for that.
Okay. All right, we could do that. Oh, on the schedule, just don't forget to write which guests we have, because I got to send that schedule to Chris so he can make the old artwork for it. But yeah, so we're doing the Batman movies next Monday, and then I think on Tuesday, the space during our normal movie night extravaganza time is going to be watching the Cori Bush Wesley Bell primary. I think there's a bunch of other
and Abdul as well. Abdul's is the same day.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
So it's probably good that we're not checking the thing every 5 seconds while the show is going.
Yeah,
on.
especially because Gus is also just politics, so Conan would be like this the whole time.
Yeah. Like, oh, in this case, Batman began, and so did Abdul Al-Sayed getting the small lead in the primary.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're doing the Dark Knight a week after that with Freddie. Excited to meet via podcasting Freddie, because I mean, I know him from Twitter. Like, we talk on Twitter all the time. And then yeah, I think that's what we have going on. Oh, we also have on the Silver Globe, not under the Silver Globe, on the Silver Globe with Renee. I think it's gonna be not this Saturday, but next Saturday on the 8th. So look out for that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Thanks for joining Absurdity Space.
Bye.
Good morning, comrades. You are listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Jeff here with a couple of very special guests. First, let's introduce our returning champion, Alex Quinteros. Welcome back, Alex.
Thank you, Jeff. Hello. Welcome. I'm glad to be back.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Well, That's a lie. I'm doing as well as any working class person could be doing in this moment, you know,
Mm-hmm.
1,000 different things to do, but you know, you just got to keep doing it.
That's the task ahead of us. We also have a brand new guest on the program. It is her first appearance on here, coming to us from San Antonio, Texas. Lexi Garcia. Hello, Lexi.
Hi, good to be here. Thanks so much for having me. How's it going?
I'm doing okay. Oh, you know, as of recording, we have y'all are, you know, South and West Coast. So y'all aren't getting as much of this, but we have this big cloud of just horrible, like, forest fire blowover from these unfortunate Canadian wildfires, and it's just, I guess, just another achievement for us in the road to climate death, I suppose. But we're going to stop it. We're going to pull the brakes on that runaway train. But I did want to ask you just to introduce yourself to our audience and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Hi, I'm Lexi. I am an organizer in San Antonio, Texas since 2019. I've been a DSA member since 2020. And I have served as co-chair of the local chapter for 3 years. Right now, I'm taking more of a role in our immigration organizing and Palestine solidarity, as well as, you know, how we weave those into our electoral campaigns. And yeah, I've been in the movement since 2016, and really happy to be on and talk all things DSA.
Yeah, and that is what we did want to talk to you about, is the immigration organizing and Palestine solidarity work, among other things, that you know, an organization like DSA can really needs to be engaged in, not just because, like, it's the right thing to do. It's the right, like, without immigrants, this country is nothing. Without, I mean, it's just the idea of America, which was sort of created on this, at least rhetorically speaking, promise of, you know, give me your tired, poor, huddled masses and all this other stuff. And the idea of America deporting, you know, basically coming after immigrants and people who might not have documentation or whatever, is essentially the equivalent of America taking a shotgun, pointing it at its own face and pulling the trigger. Like, it really is such a self-defeating, and in addition to the immorality and horror of it, it's just like wrong. And it's self-defeating. It's disgusting. So I can't help but I can't help but just, like, harp on that, you know.
Yeah, I would say, Jeff, I mean, I think a lot of folks in the U.S. agree with you, right?
Yeah.
I think, you know, with the work that for my 9 to 5, we focus in the Southwest, in the South and Southwest, and but I live in Los Angeles, and, you know, with so many, I mean, I believe it's more than 60 people that have been that have died either at the hands of ICE or in detention centers, and I mean, this is exactly why the system was set up to do, right? To, like, literally oppress Black and brown bodies and undocumented people, to profit for the billionaire class. But we do see that, you know, they do all these polls, and you can see the amount of people that hit the streets that are not in favor of this, are not, like, actually are very much in support of abolishing ICE, because it is, you know, it is a terrorist, like, militia group that has been just, like, militarized by the state. So it is unfortunate, but there are different ways, you know, and I'd love to hear more of Lexi too, of the work that that workers are doing in Texas, right? Because it's also, like, a different fight, knowing that also the state is coming after activists as well. But at the same time, it's like, it's incredibly important work to be fighting against this and to really be there for our communities.
Lexi, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, you're right. People are fully against this, and we see it time and time again whenever there is the latest atrocity like that. Momentum is fueling our organizing day in and day out. It doesn't stop whenever, you know, the news stops talking about Lorenzo. There's always a next step, a next ask, and a way to tie it to the everyday conditions that workers face, including immigrant workers. And so in Texas, we're, particularly situated in extreme racist laws that embed the police with ICE. And not only are those laws embedded into people's daily lives and freedom of movement, but they are used against everyone, even if you have status. And so
Absolutely.
what a lot of people that are coming into this movement now are finding out is that if we don't protect our immigrants, like our immigrant community, like no one is protected. And we see that whenever, in Texas, there is something called SB4, the Show Me Your Papers law, which codifies blatant racism by law enforcement to ask anyone who is brown, who is speaking Spanish, who is driving a pickup truck. These are
it's just legalized profiling. Like it's
Yeah.
literally what it is.
Yeah, to show them that they're a citizen. And there was a raid on a food truck park that ended up like rounding up just anyone who was there catching a meal after their late night shift. And our response was, a public demonstration, but then also canvassing that area and making sure that people know that ICE is in the area. We hit up the council person in that district, made sure that she told us exactly what hand SAPD, San Antonio Police Department, had in this. And that just illuminated and opened up all of these things about how our local law enforcement is aiding and abetting a terrorist organization in our city.
And you 100%. And I think the thing that is really important to underline in what you're saying right now, and again, this is in addition to the immorality of coming after people who are just trying to eat after a shift, or breaking up families and locking like babies in cages and all this other stuff. I think in a sort of like a zooming out 20,000 foot, like you said something that was really important, that these are tactics that are not going to be, even if it were, it would be unacceptable, but they're not tactics that will be limited to these groups that are targeted. They're coming at everybody. And if you're going to look at it from a class perspective, even, like these are our brothers and sisters. These are people that are working class just like us. And so what this is directly is an attack by a capitalist state on working class people.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
If I could add to that really quickly, I think one of the things is, in the immigrant community, and where I know right now there's like a lot of focus on the Latino community, but like it really does encompass so many other folks. And also in the way that a lot of these tactics have been used historically against Black Americans in this country, right, with the police, also against indigenous people and of the genocide of indigenous people, and also the connection to Palestinians, right, knowing that these are the kind of infrastructures and the systems that they're using right now to surveil us are the same ones that Israel has been using to commit a genocide against Palestinian people, right? So this is all connected in terms of talk about working class, and especially the capitalist and the billionaire class are the ones that really benefit from us kind of fighting internally. And obviously, like there's a lot of conversations, and I don't want to like diminish the really important conversations that we have in terms of how like Latinos can also be upholding oftentimes white supremacy, right? But ultimately, it is that underlying understanding that you said, Jeff, that this is a working class issue, and this is like a working class issue that goes beyond borders and beyond countries.
100%, 100%. Because again, the capitalist class. Capital transcends borders, but for some reason they're used to gate people in, and that is one of the main mechanisms that are, the United States can create death, havoc, destruction. Just this year, we kidnapped the president of Venezuela. We're holding him, just completely without any charges, even really, just detention. And that's not going to create people that are going to be forced out of their country and find places that they would need to work, be that somewhere else or be that the United States. I mean, the United States foreign policy creates refugees and then even brings refugees in and then just polices the crap out of them.
Yeah, I mean, we see this with TPS too, and I'm curious to know, like, Alexi, if you guys are seeing this in Texas as well, but like literally that, right? Like there's a situation, you have temporary protected status, that's what TPS stands for, and it's a work permit. It's not any form of residency. It's not, there's not like a clear guideline to citizenship because it's literally just a work permit. And I think it's also very telling that a lot of these raids that are happening are at workplaces. It's when people, this entire, like these lies of, we're going to make America safer or we're going after criminals. It's like, really? Because the people that you have been killing have been at work. People that are literally, that build their communities. We see this especially with what happened in Texas, right? With a construction worker. I'm blanking on his name right now.
Joan? Lorenzo?
Lorenzo. Araujo.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Like who had been, in Houston for 35 years, right? So, yeah, I think it's just it's a lot of tragedy, and I think also a moment for us to really figure out what are the things that we can do to continue to protect each other. Not only like at the ballot, but not in like the DNC way, but like in the DSA way, And, what would that look like? And also just having the community defense. And we've been doing business canvassing here in Los Angeles, and where I work, where we do work in the Southwest, we've trained up to 3,000 people nationwide since last year on business canvassing, like when we go around to small mom and pop shops and let them know about their constitutional rights, specifically the 4th and 5th Amendment. And and it's worked. We've actually seen, we've had people come back to us and tell us like, hey, we went to this place. They told us that a week later I showed up, and they actually knew, they felt empowered. They knew how to, actually not only did they know their rights, they knew how to invoke their rights, and therefore they were able to successfully defend themselves and their coworkers. And it's not only just like that's a great success, but that also literally could mean saving a life of one of our community members, and that could mean ensuring that a family was not separated that day. So when people are feeling, or if you're listening and you feel like hopeless, like know that there are people that are doing this work in different ways depending on your capacity, but there's something that we should all be doing as working class people to protect one another.
It does work. Like we also do business canvassing in San Antonio, and we didn't arrive there like by accident. Every movement that we make is strategically calibrated against who we're fighting. We've had to change from business canvas to neighborhood canvas back to business canvas because ICE is changing their tactics, and as they move, we move. And we want to get to a point where we are proactive instead of reactive, but as it is now, we are like, I guess a metaphor an organizer told me one time was like, good organizing is being there when the sun is shining, of course, but then when the rain comes, knowing to put the rain buckets out. And so right now, in this time where, ICE isn't, we're not, at the point of Minneapolis of block by block organizing, but we are proactively going out to businesses and making sure that they know their rights, as well as have, we're handing out like employees only signs to each business so that they know that if ICE were to come, there is a place where workers or even people that are in the restaurant can go and be supposed to be safe from ICE.
And it's also a cultural signifier, like those signs that say ICE not welcome, or one of our community defense groups here gave us some really cool signs that are just like F ICE and all this other stuff. Like that is also building like not just political consciousness, because I do think that people generally, like if you would have a majority of people were polled, they would agree with us. But having those things out there actually build a bit of like awareness that one, people are not alone, and that encourages people to act in defense of their brothers and sisters in these situations.
Yes, to know that other people are against it, that is also like a part of the tactic, right? Like we make this initial relationship with a business who were coming in, these random socialists, to talk to them about ICE and their workers, you know, like you have to meet folks where they're at and first initially have that conversation. But then, you know, a couple of weeks go by, we take another lap, go to those same businesses, see if they have the sign, the employees sign up. And then as you start to build a rapport, we have been successful in getting an ICE not welcome here, everybody welcome here except ICE, into some of those stores. And there was even something that we talk about is like I take your point really well, because I use that to get our chapter to pursue all kinds of businesses, you know, not just like the Michoacana or, you know, like the taqueria or something, but like, let's go to the coffee shops. Let's go to the wine bars. Let's go to the places where, you know, like-minded people might be, because the more widespread it is, the more cultural like impact we're having. And ever since then, like, you know the places in San Anto that are against this terror.
And not just like where the people might agree, but where these people work. If you're going and you work at a place that has a ICE not welcome here sign, or if you patronize a coffee shop or a bar or a tattoo shop or whatever it is that has that that kind of signage up there, I mean, you can, like, I don't want to be like, you know, this is virtual signaling or whatever, but like this is something that's a signifier that like the community stands against. Like when I was in 2019, I went to Chicago for the teacher strike up there. You have businesses with support Chicago Teachers Union in the window all over the place. How is this any different? You know, this is something that the community can get behind to support our own. And when you have that visible community support, it almost reminds me of open support in a labor union. Like you're actually you're concretely making a commitment to say, hey, I stand on this side of this battle. I am on the right side of history. I stand with people who are under attack right now. I stand with the working class. Then you can essentially assess what else these kinds of, you know, either people or businesses or community groups or whatever it is can do. The fact that they're willing to put on the button or the pin or the sign in the window, or, you know, paint their car with shoe polish or whatever it is.
This reminds me so much of like one of the things that we do in LA too is like we've been doing some school patrols. So one of our DSA members is also a teacher, member of UTLA. Shout out to our teacher unions. And
I'm a former teacher myself. You knew that?
I didn't.
I was a school teacher. I taught middle school special ed for 9 years.
Get out of here!
Yeah.
Oh,
I was also the building rep for my building for my teachers union as well.
That does not surprise me at all, Jeff. Love to hear it.
Anyway, it's not about me. I'm sorry. But shout out to the teachers union at UTLA.
Shout out to
They're
the
fighters
teachers
out there.
Honestly, across the country, but you know, there was like this fear, a specific area in Los Angeles where there was a lot of ICE activity, and they had connected with our Immigration Justice Committee, and just like, hey, do we have some folks that can like kind of do school patrols in the mornings and the afternoon? And I've been to quite a few of them in the morning, you know, and I'm not a morning person, but I'm like, you know what, for my community, I'll do it, you know? So like getting up at 6:30 to drive over, and, you know, we have these vests, we have these whistles, we've been trained. Try to get like 2 folks at the entrance and 2 folks at the back entrance. And it's honestly just kind of like one, bearing witness, and then, but 2, it has just been really incredible to like build those relationships with not only with other teachers, but also community members. Like there was one day that we were there where the principal came out and like had given us like donuts. And then there was a guy that drove over who told us that he's been patrolling with his drone. So like he like has his drone going around the school, and he saw us, and he was just like so grateful, and he like gave us water, and like other people were giving us pan dulce. We're like, whoa, you know, a lot of snacks, but it was really sweet. And the parents too, though. The parents were like telling us in Spanish, being like, muchas gracias por lo que están haciendo, you know, like thank you for what you're doing, and like and smiling, because like even if, you know, obviously we're not there to interfere with any, you know, we're there to bear witness, but it's I think oftentimes, you know, when we think about what actual organizing really is, it's about relationship building, and it's because you believe that people deserve a life of dignity, and we believe that a better world is possible, right? And it's just really incredible and empowering, and like even if it's like so hard. I mean, I did immigration defense work for 7 years, you know, when we worked mostly with unaccompanied minors that were seeking different forms of asylum and, you know, immigration relief, and it's hard work. But at the same time, it is like, you know, secondhand trauma, there's secondhand resilience. And I really do believe that's like a thing. And it's just been really like, I've talked about this online before, but it's like, it's hard to be dealing or to be holding so many different emotions at once, where you have a lot of grief, a lot of anger, resentment, sadness. And at the same time, you feel this immense sense of like love when I look around in my community, and I'm like, damn, like people are really stepping up. And I think those are the things that really inspire others to also do the same, like regardless of what it is that your capacity can be. Because I think sometimes people, you know, if they see DSA, I know I joined in 2020 as well, Lexi. I remember being like, maybe I don't know enough, you know, maybe like I'm not that well read, you know, or whatever it may be. But like we're a working class person who, you know, yes, reading, of course, please do it. But at the same time, you have lived experience as a working class person. So then that is like, for me, the most important, you know? So it's like, you know, what, regardless of, you know, even Mark said it, like everybody with their, like, according to their means, you know? And so I do think there's so much truth to that. And especially in a moment like this, whether it's school patrol, whether it's business canvassing, whether it's know your rights, whatever it is, like there is a space for you. And in fact, we desperately need you.
100%. And I could not agree with you more on the like I joke sometimes on this show that like too much reading will make you stupid. Like but like it's a joke obviously, but like I like nothing, no matter how much, you know, how much Lenin or Marx or Gramsci or whatever it is that you've read. And I do think that stuff is important, and we do need people that are going to be like scholars or whatever, as you know, working class scholars or whatever. But like nothing in any of this stuff is more important than experience and stakes. Stakes are also super important. Like the folks that are on the ground that are affected by this are going to be the ones that are leading on this kind of stuff because they have the most skin in the game, I guess you could say. So when it comes to people like myself, the whole point is to follow the lead and be there as backup and make it happen. So when it comes to, so you made the connection earlier of the sort of Palestine work that you guys have done in sort of like associated with some of this stuff. Did you want to talk a bit about that?
Sure. Yeah. So San Antonio DSA has been engaged in anti-Chevron, a boycott Chevron campaign in alignment with the international BDS movement. And this also was not a random campaign that we wanted to embark on, but there was in fact like a coordinated strategic call out from the BDS movement because Chevron has expanded in the region and could potentially expand more if there isn't some kind of intervention or slow in investment. And they have seen what slower investment has done. And so we've been boycotting Chevron and canvassing all Chevron stations to kind of gauge each owner, trying to talk to both the attendants and the owners. We've gotten meetings with some of them, and we've gotten them, the call is to have them officially call on Chevron to stop fueling genocide in the region. There's actually like they're fueling power lines that go directly over parts of Gaza and power Israel, and do not at all power Palestine.
Direct extraction of natural resources, like direct extraction.
Yes. They call it energy genocide. So that has been something that's grounded in our chapter, both with like our electoral campaigns, making sure that our candidates commit to openly supporting, and just building overall membership buy-in in a shared vision of a campaign. We're not going to get far if people don't find themselves in the movement and find a place where they can directly plug in. So San Antonio DSA had really those three main plates spinning of Palestine solidarity, electoral work, and immigration justice. Yeah.
Alex, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, I've also worked for the anti-Chevron campaign. So for anyone who's listening, it's like ongoing. Do not purchase your gas from Chevron. Do not do it. Tell people. I always say this. Like, one of the things that we as organizers is to remember, just share it. It's a little bit of a cheese man. Maybe just tell people, hey, don't buy from Chevron. Just like keep letting people know, because sometimes I think oftentimes some working people just are literally not aware, right? Like, and I really hate that BS.
I wasn't aware until just now that was on. So
see, there you go.
I learned something.
Lexi, you told Jeff. Amazing. You know what I mean? But I think oftentimes we do have to have this when you're talking to folks, having that grace to know sometimes people are not doing out of ill intention, right? And it's just so this oh, you can Google it. I hate seeing that comment online. You can Google it. It's some people don't know what to Google, so it doesn't help for you to be telling them this, right? So if we really want to talk about having a mass party or mass working people who are going to take back power against the capitalist fascist billionaire class, then you need to stop talking to people like they're idiots and being super disrespectful. I thought this was all about the fact that we want a different future for the world where people have, can live a life of dignity and respect, and we need to be practicing that as well when we say. But in terms of Palestine, I think one of the things that is also really incredible to see is our DSA candidates and our electeds, because they have the backing of an organization, right? Because we say this all the time, when you get our endorsement, it's not a paper endorsement. It's not here you go. There's a couple $1,000. We don't got that kind of money, but we got people power. We do have the ability to knock on doors. We do have the ability to do all these different things. We had a mariachi fundraiser for one of our candidates here who got reelected. Shout out to my city council member, Mrs. Hernandez, who is doing so many different things to fight against LAPD, and the fact that they have about almost half of the entire budget for the city of Los Angeles. Almost 50% of the budget goes to LAPD, right? Which means that's directly taking away the funds that can be going to services for folks. But going back to our electeds, one of the things again is the what's the word? We just swept. We swept in New York, right? We swept in New York. We're winning in Colorado. It's it's not only on the coast. We're seeing this happening in other places. People they're going off to the runoffs, even in Arizona. We got folks in Florida as well. You know what I mean? It's because again we are talking about vision, a vision of a different world that is possible, instead of this same kind of rhetoric of everything sucks, but we're less crappy than those. It's people don't want to hear that. People want to hear about affordability, and I think that's one of the differences of our DSA candidates, and connecting that and not being afraid, because we're not receiving, our candidates are not receiving APAG money to be oh no, I'm too scared to say genocide, and that's because again we have people power to actually go out and canvass and knock on doors for the people that we believe are going to support actual working class issues, right? We know that elections are important. They are important, right? As a labor organizer, they're not the most, right? It comes from the bottom up and workers organizing, but it is a session that we should think about. And that's, I think, one of the things that I'm really proud to see, how, I don't know if you've seen, Jeff, Fox News is doing all this
Oh my God.
basically free publicity for us. They're like, can you believe these like radicals who are saying like Medicare for all, And people are like, yeah, if you read the comments on the National DSA TikTok, they're just like, that sounds great. I didn't realize I was a socialist, actually.
Yeah. My favorite one was when Ashik went on, I think it was Will Kane's show. I talked about this with somebody else recently. Like, Ashik goes on Will Kane's show. Ashik is one of the co-chairs of DSA. He's also Groundwork. But he was on Fox News, and he's talking to Will Kane, and Will Kane's talking about all that awesome stuff and why it's so bad or whatever, like Medicare for all and that sort of stuff. And then my favorite part was when Will Kane, who is like a host on Clan TV, like Fox News, this is like the worst. He's like, why is DSA so white? To Ashik, who's a Bangladeshi American, is just like, what is going? Like, I felt like my soul left my body in that moment. That was so awesome.
No, we are an organization of multiracial working class. And what I think Ashik does so well about communicating in areas like that, and also to members, like our organization knows really clearly that our end goal isn't to win these campaigns. Like, our end goal is to win the campaigns and show people our politics through them, and garner enough power, popular support, and build a large organization, and recognize that the only thing that government has been able to reliably give us is punishment over and over again, or criminalization, or unaffordability, high bills. But our candidates have been showing that government can work for you, and it's bringing more people in, and And
I also want to really pause for Station ID real quick. WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3 is Good Morning Comrade. On that as well, the things that you're describing, the support for Palestinian humanity and the end of the genocide, the end to the Iran war, the abolition of ICE, or even if it's defunding of ICE, or just like anti-ICE, whatever, if it's Medicare for all. These are all positions that are extremely popular that mainstream Democrats cannot even consider. So much so that it's super telling that it's not Democrat-aligned media that's having grace from New York City DSA or Ashik or anybody else from DSA on, but it's the right-wing media trying to bring it on the start crap, and it's just a really interesting thing to see, because it is an opportunity for an organization like DSA to get its message out, but it is also this is a civil war, because what's going on right now on the sort of on the establishment American quote unquote, it's not a left, but it's sort of like the relative left of establishment Democrats, is they've been peddling no hope since Jimmy Carter. They've been peddling this idea that the world can't get better. You have to just deal with it, eat the turd and just sort of swallow it and like it, because otherwise you're going to get nothing. And what we're bringing here is an actual affirmative politics that they must stomp it out as best they can, because it, one, refutes their entire perspective, and two, it gives people the idea, the recognition that people have the power to actually change things. It doesn't have to be this way. The world can be better, and the only thing that's standing in the way are these MFers that are trying to stomp it all out.
Yeah, I think that reminds me, a shout out to Marissa Roy, who's a cadre member here in Los Angeles, and is running for city attorney, and is completely endorsed by a chapter. She's just incredible. I remember the first time I heard her speak, I was like, damn, we asked her what we had a forum, and we were asking, when we were figuring out who we were going to endorse, and we're like, what's the thing you're most proud of in your career? And she said, there was wage theft that was happening with carguacheros. For those who don't know, there's a lot of these workers are immigrants. So a lot of these workers tend to be undocumented, and so we see a lot of these raids. And she said that one of the most proudest moments for her was that she was actually able to successfully sue these like employers and got $2 million back in in stolen wages for these workers. So these are like actual material like conditions that are changing, that it can change. And of course, like little behold, like, you know, all these corporations are throwing so much money right at her opponents, because this is someone that is actually like she has sued Meta, for example, for like the dangers for children and like the social media and how they're like what's the word? Using these algorithms to make people even more addicted. You know, she's sued the Trump administration. Like, you know, she's saying about holding like ICE accountable, holding, you know, LAPD accountable. And like, they don't want to hear that, right? They don't want to hear that, because then it's going to demonstrate. I mean, Zohran Mamdani is demonstrating this like so much, right? Like the fact that he even came out was just like, no, I'm not going to take an increase, because nobody that I'm talking to in New York cares about the salary. Yeah. And like that, like, if we continue to demonstrate that through our DSA politics, right, when we really are talking about real working class issues that are driven, right, we're member-led, member-funded, something that Ashik told me when I first met him. I was like, yeah, I love that saying. I know he didn't say it, but I love it. It's like capitalist, socialist cash beats capitalist trash, right? So it's like it is an opportunity for us to really like build something out of, and not be constrained by, you know, funders, or constrained by like, you don't want to piss off, you know, whatever, like the boss or whatever. Like this is a space where you can do this like external organizing that is so important as well. This is why for me, I'm like, build your union in your workplace and join DSA, you know, and those are the two things that are just like that for me since I joined in 2020, that I was like, wow, this is like a political home for me. And it's, you know, it's not perfect. I'm mad.
Of course not.
Like 99% of the time, but you know, but I'm also just mad, you know what I mean? Because how would I not be? So I think there's just like a lot of things that people are like listening, like, I'm not sure, you know, like there's a space for you, and you know, and there's other comrades in this space that want to see you succeed, that want to see you be part of something, so we can literally so we don't have to keep, like Lexi said, living in this like reactionary way, but actually think proactively. Like I think oftentimes we don't even have an opportunity to think of what a future would look like. Like if we take a time to actually just sit down and be like, what is your ideal future? And I think it's just like, you know, because the other side is constantly just like boom, boom, boom. So I think we need to do much more creativity, much more imagination of like, what is the kind of future we want to live in, and building it.
You're right. We have to be clear-eyed about that. And you are so right to point out DSA as a political home, because what we create together is, is co-created. And as like you say, like, don't other yourself in the union, you like don't other yourself in DSA either. You are DSA, and the organizers around you want to build you up. And everything tangible and like effective that I've learned has come from being in DSA. And this is just after my day job, stealing a little time here and there. Yeah. But like really,
I didn't hear you say that.
Really spending the time in figuring out how a Google Sheet works, and learning some tricks, knowing how to cut a list, how to build a list. All these things are tactful things that regular working people can learn how to do to affect change and like be a there's a lot of different ways to be a DSA member. I know I'm not luring you in with like a Google Sheet, but
some people are really into Google Sheets though.
Yeah. That's where I found my home. So yeah, you're so right that we're all here to like build up new members, and there's no prerequisite, like you are a member of the working class.
It was a joke on social media for like the longest time, where I think it was even like a Twitter account back in the day where it was like DSA should, and it was just a bot that would just say like random stuff. And like it's a joke because people will often just say like DSA should do X, Y, and Z. And like that's probably a great idea. Whatever that idea is, probably a great idea. You know how you get that idea enacted in a democratic organization? You have to organize with people to move that idea, not just to get it passed as like a resolution at a general meeting or at DSA convention or whatever the hell. You need to have a plan to actually implement that, have people who are going to take ownership and responsibility for bottom lining this thing. That's how you make something successful. That's how you get from DSA should to DSA is going to do that thing. So I think that's really important, that if you're a member of DSA and you know, there's a lot of like hand wringing internally about like paper members and all this other stuff. I think it's great that we have like tons of members of DSA, and it's great that they have opinions. If you're so worried about engaging them, you have to build those relationships, and one way to do that is if somebody does say DSA should X, come to the general meeting. We'll talk about it. We'll find people. We'll try and like figure out how we can actually implement this, as opposed to just like posting on social media on Elon Musk's website or whatever it is. I mean, like, and I'm not against posting. I don't think either of y'all are either. But like, it's just like it's not a healthy It's not a healthy outlet for your like. There's different kinds of posting. There's the angry posting, but there's also the promoting cool stuff posting, and I think I prefer the latter.
What is a post if not a posture?
A promotion, though, a promotion post.
You know, I actually just jumped on a call with some workers here in LA. I'm not going to give too much information because they're still in bargaining right now, but they had reached out to me on social media like, hey, can we jump on a call? And I was like, yes, of course. And, a lot of flashbacks to when me and my coworkers were unionizing the second time, and just like, dang, like this, the union busting just like so it's like so
disgusting.
It's disgusting. Exactly. Union busting is disgusting, but I feel like so much of that experience really helped also really mold the way that I see myself as an organizer inside of my workplace and outside, and even with DSA as well. So when we talk about, when you said we have so many paper members, I don't even know if I like that term, to be honest. Like that
They're
term,
dues payers. They're dues payers. Like that's what they are.
You're paying your dues.
They're members.
I think I don't have I'll have the book over there, but the Labor Notes book, Secrets of a Successful Organizer, it's a bullseye. You have different people, the core folks like this. It's just like, yes, everyone has a role to play. And you're like, so if we're dismissing or like diminishing people who are parents who may not be able to go to every single meeting, but have an opinion and are doing something in their community, like then their vote matters, right? So I want to say that we have over 120,000 members nationwide. We have become the largest democratic socialist organization in the history of this country. That is huge, right? That is huge. And let's talk about it. Let's talk about what happened, recently with the National Political Committee, because I think it makes me think of, when I in my union, right? Like we think of, we're so critical, especially in DSA, and like these leftist spaces of like these bureaucratic unions that don't care about their members. Exactly. Yeah. So like it is important to get the input of your members. Like, what are you if not the members, right? Even like I'm in a position of leadership right now. I'm an elected position and I'm on steering for my chapter, right? Also for a national and for communications. At the end of the day, the closer that you are to the membership, the more you're going to understand. And if you're going to say well, I disagree with what the majority of the membership wants, then that's on you, boo. That's on you to do some internal organizing for the ideas that you want, like we were talking about right now. It's like then you need to organize. I'll give you guys an example. There was something in my last union where I wanted to be a lot more militant about this thing we were going to do with.
Of course you were.
I wanted us to do I wanted the action to be a little stronger, and my coworkers weren't there, and I was so frustrated. I spoke to my mentor. She goes, Alex, if you don't got the numbers, you don't have the power. Yep. And I was like, damn, okay, you're right. She goes, well, what do you have to do? I have to keep having those conversations with my coworkers. I'm not going to try to bulldoze and act like what I am saying is correct if my membership and my coworkers are not there, right? So I think that's a really important part of this entire situation. It's like, I think I was listening to the last National Political Committee meeting, and they were like, too much information is not necessarily good. What are you
Can I pause you just? Can I pause you just for 1 second and just sort of like set the stage for the audience who are
Yes.
listening? You're referring specifically to, and if you actually listen to our previous episode, we discussed this as well. The National Political Committee essentially pressing pause on putting out a survey to the entire membership on the question of a presidential endorsement in 2028, specifically because there's a lot of sort of skepticism around Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who is probably the most prominent DSA member ever.
Absolutely.
and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just sort of like wanted to ground that for the audience. And can you sort of like talk a little bit about what you've seen with that, both of you guys, quite frankly? And I didn't mean to like stop the train while it's rolling, but like I do think that audience need context.
No, 100%. Thank you, Jeff. I was like, let's go. But like,
you were cooking.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that DSA has done this exact thing before. We did it for Bernie Sanders in 2020. We, it kind of started in 2016, whenever, he made his first run. DSA got on a little bit later, but there was a national coordinated action to support the most prominent Democratic Socialist historical event in United States political history at that point.
Yeah, I remember I was canvassing in the park for Bernie Sanders in St. Bernard Parish, Louisiana, and in Jefferson Parish, Louisiana.
Right. We all know where we were. We all know where we were 2020 Nevada also, which is the last time that DSA meaningfully intervened. Now, we learned from 2016, and we then said, okay, we need to do this early. If he decides to run again, we have this year-long plan, and that plan includes getting buy-in from the membership through a poll. So that poll went out, and it was, I believe, like we were much smaller at that point, and about 26% of membership, of our entire membership, responded, but it was overwhelmingly yes. If he does announce, we are going to meaningfully intervene. We're going to have canvasses, and DSA was, at the table and a partner only because we were early on in that launch of his campaign, because we had already decided that we were going to do it based on what he said. And so what we're seeing now is, in attempt to replicate something that worked really well in growing our organization, in training up new people that know how to host a canvas and phone bank and host relational organizing parties, like all of these skills. Many of those people are still around. That I'm still around. I've learned so much from that, and we are just ready to, take on whatever most viable Democratic Socialist candidate is ready to throw her hat in the ring. And so that's why this member poll is so crucial, because those people that did vote were there for that buy-in and were the executors of something that was really historic for our organization.
Alex?
Ditto. No, like 100%. Like, yes to all of this, So I think, again, it just reminds me of like being in your union, and again, I think obviously we have elected positions, right, and they're really important, they really matter, but just like in your union, the power comes from the membership, right? And so if there's this fear that that leadership is going to want a different way than the membership, then we need to have a conversation about that, right? But again,
and I'm sorry, make a political argument, not a procedural argument too. The procedural stuff makes me nuts.
Talk more about that, Jeff.
Well, again, like instead of having a political argument over the merits of whether or not you should endorse AOC, it's talking about anything other than that. It's talking about how the process should go and hitting the brakes on there to scuttle the political question, because people don't want to actually make the political argument against AOC because she's popular among members. So it's a way of clip this, I guess, but like that's an act, in my opinion, of political cowardice in a lot of senses, and I do think that it skirts these questions. I've seen it happen in the past, and it's in my own chapter in New Orleans around the question of endorsing my good friend Lauren Jewett. And look, I don't want to be like, I know a lot of these people involved, and I know this is running in New Orleans on the radio, but like if you're listening to this and you're at the convention just a couple of weeks ago, the question of endorsing her came up, which I think is probably a little bit too late. And you can go either way on this question, even though I loved Lauren. She's a school teacher. She's a real one. I met her at a Fight Back Against ICE meeting for the first time ever. But like, if you're not in favor of supporting her, that's fine or whatever. But at least engage directly on that question and don't sort of get wrapped up in the procedural BS, because there's a clock ticking. And like when it comes to the AOC question in particular, we have an opportunity, DSA does, to get in on the ground floor, to get engaged with the campaign, be the organizing infrastructure, kind of like it was with Bernie, and also like when we've seen with Obama in 2008, when he had a political infrastructure that he was in control of, and when that campaign was over, Obama just disbanded it. If there is a DSA infrastructure that is owned by DSA and not by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and not by whatever person is running for office or anything like that, that infrastructure will remain. And that infrastructure will be the tool that would hold that elected official accountable. Not just like you'll have the relationship. That's what you should have no matter what. But if you don't have the carrot or the stick to make them do the thing that that you want them to do, it doesn't matter how much you post on social media, or it doesn't matter how many YouTube videos you make complaining about how they've sold out or whatever it is. You don't got the motion to do anything about it or do anything for them or to stop them. So you don't matter. Getting organized is the only solution.
Exactly. And to your plea to struggle with the political question itself, it is so important to recognize that we have struggled with this political question at our convention, at the highest decision-making body, which is where our members go to vote on resolutions to carry out a plan for our organization. We voted overwhelmingly with support to run a socialist for president in 2028. And who
else is it going to be?
A crisis. Yeah. Who else is it going to be? And it is, if we are attacking something that was so popular by all of the delegates, by the people who put the delegates there, there is a real crisis of what democracy means in DSA whenever we are going against a resolution as written. So we've struggled with the question, and we should continue to struggle with the question around her, but we need to get to a point of support so that we are at the table.
Yeah, and if I can add, I think also two truths can be two things can be true at once, right? So no one is trying to be especially as as organizers, be these cheerleaders, oh yay, haha, heart, cute, whatever. It's not that. It's really understanding the moment that we're in right now, right? So I think one of the conversations that I had with some of my comrades that are in different chapters of is a poll the best thing, right? It's it's one of the tools that we have in organizing, right? So it's not, first of all, it's not binding, right? But it's to get a temperature check to see where members are at, and if we have the ability to actually mobilize, a certain percentage of the 120,000, if not more, of those individuals, if anyone that we want to endorse decides to run, right? So I think, yes, there is a political question, a political struggle, and I completely agree with you, Jeff. When it's just procedural, come on, we there's things that are actually at the table that are impacting working people right now, and especially low income working people of color, and as a Latina, Lexi and I here on this call right now, as brown DSA members, I think it's a conversation. It's obviously really matters to us, and again, I think we need to Like we should be supportive. And it makes sense to be supportive of knowing where our membership is at. Even, for example, even if let's say we did this poll, right? Or even in my union, we did a poll, and majority of my coworkers or my comrades had a disagreement with the way that I see something, I'm going to be here and I'm going to be supporting my comrades, because that's what it means to be moving in democracy and a way that actually is about building power for working people. If not, it's just like, it's the same stuff of kind of just trying to bulldoze and be like, no, I know that my answer is correct and this is the way you have to do it. Well, then if you're trying to do it like that, you're not actually organizing.
Yeah, 100%. And we can leave it at that. Lexi, where can people find what you're up to, what you're doing, or anything like that?
Yeah, you can follow at San Antonio DSA, follow our chapter. We have a canvas coming up this weekend and every weekend after that. So hit us up. We will be actively recruiting for that. Yeah.
Alex?
A couple different places. Yes. My account, All Things Labor, on socials, where I talk about labor, and I'm sassy sometimes, as I was here.
Absolute must follow.
Thank you, Jeff. And also shout out to our chapter, DSA_LA on socials, and also the national. Follow the national account as well. If you're joining, if you want to join DSA, do it. We welcome you.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much. Would love to have you back. It was so nice meeting you for the first time, Lexi.
You too. Appreciate the conversation and the time.
Totally. And Alex, always a pleasure. We're going to stay in touch, of course. Thank you to everyone for listening. This has been your weekly dose of Good Morning Comrade. You can hear us every Monday on WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. Listen anywhere in the world, WHIVFM.org/listen. You can find us on YouTube. You can find us on Twitch, TikTok, whatever. All Good Morning Comrade. And if you have a Pacifica station and you are listening to the sound of my voice, you can actually ask your local Pacifica station to bring us onto the air. So if you want to hear Good Morning Comrade over the airwaves in your area, we're taking over, baby. We're taking over. So this has been your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Thank you to everyone for listening. We love you. Bye-bye.
All right. Hey ho, let's go. This is Resistance Radio, where natural selection selects resistance, but public policy decides who gets protected. Today's story is about a pattern, not a pathogen. Because whether we're talking about measles in Utah, Ebola in Central Africa, or cholera in Nigeria, the common thread is not biology, it is neglect. So let's start in Utah, where more than 680 people have gotten measles just over the past year. That is not a failure of virology. Measles is one of the most predictable viruses that we know. 2 doses of the MMR vaccine prevents 97% of cases. But this outbreak is happening because vaccination coverage has dropped. And to put that in perspective, measles is so contagious that if it enters a room of 10 unvaccinated people, 9 of them will get infected. It is less than catching a cold, and more like spilling ink in water. It spreads everywhere unless something stops it. And what stops it is not just vaccines, it's trust, it's access, it's consistent messaging right now. And we're failing on all 3. Let's zoom out globally. Let's focus on the Democratic Republic of the Congo in Uganda, where Ebola cases are approaching 1,000 with hundreds of deaths. This is a strain without a widely available licensed vaccine. Contact tracing is completely incomplete, and healthcare workers are getting infected. And yet, what is the United States doing? It's extending travel restrictions. Travel restrictions are visible, and they are politically satisfying. They feel like inaction, but they do not stop the outbreaks like this one. Investing in local response, staffing, supplies, community engagement, that's what stops Ebola. Instead, what we get are public health folks. Instead, what we get are what public health people refer to as security theater. It looks like control, but it does not change the outcome. Meanwhile, Nigeria, over 12,000 people are dealing with cholera, an entirely preventable disease tied to water and sanitation infrastructure. In Sri Lanka, dengue cases are surging, straining hospitals. So these are not random events. These are diseases of infrastructure, of houses, of climate, of whether governments invest in prevention or wait for crises. Then there is a quieter story in the background. The US is beginning to phase out HIV funding for South Africa, a country with about 7.8 million people living with HIV. That's the largest burden of HIV in the world. Programs like PEPFAR have saved millions of lives. Pulling back funding is not just a budget decision, it's a structural shift that will ripple through clinics, medication access, and prevention programs. If you want a simple way to think about it, imagine stabilizing a patient for years, getting their disease under control, then slowly removing the treatment, not because the disease is gone, but because priorities have changed. And that's what it looks like at a population level. Back in the US, we're also seeing smaller but telling signals. 3 cases of infant botulism linked to formula, a reminder that food safety systems matters, the supply chains matter, that regulation matters. And on the innovation side, there's some real progress, like the FDA committee backing an mRNA flu vaccine for older adults. Early data suggests about 27% better protection than standard vaccines in that group. That's meaningful. Think of it as this way: if 100 older people got the flu with the standard shot, the new vaccine might prevent 27% of those cases. That is fewer hospitalizations, fewer complications, and fewer deaths. But innovation without access is just potential energy. It only matters if it reaches the people most at risk. So what ties all this together? Public health failures are really about microbes behaving unpredictably. They are about systems behaving exactly as designed. Underfunded infrastructure, fragmented messaging, political decisions that prioritize visibility over effectiveness. And again, the burden falls on people with the least power to avoid it. The wealthy can opt out through private care, safer housing, travel flexibility. Everyone else lives with the consequences. If there's one thing to take from this moment, it's this: outbreaks are not just biological events, they are policy outcomes. If we want fewer outbreaks, we need fewer policy failures, because viruses exploit vulnerability, but policies decide where that vulnerability exists. My name is Mark Allen Derry, and this is Resistance Radio, where the real epidemic is forgetting that prevention is a political choice. So stay sharp, stay curious, and please take care of each other.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon or evening, everybody.
Welcome to Pep After Dark, or otherwise known as PEPAGANDA. Don't know where we're going with that one, but I kind of like the Pep After Dark. I don't know. I think we might stick with that one. Welcome back. So I'm gonna address the quick elephant in the room here. I haven't been here for a minute. Yeah, long time no see. Hey, yeah. So for any of you guys that are not regular viewers on my channel or on my stream, yeah, you guys might not have seen me for this primetime spot for a little bit. Had some just summer stuff happen essentially, where it's just scheduling. Yeah, darn that having some scheduling conflicts, but we're here. Look at this. We're doing it. So, hope you guys are all doing well. Welcome to the show. And also hope you guys have enjoyed a fine day of programming on this space. I know that we had some awesome live programming. I also know that we had a little scheduling mix up. So Absurdity Space was a little bit earlier than usual. But I know that Deter and Alex were also on. And I hope you guys were able to catch some of the live content and even some of the syndicated programming that has been on. Gotta say that I've been catching more and more of the syndicated stuff myself because, yeah, you know what? Sometimes, like I've found myself like going to the standards, like whether it be Majority Report or like Breaking Points for some of their stuff, and even Adam Mockler, if you will. But then I realized, you know what? I got some awesome content creators that know a thing or two here on this space. So why not listen to them? And this is my favorite part about being here is the fact that we have a lot of creators that we know all different types of things. We are definitely different types of content, and I really appreciate that. I try to go for more levity and just being me. You know what? I try. I do try. And also, we do have a awesome show tomorrow where we have a panel show. It's called This Space Station. You guys should come check it out, or The Space Station. It's The Space Station. Although this space kind of works, right? I mean, I don't know. But realistically, guys, if you are already here, you're already awesome. So, you will be more awesome, though, if you do the one thing for me. Hit the like button and share the stream. Actually, that's another one. If you guys are on social media, you guys can share the stream. But, so here's what's on the agenda tonight. Nothing really. We're going to chill for a minute. Might do some story time. Might do some stuff. But I kind of want to do something I haven't done in a while, and that is talk to you guys. I want to get to know chat here a little bit. I know that like some of y'all are from my neck of the woods, which is great. But if you guys are just joining and if you don't know like much about me or my type of content, then ask away, guys. I think that this is kind of like an AMA, if I will. Also freestyle. Yeah. No, that's exactly what this is. I don't have anything. I pulled up the investigating the PSA, which is, if you guys don't know, it's a card grading thing for like Pokemon and all that, and like Logan Paul like had a hand in like the whole thing, which I will just say is it's complete horseshit. Here, actually, check this out. I wouldn't have done this if a friend didn't do it for me. My friend gave me this for Christmas. Well, not the card. The card was mine, but so this is essentially what it is. I don't go with PSA because PSA is bullshit. I go with tag. But either way, this whole game, like the slabbing game, as a comic fan, I hate it. I genuinely hate it. I like this is nice though. Like I will say, as far as like this card specifically, I care about this. I pulled this naturally. PSA and tag, so they're just card grading companies. So you see like how this has a 9. It's mint. It's they call it special rare illustration. It's super rare. This one specifically, I pulled it from an actual Charizard like box. Or a tin, like back when those came out, and back when before scalpers actually like really got to the hobby. That is one hell of a container for a card. It is. It is. I mean, I have a bumper on mine. Like, it's technically bare, but yeah. I also don't want it to get damaged. Because, yeah, like the way that I do this is I just put them in these. I just put them in jewel sleeves or whatever. There, done. That is so I can enjoy them if I want to play a game with them or something. I don't know, but this is also why the card hobby is kind of stupid. Hey, you. What? Sorry, my wife is taking a oh, jeez. That was quite the hit. Everybody say hello to my lovely wife, Uni. Coming down to pay a visit, and she wanted to take a little ripperoo of the G-Pen there. I looked at the Latino vote being up for grabs, and I can't find a source that's not a Euro political article that used old data and bad analysis. Oh, good. Yeah, okay, so that's what I get for checking on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, randomly I checked on Twitter. I was just like, oh, God, really? Is this what we're doing? Like, with the Latino vote is apparently up for grabs? Okay, great. If you're just joining us and we're not on my last stream, which I did carry over here, so I appreciate all the raiders joining us. And also for anybody that doesn't know my programming, I should probably also do the plug at Pep Talks TV on YouTube and Twitch. Check out my channel. Getting very, very close to hitting a milestone. If you guys want to be the 2,900th and 69th sub, then consider doing so. But yeah, we were talking about how apparently the Latino vote is up for grabs. If it's a year old, all right, then I'm not going to worry about that as much. But I don't know if it is true. Oh wait. Vosh watched it. That's whose Twitter it was. It was Vosh's Twitter. Here, fuck it. He posted. All right. I don't usually like watching Vosh videos on stream, to be completely honest. And kind of over. Actually, if you haven't noticed, I've been trying to get less and less of other people's opinions on stuff and kind of just formulating my own on, like, you know, the news. But wait, who unsubs straight to the gulag? Yeah, we had three people unsub. If you guys must know, but you guys can see my numbers. They're fucking public. So yeah, at the start of the day, I had 2971. Yay. No, I do genuinely hate this game, but the thing is, I said something on my last stream where I said that if you guys are anti-vax, you guys can get fucked. And I think that I do feel that way, where it's just like, yeah, because we were talking about the Fauci stuff, and I've had it. Fucking, we're 6 years in, and what are we doing? Like, really? Like, he pleads the fifth, Donald Trump pleads the fifth way more times, and somehow Fauci pleading the fifth is a fuck you. Fuck you. I'm done. I'm so done. No loss there. No, seriously, if that's the case, then no loss there. But I will say this, there are some bad faith actors. They're doing this to this space as well, I've noticed. So what they've been doing is they will, in bad faith, actually sub to a channel, and they'll hang out there for either like a few days or a week, then they'll unsub. Now, you have some accounts that are doing this with multiple accounts. That's what I suspect is happening to mine, where these trolls are coming in. They're actually subbing to my channel with multiple accounts, and then they're unsubing, because technically that does hurt a fucking channel. I know I shouldn't be telling people how to do this, but realistically, guys, like, I have one consistent thread on my show right now that's calling out YouTube's bullshit and the way that they fucking abuse content creators, and they allow sub trolling, and they allow They allow trolls to get away with all this shit to the point where it's almost like they encourage it. Like they want you to they want you to engage with the AI. They want you to do this. Because again, hey, if you made them enough money and then you're problematic, well, no skin off their teeth. Which, that's just another form of censorship, guys. You have a really high number of hate watchers? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. This is part of the problem with being able to speak to normies is every once in a while, like they'll think that I'm cool for a moment, but then they'll get reminded that, oh, he is more left than I thought. Well, I can't handle this. Or God forbid, they get drunk or they fucking have something. It fuels drama content. Why would they stop it? Exactly. This is why I'm giving in and just being like, yeah, fucking, I'll do the drama content. I'll fucking go for it. I've been saying how I'm toying with going and doing some more right-wing debates again, because apparently that's something that does actually help. But I don't know. Like, I hate the fact that we have to play this game. I hate the fact that all the creators on this space, they shouldn't have to. I also, I'm going to be real. Like, everybody's very nice here. Everybody's they're kind. They're empathetic. They genuinely actually they care about this project. But then, we all got jobs, man. And the fact that these assholes are out there acting like we are Hassan, acting like we're fucking, Vosh and all this shit. It's bullshit. It really is. And I've been hammering this where it's no, creator unions, man. There needs to be creator unions. If not, then what are we doing? What are we going to do? They can just abuse us. That's insane. You understand that as content creators on YouTube, that is it's the worst existence, especially being a smaller creator. I'm not going to complain. I'm not personally complaining. I know it will come off that way, but I'm trying to do this for the broader, creator space where it is just no, they totally use us and they bank on it too. They bank on us doing this thing where we cower to the algorithm, we cower to the analytics. The way that they break the analytics to you when you actually start breaking into the game, and the way that they start doing this, they'll demonetize a whole bunch of your videos and you're just what did I do? And it's a psychological mindfuck. It really is. And then on top of it, I kind of dealt with this a little bit at the back end, even though there was a slight misunderstanding, but there is something to it where you have these other people that they hate us for even doing this. They'll watch our content, they'll engage with our content, but for some reason they actually hate that we're doing this, and they hate that we have engagement. God, do you, you know what? Fuck it. I've done this. I'm going to admit something really shitty about myself. All right, here we go. I have watched a content creator get a donation and immediately felt hatred to the point where I unsubbed. I did it. Because they got such a high donation that I was just oh, what the fuck? And it hurt. And I was just wow. And then I had something similar happen to me last week. And I was just and I noticed something similar kind of happened. And I was wow, huh. No, it's not the worst thing, but you know what? It made me realize that here's the mirror, Pep. You did that. I don't believe in karma, but I do believe in correcting behaviors, especially when it's something that I'm pissed off about and have no business being pissed off about when I've done it. Actually, it was Vosh. I did that to Vosh. I'll never forget it. Sake Tanuki donated $500 to him. And then it was back to back. He donated 500 and then donated another 500. And I was just awesome. And then I also made the joke that Sake Tanuki straight up fucking out there funding, BreadTube. He was, though. Vosh, please don't feel bad. It's not about that. I'll just acknowledge he's good at what he does. Damn, that's a lot of money. Yeah. Yeah, it was American currency, too. That was that kind of got me where I was just what the fuck? And then I started thinking about the other parasocial side to it where I was just huh. That's Like, okay, like if he's a believer and he has that much money, it's just like, damn. And that they kind of, that's sort of the shitty, like capitalistic thoughts started coming in where I'm just like, damn, do I need to like go out there and get Sake Tanuki? Sake Tanuki is legit a donor that keeps these White Leaf streams going. I understand that. I want to know who it is. Does it make sense that it's just some fucking rando from Japan that's just donating to all lefty streams like left and right, actually just left and left, but I at least appreciate that they do that, but I need to find my oiler. Yeah, well, yep, get that sugar mom or sugar dad or whatever the fuck. I mean, it was funny. Somebody actually like told me they're just like, yeah, you should have been more ambiguous with like what your sexuality was, because maybe people would have donated more. I'm like, that seems like lying. Like, no. Like, what the fuck? Listen, I'm flattered when like if you are of the queer or like gay and like y'all, okay. Hey, listen, I'm flattered. I genuinely I am. Hey, it's nice to be noticed. And I'm not like, ew, but I hate to disappoint. It's literally like, no, I am a cis white guy. Like, I know. I'm like, I know. I fucking know. Trust me. Being part of the left has made me realize, like, wow, lily white over here. But no. I'm not. I've done the thing, and I've talked about this a lot on my stream where it's just like, no, I did the experimenting and just not even like experimenting. You know what I mean? Like, I had the thought, like I've told the story where I went to a party once and a guy like offered me to go to a bathroom. And like, the thing is, I misread that because I thought that he wanted to go do some fun party powder. I mean, he did. And we did. But there was another offer there. I was just like, no, I'm good. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And it was funny because this was like one of the cooler things that happened to me. No matter, like, I was pretty fucked up too, but they grabbed me like, just like, and we're just like, I'm not sure if you need to hear this, but congratulations, you're not gay. I was just like, why is that congratulations? And then he just hugged me. I was just like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, that was weird. Like, that was, I don't know. I think that more guys really need to go through that experience where it's just like, dude, just ask yourself, do you like dick or not? Like, or not even dick. Because like, now we're in a new era. Like, just realistically, like, whatever. Like, why don't people just go and ask like these questions to themselves instead of just giving into like the fucking societal bullshit that everybody like puts onto them and like they're just uncomfortable. Like, that's usually, I'm not breaking any new ground here. This is usually what like creates all these hateful bigots and shit like that, because they usually have some harbored fucking stuff there. It's like, you should probably address that. You just make peace with whatever percent bi you are. I mean, I've made this joke so many times, but it's true. I had to do that as a wrestling fan where I'm just like, listen, I watch oiled up dudes slamming each other on a mat. I'm at least 30%. Like, there's something there where I could just be like, yeah, you see those pectorals and those he's got some nice biceps there. But no, what does it? This is the difference. Again, bringing it back to wrestling. What does it for me is, again, like, there's some certain women's wrestlers out there. Isla Dawn is my newest one. If you just, anyway, hey, what are we talking about? A lifetime of conditioning by society. Yeah, no, it sucks. It's stupid. And then it's, I don't know. Bonk. Hey, straight to horny jail. She's a Scottish wrestler. She's anyway. Never mind. Wanted to Wait, never wanted to get beat up by a woman more. There you go. Yeah. We're at this space. I know we're at this space, and I know that hey, this is still a chill stream. We're having fun. Yeah, it's the best space. It is. Back to my original point about, dudes just like being inherently weird about their sexuality, and like just being able to even talk about this kind of stuff is insane. Like, I don't know, man. Once you have a friend that comes out to you, like, years after you kind of thought they already did, like that happened to me, where I thought that they already like came out and like we all acknowledged that they were gay. And then I got to like, then they were just like, I have something to tell everybody. I'm gay. It was just like, yeah, we know. Wait, what? Like, I'm so confused. I'm like, wait, is this just like, is this the formal? Like, I don't know, because their parents weren't there or anything. It was all like just the regular buddies that we just gave them a big hug, said, yeah, we love you anyway. Like, the fuck? Because like so many dudes also have this thing where like they think of, oh, what, you got a crush on me? Instead of just being like, what, do you not have a crush on me? Like, come on, man. Like, that's how I looked at it. I'm like, damn, like at least you could tell me. It's like, how ugly am I? It's just like, I kind of feel like you have insight, like you have some insight, But then again, having female friends is also the same thing, to be completely fair. Have asked that question too, where it's just like, okay, I need you, like, I know that like your type, this is the problem though, actually. I just realized this because like asking, like, because their type is different, but still, it's just, hey, I need your objective opinion. It's Always Sunny. Did Max coming out really? Oh yeah. It's like, dude. Yeah. It's like, what? That was kind of similar. It just sucks though. Like it's a constant reminder of like, dude, you thought you had to hide that from us like all this time? And again, how dumb I am, where I'm just like, you were hiding it? You weren't doing a very good job. I mean, really? I remember we went to an anime convention and like they hooked up with someone, and I was just like, good for them. And like I never broke that confidence or anything, but I also I thought that was kind of like they did that because they were comfortable enough to like with us knowing that it's like, yeah, But I don't know, guys. As someone who's never, had to or likely, I mean, never know what will happen in life. But, yeah, it kind of sucks like to think about that, where it's just, damn. And this is why I'm so adamant about like people living their truth and like living their, I want you to be yourself. I want everybody to be able to be themselves and like love themselves too. This is the one thing that I noticed about like MAGA chuds and like even just old ass boomer Republicans is that they don't love themselves. Most of them hate themselves. Most of them hate their kids. Like, there's nothing worse than like meeting somebody that has like all the money in the world. They have all the toys in the world. They have everything. Still miserable. Still absolutely miserable. And we kind of talked about this on my last stream where we were like, yeah, when you have love and love and support, you're one of the richest people on the fucking planet. Like, this is kind of the thing. Like, you really do have something that they never will. Yeah, Exhibit A, Lindsey Graham. Perfect. Thank you, Natch. I really appreciate that. Because that's exactly what it is. You should be able to be happy, whoever you are, loving whoever you want to. Well, it's, obviously there is that line. Like, yes, the age limits are definitely a thing. But no, the idea that you can't love who you want to love, as far as that reason, what are we fucking doing? Why do you care? Like, why? And the weirdest part is, I've noticed this with guys, they'll usually give lesbians a pass until they they see a hot okay, so like, but I hate to put it like this, but it's true. Butch, quote unquote, lesbians get a pass with straight dudes. Hot lesbians, they get the hate because they are they've chosen, according to them, not to want them. And like, again, you've seen how dudes deal with rejection. Well, that's just preemptive rejection. They're just like, oh, what? You're telling me that I can't get me some of that? Oh, well, fuck her that. Like, God, dude, guys suck. They fucking suck. I've heard this shit a lot through my fucking life. That's incel shit. Well, most high schoolers are incels. Then I'm gonna just say it. Most high school dudes are incels, and like, this is actually where I think why I think they try to get them young is so they don't grow past it. Like, at some point, we were all very misogynistic, like young men. Like, if you were a teenager and like you broke past that, or you grew up, or like, I'm sorry, I know I'm being generalistic, but like, it is true. Like, most guys have gone through a pretty toxic arc, and if you haven't, congratulations. But the other side of it, don't lie to yourself. Like, try and just like, it's not bad. You have to admit that you were at some point a piece of shit. This is growth. Like, that's also just how being a human works. But yeah, most guys, like, if they're starting with Andrew Tate at fucking 13, 14, there's a good chance that they will be taking that into 17, 18, which then they will take that all the way to 24. And the thing is, if they don't get a girlfriend, or they don't get the perceived attention from women that they think they're owed from it, it's all over. It's all over. They will be incels for life. Gooners be gooning. Oh, yeah. I mean, realistically, gooners. I mean, everybody's a fucking gooner. Are you sexually attracted to people? Okay, well, then you're a gooner. You've gooned. This other idea where we have to fucking shame people for masturbation is fucking insane. I remember that when I was in school. Like, I went to Christian school, guys. So I'm going to just say this much, that was something that we used to talk about a lot. Where we would just be like, oh, I don't do that. No, like, you would always talk in like Bible class or like doctrine class about how, anytime you get the, you start getting the little tinglies, you got to go read your Bible. LOL, pep truths, everybody goons. Yeah. This is just one of those things where it's like, yeah, most people don't talk about it. It's the same way that everybody poops, but not everybody talks about it, but everybody should. You know why? Because we all do it. Like, I don't understand. Like, I've lost subs on my channel because of talking about poop. Because I'm just like, yeah, everybody literally releases the waste from their butthole. Well, except for my wife, who now releases the waste into a bag from her stoma. So that is actually that is not correct. Sorry, that wasn't very inclusive of my, my lovely wife, but Pep, no, gooning is to do it day in, day out. What? I thought it was. See, that's the thing. Like, I didn't know that. I thought that gooning was just literally like it's any time that you get a little, randy. Okay. Well, then, yeah, gooners. Well, they have therapy for that. I mean, prawn addiction's always been a thing. It really has. I mean, pretty much since prawn's been a thing. Online prawn definitely, stepped that one up a little bit. But God, what a pathetic existence that is too. Like, could you imagine like doing that and not enjoying it? And like, I mean, well, hold on. I actually walked that one back a little bit. I'm at that age now, and if this is TMI, then fine, whatever. You guys just make your way back here in about 2 minutes. Yeah, no, I'm at that age now where every once in a while you gotta clean the pipes, and like you kind of realize you're like, it's been a minute. So, looked up gooning because of you, and now it turns out that you don't know. Shaking my head. Good. Left-handed girlfriend, right? Wife. and wife blind date. Yeah, the number. We call or the a nummy. That's what it is. Giving yourself a nummy. Coomer. Oh, that's what it is. Gooner and Coomer. That's what. Oh, that's the difference. Okay. Well then, yeah. Yeah, you should probably may give people the wrong idea about this channel. Oh, okay. No, I didn't call myself that. I just said everybody cooms is what I meant. If that's what it is. Like, come on. This idea that where it's just like, oh yeah, you know what? Never. I also don't poop. You know what? I'm gonna go this far. I also don't make wee wee. Nope. I cry my pee. I lose that much hydration in my tears. Thinking I'm done. Sorry. I'll end that one there. All seriousness though, I do not understand the fucking hangups with this stuff. I don't understand again the hangups with sexuality. I don't understand any of it. I don't. I have never been that much of an asshole where like I got past the point where I was like, oh, and then went back to the yeah. You think they poop on Star Trek? Yeah, they don't really show the bathrooms on Star Trek a whole lot. You know, the sonic shower, sure. Which, how you gonna pee in a sonic shower? What if you need to waffle stomp? Like, goddamn, dude. Can't even waffle stomp at Starfleet. Dude, that'd be so funny. They pick up a dude from the 20th century, and it's just like, what are you doing? Oh my God, no, hold on, no. Oh God. Yep. Well, that did it. I saw just a few people who were like, I was here to talk about politics or listen to politics. Pep got gross. The teleporter tech. Dude, the teleporters are like some of the trippiest tech because you realize that it's making a copy of you the same way that that one movie did that I'm not going to spoil for anybody that didn't see it. But yeah. Like, have you thought, like, that's exactly what it's doing. It's just kind of, that's weird when you think about it. Because, like, yeah. Beam me, bro. Beam me, bro. Oh, man. Now, here's the real question. If you shit yourself on the teleporter halfway through teleport, does it come with you or not? Anyway. Guys, this is why we can't go too deep down these rabbit holes. Because I'm me, and people will get grossed out. And this is why we need to keep this to Pep Talks. Kind of like you guys were insinuating and kind of giving me the wink, nudge. Hey, Pep, you might want to stop. Shit. For real though, guys, this is the type of content that I do over on my stream, and yeah, you know, we have fun though. So glad that it's just like, oh, I'm so glad that I brought Primetime Pep back. This is what we needed. That's the tough questions. And that's what I'm here for. I ask the tough questions. You know, I'm pretty good about that. You know, I don't let my curiosity just dwindle and like just kind of in one ear out the other. No, that's technically, it would be just out one ear because it's starting in here. Hey, yeah, that's how that works. Primetime Poop Talks. It's a real butt scratcher. Dude. Zing. Yeah. We should probably move on. I mean, people come here for like, no, they don't. I'm going to stop saying that because people come to my channel for politics, and even that's a mistake. Let's be real. I like covering politics and news, but realistically, I like talking about just anything, you know, and this is how it should be. You know, I feel like that's what I can offer to this space. To my admission, am probably I would call myself the goofball, or I hate or goofball, like the goofy one. I guess I am. Like if we're doing the Seven Dwarfs like equivalency, actually, let's see. Like as far as the Seven Dwarfs, well, no, that's not nice. I don't want to do that. Goofy, wait, Dopey. Oh shit! I thought his name was Goofy for a second. No. Oh, yuck. Nope. Gosh. That's me. No, I think that's what I offer to this. I also offer a fresh perspective where I do try to like do normie outreach where we've talked about it a lot, but normie outreach is really important. And that's something that I feel like sometimes we lose when we're really involved in leftist politics, especially like online culture. Dopey doesn't talk. That's why I was like, now if they had Yappy the Seven Dwarf, there you go. That's bashful. Wait, was he the one that? Wait, did any of them talk a lot? I don't really remember. I haven't seen that movie in years. I just remember the funny songs like literally, I don't even remember the song. It's hi ho, I hate Pinocchio. He blew a fart and fell apart. Hi ho, hi ho. I always liked that one. You can't even name all seven. I don't think I could either. Let's see. Bashful, Dopey, Grumpy. Is Happy one of them? I mean, they were all just essentially emotions, right? Ish. Fuck, I don't even know. And I don't want to know. Damn, Pep, that was a childhood memory unlocked. There you go. Doc. Oh, yeah, Doc. Yeah, Doc was the leader. Yeah, like the angry, serious one. Dopey was actually a Ferengi, like in Deep Space Nine. That would actually make sense. Now, the 71st rule of acquisition is to watch Looney Tunes. Suffer his succotash. Yeah, he's the one with the glasses. All right, wait. So then you got Grumpy, Dopey, Happy, Bashful, Sneezy. All right, Doc, Dopey, Happy, Sleepy. I remember him. Sneezy. Did I do Dopey? Shit, did I do Dope? Yeah, no, I did. Wait, fuck. Wait. All right. Doc, Sneezy, Happy, Bashful, then Dopey. There we go. Two more. Angry is it? No, it's not angry. Anybody? What was asshole's name? Angry? No, that was Doc, dude. God damn it. All right, let's do it. Fuck it. Wait, Doc, Happy, Bashful, Dopey, Sleepy. You put Sleepy twice. All right, that's it. Seven Dwarfs. All right. We got Dopey. We got Grumpy. We got Sneezy. Bashful, Sleepy. God damn it. Bashful, Doc, Dopey, Grumpy, Happy, Sleepy, Sneezy. I feel like we got all those. And how did I only end up at like 5? Grumpy, that was it? Yeah. Oh, it was Grumpy. No, it was Grumpy. Oh, yeah. I thought Grumpy and Doc were the same guy. Okay. Is life a lie? No. I remember Grumpy now. Yeah. No. And Doc is just Doc. What are numbers? I don't know. I'm not a math guy, guys. I don't do the math. I try to make my way through life without doing that, which, good luck. Although they did say that I would not have a calculator everywhere I go. Oh boy, math teacher, were you wrong? Every time that I'm at the fucking grocery store and I need to pull that bitch out, I'm just like, hey, eat it. Obviously, I might have been what some would have called an underachiever. Which don't be like me. Try and achieve your dreams. Try and achieve everything that you can within reason. Because, yeah, you know what? Screw it. Toby Turner is on Twitter saying deport them all as if he's relevant at all. I don't know who Toby Turner is. Wait, do you follow me on Twitter? Are you on Twitter and you're not following me? I don't know. You probably are. Speaking of, guys, here, follow me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Tabuscus? I don't know who that is. Like, I literally do not know who that is. Tabuscus. Am I supposed to know who that is? Old school YouTuber. Let's see. Do I know who this guy is? Tabuscus. Where do I know him from? I recognize him, but I don't recognize him. This is one of those weird ones. Huh. Wait, so what's he saying? Oh, the nugget. Yeah, the nugget and the biscuit. That's it. Yeah. Got it. No, all right. Yeah, he was like famous like 14 years ago. Yeah, but even 14 years ago, like he probably still has a pretty good following. Whatever. Good for him. I'm happy for any creator, I guess, that has a following that loves them. Now, some of them might be pieces of shit that have piece of shit followers, but wait, he did the literal videos. Yeah. Okay, so hold on. All right, so too many T. Wait. Wait, what's he saying? Oh, deport them all. Okay. No, his following is basically non-existent. Oh. That sucks. Gone are the days where you can have a long career doing broadcasting unless you're Philip DeFranco. I mean, realistically, the thing that you have to do is you have to reinvent yourself like a lot. You know, even I've reinvented myself a few times, or not myself, but I've reinvented the show. And like, I try to make, little tweaks here and there, whether it even be to, my room or just in general, like stuff to the, my thumbnails, all this. Like, I try to do like little bits and pieces here, but realistically, yeah, I know. Another reminder. You know what? Definitely gonna be looking for a new career. Jesus. Sorry, I'm trying not to be down on myself, but damn. He used to be like super edgy back in the day. He's not the I like turtles guy, is he? No, he wasn't I like turtles. I like turtles. It's a hilarious is reinventing yourself code for on the lam. I guess no, reinventing yourself in content is literally just changing up. Like, it's what fucking Asmongold did. Asmongold maintained his following because he saw that the writing was on the wall, that his following had kind of grown out of games and we're getting into politics, because politics is essentially the new gaming tube, which, if that's the case, how in the fuck how are we all still fucking just sitting here in this like I'd say like the middle of the road? Like, it's kind of weird. Reinventing himself downwards. Well, every once in a while, that's called a fall off. No, fall off can either be like organic, kind of like you were saying this guy did, where it was just like 14 years and he just kind of became more and more irrelevant. But H3, I mean, it was literally just, dude, no, he had scorn lover syndrome. At some point, he has to admit that he was in love with Hassan and he got fucking really, he got upset by it. I can tell you right now, I've had breakups that happened where I didn't spiral as bad as Ethan did. Yeah, no, it's a crash out, spiral, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, no. The fact is, it's obsessive. The fact is, like, he obsessed with Hassan, and then he took his obsession and he then tried to pivot it to Hassan orbiters and just all that shit. Like, nah. Stupid, sexy Hassan. Hey, you know what? Good for him. Seriously, good for him. You know? Yeah, he does, you know, he got that good mix. Me? Not so much. I'm probably like 3 or 4 inches shorter than Hassan. Definitely yeah, I don't have like the Chad or, you know, Chud looks or any of that shit. I mean, I get by. I'm all right. I know I could take his ass at hockey. Plain and simple. I'd love to see him try and put a pair of skates on. Basketball, he'd probably, I know that he's not like, he doesn't have a great jump shot, but yeah, he'd probably wreck me. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, no, I made that joke initially, but like, holy fuck, I swear to God, he saw Jake's style and was just like, that's a good one. Because Jake, if anything, let's put it like, Jake didn't take the idea, but he definitely like was inspired by the idea of some more news. Like just the disheveled newscaster look, which I thought was really smart. But I also love his I really did love the way that he tried to present the news. Jake has one of like the best dry styles of humor that I've ever heard, as far as like really being fucking deadpan, but also being serious. Like, but that was also the part where I will say I had some issues where like trying to follow a topic, because I didn't know if it was actually going to like lead to a punchline or something, because there were times that I was expecting a punchline and then all of a sudden no punchline. He was being very serious, where it's just like, oh. Derek, how's it going, bro? The way you said hockey proves you'd kick his ass. Thank you. Wow, it's the first time that I've gotten kind of called out on my Midwest accents. Okay. I appreciate that. Also, Derek, what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Are you a first timer? Are you been here before? Because yeah, you know what? I haven't really asked that about people that come into this space. I usually do that on my channel. But yeah. How'd you find us, man? How are you enjoying this this space? Are you enjoying the show? You're Canadian, so I know. Hey guys, mostly lurk. Oh, cool. You're well, okay. So yeah, you know. Yeah, I play yes, I've played that much hockey to where I everybody here knows the story, but I ended up in the hospital in Toronto with a concussion protocol. But yeah. No, I'm gonna be back into hockey too. I got the Blackhawks. We got Patrick Kane back. So I don't know. I'm kind of excited. I'll watch for the first half of the season unless he really just lost it all. Which hey, it happens. You know, players age and all that. But man, if he can't be like, you know, a powerhouse, like on a powerhouse line with Bedard, that would suck. I know enough that it's called a sweater, not a jersey. I mean, we call it a jersey, but you call it like yes, like your most technical ones will call it a sweater, but not going to ask where Letterhack went at this point. Derek, if you must know, I mean, it's pretty like we've talked about it. He's taking a hiatus from content creation. We're not sure if he's actually like, this is where we're not sure if he's going to be making his way back. We have a new Discord for this space, which he kindly let us reappropriate his Discord. I think I'm going to be honest, man. I think that, yeah, he's working on a comic, and I think that he just had it. Like I don't want to speak out of turn here, but I'm going to just speak for myself. Content creation requires a lot. It really does. If you're making videos, you're setting up interviews, like he set up this entire space, this space. This is his brainchild, and I will never take that away from him ever. Letterhack definitely was, trying to lay the groundwork for something great for the left. Kind of, and like, I'll speak for myself. Yeah, I was disappointed to see him need to take his hiatus, but I also get it as a content creator. Like, damn, dude, I really do get it. I had a mini crash out on my stream earlier today where I was just like, it's so annoying because there's no protection. So I hope your old pal Jake returns as well. Jake, I know, has been toying. Like I've seen him in like a few times, like actually like try to go live. So I don't know. I'm in the same boat as all you guys. I hope that Jake comes back. I love his content. He's a solid ass guy. He's actually one of the few, well, that's not fair. I almost said something really shitty. I was about to say he's one of the few friends that I've made here. I've actually made a lot of content, like, friends, but it's also not like that weird, empty, acquaintance kind of, friendship kind of stuff. Like, no, man. Like, I've actually made some like friends where if I'm in town, fucking hitting you up. Letterhack is focusing on the rest of his professional endeavors for the moment. Yeah. And that's the thing. One thing that we need to remind ourselves about Hack the Letterhack. Yeah, I should probably call him Letterhack. Is the fact that he was already an accomplished artist before he started content creation, and he does have something that really requires all of his attention right now. So, yeah, if he makes his way back, awesome. If he doesn't, that's fucking really, really unfortunate. But yeah, that's where we're at. But his influence can be felt through this space. Same with Jake. And just, yeah, keep following those guys wherever you guys can, as far as like looking out for stuff. And I'll give you guys updates as much as I can. I've been hanging out and chatting with some peeps longer than most coworkers. Yep. That does happen. Also, what up, Chuck? Listen, Chuck, not sure. I think you know this. If you don't, I share a name with you, and I'm a Charles. I'm a Charles-Charlie. I don't like the Chuck because of that. It's like, oh, are you gonna up Chuck? It's just like, awesome stream idea. You drawing along with Letterhack. We were gonna do that. Like, I did talk to him about doing that because like I tried to draw him on the stream that I did with him. And then, yeah, I was like, yeah, we should do like a draw off. And like, we had some pretty cool, like, that's honestly what was really disappointing was we had some stuff in the can not in the can, but we had some stuff in the pipeline. That's what I meant. I was a Carlos for 2 semesters in high school. Your Spanish teacher's fault. Nice. Yeah, same. Although I went with Zorro when I got to actually choose my name. let's see. I remember my Spanish name being Carlos Pirieta. What am I? Wait. Yeah, Carlos Pirieta. That was it. Pep, I'm named Mitch, so I get the name thing. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I have to share a name with one Charlie Kirk, which it still sticks with me, that Starbucks visit that I had where like she looked at me like she didn't want to say, like, put my name on the cup, where I was just like, oh no. It's like no. I would just have the unfortunate the unfortunate fucking situation where I share a name. It's always Spanish teacher. Hey, you got to be Professor X. Oh, thanks. My buddy used to always do the Professor X thing. I've mentioned it. Oh, geez, this hour flew by. Holy crap. I don't think that we have anything behind us, do we? Actually, I don't want to keep anybody too long, though. So, here, give me a second. All right, sorry, I had to ask something. Wow, this went by really fast. And here I was lamenting, like, oh, I didn't put anything together for the show or anything like that. I hope you guys enjoy these little pep talks, if you will. Hey, I am actually trying to do like the on-brand stuff, by the way, where somebody a long time ago, I'm sorry if I forgot who said it, but they told me that I should be doing shorts called pep talks. Groove Dragon. Haven't seen him in the chat for a minute, but Groove Dragon had a really good idea about that. I got to shout that out. Also hope Groove Dragon is doing well. Time flies. On your show, we used to do 7 more hours of content. Yeah, I know. Where are all the dragons? I hope I didn't scare them away. I mean, listen, that was always my like main concern with trying to like grab political junkies, as far as, you know, trying to fill my audience. Like I definitely want to, you know, have some audience share, but I know that there's certain audiences that vibe with me a little bit more than others. The Vanguard. I'm gonna just say it. I think that the Vanguard's audience would I think that they would dig, you know, my content. I know that I dig the Vanguard's content, even though sometimes I get a little annoyed with you know, Silly and Billy, but that's the thing. They're silly billies. It's the whole, you know. And I also like that. I like the fact that they did kind of position themselves to kind of not be always taken in, you know, the most serious light, which, hey, that does give you like a level of protection where you're just like, dude, like, what do you want from me? Like, I've had to do that a few times where I'm just like, what do you want from me? Do you want me to like fucking ignite like the calls for, you know, the big R, or like what? Like, I'm literally I'm a stoner comedian that likes politics and just talks. They are very aggressive. They're aggressive towards people that they don't necessarily agree with. I don't know. Are they? I think the Vanguard audience would eat you alive, or at least they would attempt to. They are very aggressive. Sylvie, with all due respect, you're one to talk. Honestly, I think that if they're like, let's put it this way. If I can literally do shows with you in my chat and like kind of break down like the conversations that we have, I think I'll be okay. I think I will be fine. And honestly, I think they might respect me for telling them to fuck themselves if they don't actually like it. because it is kind of one of those things where it's like, wait a minute, I thought that you guys enjoyed people that didn't like just fucking prescribe to this like the status quo or whatever the fuck you're following, or the fact that like opinions matter. The positions of their chat are very different from yours, and they do not let up. Yeah, that's kind of funny. I got one person in here saying Vanguard chat is pretty chill. Yeah, to be honest, this is all speculation. Well, stop being so fucking negative all the time, God damn it. You understand what you just did right there? You pretty much just positioned the like me into not going after their audience because you like, oh, they might be a little much for you, Pep. Fuck off. Honestly. More people need to be like me in this one. I'm going to say it. Because maybe, just maybe, you'd be a little more, like, they would be a little more honest. Are they more left? They're really not. No, they do a lot of fucking drama content. God damn. How much TYT membership content can they milk for fucking, for their fucking drama videos? You want, okay, well, I can go there. Joking, but not joking. I'm a fan of both Pep and the Golden Girls fan. Wait, I'm both a Pep fan and a Golden Girls fan. Golden Girls. Yeah, they're basically leftist TMZ. Yeah, but sure, they might take a little umbrage with. Honestly, I think that I see it the opposite way. I've watched enough of the Vanguard. They themselves call it drama. That's what I thought. No, see, this is the thing. I've watched enough of their content to know where I'm like, no, I think I'd be fine. Trust me, if they're not getting mad at at the boys themselves, nah, then they're fine. They will admit it though. That's why I'm saying that's the reason that I kind of enjoy them. Like that's the reason. Like when I'm on vacation or like vacation. Wrong word. The last time that I really listened to like their shows is when I was down in Nashville for my mom's stuff. But yeah, it's like the TMZ chat's gonna eat you alive. Okay. ... Exactly. Nah, trust me. Every once in a while, Sylvie will get like this, and then we have a back and forth, and then chat will be like, "Mom and Dad are fighting," and whatever. I mod over there. It depends on the day. Anytime they put Destiny or Asmon on or whatever in the title, we get an influx of bullshit, and there's a few agitators constantly crowing about it. Wait, you mod for them? Wait a minute. I don't know. Throwing a good word for your boy Pep Talks over here. God damn. It's the same as that guy that came in earlier where he's just like, I was looking for Vosh. This is like, it's like, well, if you're going to Vosh, can you at least do me the solid and, just be like, hey, I found this guy Pep Talks on the way. Seems pretty cool. Oh, man. I mean, I'm being real, though. Like, damn. Let's start a beef. Let's go. Let's start a beef. Yeah. Vanguard. Wait. Yeah. Vanguard. The Vanguard of what? Yeah. Vanguard of leftism? I don't think so. Nobody can tell me who's lefter than the Macho Man. Yeah. Macho Pep. Yeah. Nobody can tell me what I'm doing wrong in politics because I'm only doing right by myself. Yeah, conviction stands all the way. Yeah. One thing I will say is Vanguard, you better watch out. Coming for your territory, I am. Yeah, Kansas City. Don't have much of a dispensary scene out there. Yeah. Don't know anything about the percentages. Yeah. Eddies. And you got the Eddies. You got the, who you call them? Tinctures. You got the flour. Yeah. Well, let me tell you something. Pep Talks knows exactly what he's talking about. Gonna bring it to you. Yeah. You're going down when it comes to knowledge on the cannabis. Also gonna go down
when you bring the comedy, yeah. Try too hard. Two people, yeah, back and forth. Gonna turn into an interesting situation. Gonna little bit, testy. Wondering when the drama's gonna start coming up with them. Yeah, watch Dopey and Anthony. Yeah, started fighting. Everybody knew Bob and Tom didn't like each other. Yeah. Vanguard. Just know, Pep Talks is coming for you.
There you go. Cut it. Clip this and tag him. Talk to Jed about that one. Put a timestamp on that. Let's see. What is the timestamp? 8:09. I'll call it 8:09. There we go. Yeah. Just tag Jed in it, because that's the one thing I love about here is I don't have to worry about that. Not sure if they understand the wrestling angle of things. I hope they do. 8:06. Damn, that was a 6-minute promo. What? Oh, that's right. Jed is taking care of their leg. That's right. Oh man, dude, that sucks. Fuck. Also, shout out Jed. Appreciate y'all all you do for us over here. I'll speak for myself. I really appreciate it. But yeah, not kidding though. Yeah, get that out there, and yeah, maybe yeah. Yeah, I'll be honest. I would love to actually ham it up with the Vanguard before I were to go back and forth with the left. I see. This is the thing. I'll be completely real, and I'm gonna do this here on this space where we do kind of share a little bit here. I want to be on Leftist Mafia. I'm putting it out there, folks. I think that I would definitely be a good, not looking for a position of power, maybe a little capo. Yeah, they've been platforming some of us this spacers. Now the issue is I very much recognize where I've done some problematic content as far as just for anybody checking out my lives or just even my videos. It's just kind of what? Oh no, oh. Although with Matt, yeah, straight edges for some reason I've always gotten along with. Let's see. I think most of them would. I don't know. What do you think? You think they think I'm cringe or be honest? I'm sitting here thinking about it. I might as well just be honest. Just start talking wrestling, done and done. Hey, there we go. The fact that they have to go through an 8-hour streams, your comments are buried. Oh yeah. I think you charm them. Good. No, see, that's what I hope. I hope so. I mean, listen, I'm all about realistically good vibes first. I want good vibes. I have spent enough of my life, especially in the last 2 years, in this fucking depressive hole where anytime that I can feel a little bit of positivity and also help pass on that positivity, then I am there for it. Pep, you can talk to any panel member or panel remember the debate. Well, that's true. No. Well, okay. So if I'm going to be honest with you guys, I think that I talked too much on our own panel. Whether it was Black Red Guard, and that was fun. The thing is, I was self-conscious, but I think that that was good. But I also just gonna say I don't know the vibe. I don't know. He might not like me. I wouldn't necessarily blame him because I did kind of call him out on his bullshit. But realistically, I think that that's something that doesn't happen very much to him, which that's something that a lot of people don't like. And just like this last week, I'll just say it. Sometimes I feel I don't know, I feel bad where I'm not giving enough to the other people on the panel, so On a panel, you have to interrupt each other unapologetically. I hate that shit though. This is why I hate panel shows. Like I've always hated The View. Like, so Howard used to listen to a bunch of The View clips, right? And anytime he did, he would bring up how they're all just a bunch, like he would play this fucking squawk box where it's because like every time it was just them fucking just squawking over each other, like, oh yeah, it's just I hope BRG has not given up on this space. Well, I hope not. I mean, if that one interaction would be enough for him to not want to be part of this space, then I gotta just say this, then he ain't for this space. Because this space is literally for this type of like disagreement and creation. Like, no, I gotta call that out, man. That's fucked up. It's like if that is the case, I feel like it's not. We'll kind of find out here in the coming weeks, but yeah, realistically, if he doesn't show up on this space, then take that one for what you will. I personally thought that, yeah, he went a little hard, and yes, I had some disagreements with him. Overall, like, I have no beef with the guy. Like, he's a fucking fine content creator. I like his analysis on things. I think that realistically, he's a good, not even, I'm gonna use a wrestling term here, but don't take too much from it, but like a good foil for like me, where it is like, oh, okay, he has different perspectives, obviously, than I have. I have different perspectives, obviously, than he does, which should be able to lead to like a healthy discourse or a debate. Pep, you took that one too personally, man. It wasn't just that one. I did actually like watch it like back again. Whatever. That's why you both talking would be awesome. No, and that's why I'm saying, but like there was one specific time that like, so when I watched the playback, I noticed that I actually like did say that's bullshit, and I like got kind of heated. And I'm personally wondering more so like, oh shit, did he take that? I don't know. This is just me pontificating. Even if BRG, if you watch this content, just want you to know, well, good, man. Like, I would love to have you back on the panel show, and just in general, like, I want to welcome all sorts of different creators, but this does not take away from the other side of that, where he took your energy and returned it. Yeah. No, and that's fine. That's totally fine. I just think that even if I was like in a joking phrase, saying that, what he said to me, that one, you know what? No, well, what he said to me and Jeff, I should say, which was hilarious. Now, here's the thing, because of like the serious context between, or like, of what we were discussing, it was so funny to watch me and Jeff organically just be like, yeah, well, what if I said I don't like white people? Or like, maybe I just don't like white people. And we just went, that was the perfect reaction, because what are you going to do? It's kind of like, oh, damn. And I know he was like, the thing is, after I watched it back, I knew I had to like listen to it back to like kind of get the context, where I'm like, oh yeah, that's how it was a joke. Like, I definitely did hear that a little bit wrong. I will admit my fault in that one. But yeah, that's what happened. Dude, no. What? Dude, no what? What, I'm not supposed to bring up the things where I'm just like, yeah, what? But no, I felt this, actually, to take it to the other panels that I've done here. Like, even when you go back to like the early This Space panels, I think that like I was definitely in my own head, because like I went, like, I remember going back and watching, it was one of our first ones. I think it was an election night, where we had like 8 of us on. And that one, I kind of felt like I didn't talk enough, like, so like I kind of had to find this fine balance. But this is what I like about doing my own content is that I don't have to worry about stepping on anybody's toes. I don't have to do any of that. I can just, it's very free for me. You know, it's the same thing as not doing scripted content or any of that shit, but yeah. Oh, now you said it. Context. Yeah. No. That's what I was. Yeah. The context was definitely missed. But I wasn't the only one who missed it. That was the funniest part. God. I'll just say this much. That should have been clipped all by itself, but sent to like a comedy channel. Like, I don't know, because that was funny. It was just like watching us, for lack of a better term, go ghost white. Yeah, it's pretty freaking funny. But the broader point to this is that I feel like sometimes I don't want to step on people's toes. It's the same as like, last week. I don't want to step on Carlos's toes. Like, I feel like, Carlos, I will say this, last week was awesome because having Carlos and Alex on, even me and Alex were kind of going back and forth. And like, Carlos kind of was like a good mediator because like we kind of talked about this a little bit. And then, yeah. Like having him step in and then just be like, no, I hear both y'all, and just, yeah, that's fun. I love our panel show. Like, I love it. I love the fact that we do this. Like, I love the fact that we even have this. So, it's funny but true. You can hang with anyone, but at the same time, no one else has your energy. Yes. Yeah. No, and somebody brought that up actually about like how when I came in to that show, I was already late, which I let them know I was hanging out therapy. But it's the thing where it's like, oh shit, I didn't realize that they already had like an established thing going and like the energy was there. And like, yeah, no, honestly, that's where I should have just kind of like not thrown in the towel or anything like that. But I should have, like, now I have this, I'll be honest, like it was a learning experience where I can just take a step back real quick, say hello, say, hey boys, and then get the vibe of what we're talking about before I just come in with my bullshit. Cause I'll be real. We had talked about what we were going to do, and I've kind of let everybody know this. I'm an open book, and sorry if I piss off, some people, but I'm not letting anything, go here. It's literally just like, I came in, didn't understand the energy, and tried to come in, and I thought it was going to be, fun and games and just, hey, it's this space creators, and we're all like, I'm a wacky guy. Whoa. And then it was just very technical, preachy kind of, not preachy. That's not fair. Technical teachy. There we go. Technical teachy theory type of show where I was just like not prepared for it. So it's okay. Pep with the steel chair. Yeah. It's like how you said you can do stand up, but not improv, team improv. Yeah. No, I'm very much in that boat. But this is where I feel like I can vibe. It's just, yeah. Like I said, take that step back, kind of understand where I'm at as a content creator. And yeah. It was unfortunate, but at the same time, I also value it. Because Natch, you said it. I took it too personally. I really did. I took it too personally, and I also had this thing where I overthunk it. I really did. Because like I got off of that, and I felt like I did a horrible job. I felt like I was, I didn't articulate myself well. Like I really was like, oh fuck. But I also was upset because I'm like, that wasn't supposed to be the show. And then and I'll admit, like, yes, that was my problem though. Like, I'm acknowledging that, you know what? I didn't make myself heard as far as what I wanted the show to be when I initially pitched it. So that was my bad. And shout out to Alex for fucking taking charge, dude, and just like running with it. Cause realistically, I ain't got time for that. So the fact that he wanted to bring on a new creator, like, and he was like, yeah, like this is a good idea so he can meet everybody else. Like I totally get it now. Like before I was kind of like, oh, well, I thought this was an us thing. But then I'm like, oh, well, no, I can see where the logic comes in here, where you think that it's the easiest way to introduce all of your friends or all of your collaborators to a new person. Like, this is how I've done things where, you know, in my real life like that, where I'm just like, oh yeah, you know what? This party would probably be a really good time to introduce my friends to a different friend. Oh yeah, Alex is like a field medic with that stuff. He really is. The thing is, yeah, he knows how. I think it's because like of where, like, he's a city boy. Like he went to a city. Like, when you grow up in a pretty like I don't want to call it chaotic because it's not to us. But when you grow up in a city environment, you really do kind of you get a little hardened, battle hardened, but also like you get diplomatic. I think that's also where me and Alex can definitely, understand where we're coming at these things from. Fast paced. Yeah. Oh, it's also fast paced as shit. Yeah. Like, you can keep up. Which is fun, shout out Alex. I'm not sure if you're watching, but if you are not and you do watch the VOD, dude, crushing it, man. Also, about to hit that 1,000. I noticed. I'm excited for him. This is like, dude, if anybody deserves to like really fucking like make it in content, fucking Alex, he wants it so bad. He just wants it so bad. This dude, he wants to go write movies and make movies, and he's like, dude, he's got that producer brain, which I'm the opposite. I actually like I call myself like performer brain, where I don't have I try not to have the program director like side of things. Pep is the normie whisperer. Alex is the Pep whisperer. Well, for this space, I'll give him that. He does know, like, I don't know. He puts in the work and he's so good at it. No, he is. Like, he's got that thing. He's got the thing where he can just turn on he can hit go live and just do it. I recognize it. I would actually, let's see. There isn't a single talent on this space that doesn't have that. Like, for real. All of them. Like, they could all just hit go live, and I think they could do it unprepared and just go. And that's awesome. And that's also where I think that we do kind of like, we all vibe as far as like being able to do like a panel show or, put together some collaborations. Like, we really do. Like, we did the Ken and Karen thing with Left of the Box, which was a lot of fun. Also, shout out Sandee. Hope Sandee's doing well. We got to do that again. We got to see, but that proved to me that, I can do a little bit of that as long as it, like, let's put it this way. As long as somebody else takes the reins, and I kind of can do like a yes and thing a little bit, fine. The problem is I just have this feeling that my sense of humor is a little darker than theirs, and a little bit like my lines are a little bit different. Like, I'll be completely real with y'all. Stuff that would probably send y'all, or not send y'all, stuff that would literally get you to walk out of a comedy show, I could easily just be like, well, that wasn't very funny, and then listen to the next bit. I also like do have the thing where I can call out a cringe comic immediately. Like, I can tell the difference between somebody that has cringe jokes or is like working on a bit, as opposed to somebody who's actually a cringe comic. So there's that guy. Shit, I forgot his name. He wears sunglasses. He's on Kill Tony. He's technically like an Andrew Dice Clay type of character. But yeah, he like did this thing where like Matt McCusker's wife, who's a black woman and also an ex-cop, like got sick of him making these racist jokes and actually like met him in the green room and just laid him out. Like, fucking no words said, just pa. And it's just like, and yeah, you know what? Every comic in there didn't see shit. Because every comic knows that at some point, if you like, you're gonna go too far. or you just know not to go too far because you don't want that happening. Like for me, I'll be honest, I've never gotten like hit at a club or anything like that, but I have had my fucking big ass mouth punched a few times. I'm lucky I have all my teeth, and I'm not talking from hockey. Like there's been a few parties where like, oh my God. Okay. I went to a bonfire when I was like 15. This is before I had a car. And I remember where I was just talking mad shit to this guy, and he was much bigger than me. And I may have crossed the line, started talking about his mom, like doing the thing where you're just like, don't talk about my mom. And then I did the thing too, because this girl was there, and like I did a fucking insult on his girl. I remember making the insult, and then I remember waking up. It's just like, the fuck? And my buddy, he was over me just like, yeah, fucked up, dude. And I was just like, fuck. He's like, I'm gonna go get you some ice, man. And I was just like, shit. But I ended up shaking his hand and like saying sorry because, yeah, I knew I was wrong. I knew I was in the wrong. So I was just like, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, I ended up sitting there on the with the I was at the bonfire with an ice pack, just like, oh. How long were I? It was like a split second. I mean, it was very quick because like he ended up catching me with like an uppercut where I was just yeah, he hit me in like that sweet spot, but also, dude, like he hit me in that spot where like I felt it all over my head where I was just like, oh, I'm not sure if I fell backwards though. I don't know. Like I could have. I know I was in the grass, so I couldn't have hit my head that hard, but yeah, I learned not to talk shit, and because my buddy, who was much bigger than me, was with, actually, you met him, Arcadian was with me. This is my favorite, one of the favorite things he's ever told me, where he stands me up and he's like kind of making sure I'm okay. And he just goes, listen, bud, I'm not going to be there for you when you're talking that level of shit. It's just like, noted. Yeah. But that's the thing, guys. Like, I'm glad that happened when I was younger. I'm glad that I grew past that shit before I was in my 20s. Yeah, oops. Yeah, exactly. Oops. That's real talk from a good friend. That's why we're still fucking best friends. Like, I'm turning 40 this year. Yeah, we've known each other a long time, man. And that was like right around the time we met. Like that was the craziest part. Like we had like just become friends. But that was cool. Like he was one of those friends I had where like we met and like we clicked immediately, where it was just like, holy shit, you know all the people I know? Holy shit, you've lived in the same neighborhood I did? Holy shit. Like it was one of those things where we were just like, I think we just became best friends. I think we did. God, I don't know why, but I still remember the first night like we ever hung out. We got like way too high and we thought we saw like a cloaked alien on a tree. We were like convinced of it too. I saw a cloaked alien. You saw it too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we were a little too ripperood, but it's okay. Hey, yo, the true Canadian fashion. I got pushed into a lake, and I know I was asking for that. Yeah, I've been pushed into a pool. I've been thrown into a pool by my cousin when I was talking shit to my dad. The thing is, my cousin fucked up because my dad's cell phone was in my pocket. So he threw me in the pool, and I just pulled out the cell phone. My dad's like, "Motherfucker!" Oh, that was funny. Rest in peace, cousin Mike. God damn it. Man, that shit gets real every once in a while. My cousin just died in March. Yeah, he got hit by a truck. He was riding his motorcycle to work. Oh man, but we got the good boy here. Oh yeah, we don't got the dog cam. Instant karma. Yeah. Well, that was the funny part because my dad was laughing until he realized that that was his Motorola. It's just like, no shit. All right, here. My dog's schmoozing me. He gets 2 treats because he schmoozed so well. All right, you schmoozed well there, buddy. I hope you can hear him. Unfortunately, you can't see him here. You'll get Yeah. Hi. And you burped. Oh my god. Oh, dude. Why? Why you got the farts that smell like or the burps that smell like farts? Oh god. Ah, this dog, I swear to God, dude. Oh, yeah, here, why don't you go lay down, buddy? You actually want that bone now? Nah, he's like, go lay down. There he goes. Chemtrail. Ugh. That was brutal. Not gonna lie. Fucking like he did that, and I'm just like, oh yeah. Ugh. Ay. I don't even know what I was talking about. Oh yeah. I was talking about getting punched. No, he still doesn't like the giant bone. He does. I don't think he knows how to tackle it. That's part of the problem. Like, I might have to like saw it in half and give him half of it. Because I noticed what he was looking for was a place where he can get his teeth underneath it so he can start kind of flipping the bone and like kind of like pull it. He has nothing that he can like really tug at. So like that's part of the problem. He watched his Motorola's soul drift up into the heaven. Yeah, that's back when it was one of the flip phones that had the battery on the outside. It was like it was the flip phone that had it was like a half battery on the flip part, and then it had like the antenna that pulled up. It was a nice phone. It was like one of the nicer phones of the 90s, and yeah, he was not happy. No, it wasn't a Razor. It wasn't a Razor. It was it's just like a normal Moto, but still, yeah, he was pissed. It happened at my my uncle's place in Florida, the one that sent me out to Universal by myself. No, I've had, dude. That's one thing I got to say. Like, I wouldn't change a thing in my life outside of my mom's passing. Everything's been, outside of not like all the mistakes, all of it. It's all, hey, I like where I ended up. All things considered, I like who I am. I said that to my therapist recently, and she was just like, "Good for you!" Like, she was very proud of me. She was like, "Wow, that's great." I'm like, "Yeah, you know what? It is. I finally hit. I kind of hit that moment where I was just, yeah, you know what? I like me. Some people might not like me, but I like me. My friends like me. My wife likes me." The flip part wasn't just a cover for the keys. Didn't even have a mic in it. Ha, ha, ha. Being a 90s kid ruled, though. I will say that much. Yeah, I go through like the generational shit, but what's my broader point? Did I have a broader point, or was I just rambling about something? Because I kind of do that. It's okay. I want one of those huge phones from Comedy Central in the early 2000s. Like the big ones? Yeah. Those are actually worth money now. Yeah, the monotone orange LCD. Wait. Monotone orange? What are you talking about? I thought you were talking about like one of the big brick phones that was like from 1988. I want to say like 87, 88. My dad used to call it his car phone. My dad used to have one. Yeah, and it had like the giant cord that like technically it could be cordless because it had a battery, but it like died in like 10 minutes. started with you talking about comedy dynamics and then getting hit for talking shit. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, comedy dynamics are definitely something that's entire, like, the audience may not respect it, but the comedians do. So, like, for instance, if I don't vibe with, like, somebody that's also, technically a comedian or, like, they do more funny content, doesn't mean that we don't like each other at all. It's just that our humor styles don't mesh as well, And I am really trying to work hard on that too, where I don't take it all the way that I did with the with our panel show, the first one, because I didn't take it well. I took it personally, and I took that personally. I thought you were talking about how we should all follow Comrade Lenin. Right. Actually, Lenin's the one that I'm like, no. Lenin was a dude. He was a piece of shit. He really was. He had some good ideas, but he was just as bad as the other fucking dictator assholes and like the fucking the Anastasia family or whatever the fuck. Like, dude, he did some fucking pretty heinous shit. Lenin was better than Stalin. Yeah, Stalin wasn't great either. That's not. Yeah. Oh my God, that's like saying Biden's better than Trump. I'll just be honest, man. No, Russia didn't do that great. They didn't. Like, damn, dude. Like, outside of everything, like, yes, there are very good things to come from Karl Marx's like way of wanting to have us seize the means of production. But if anything, the Russian experiment taught us is that once you add a dictator to it, it doesn't work. You can't have it as as being fucking so overtly authoritarian that you start fucking like you can't even differentiate between the last regime and your regime. Yeah, Lenin used to persecute democratic socialists, and so did Stalin. Exactly, but the thing is, they used to do it not to protect social or not to protect fucking communism. They did it to protect themselves. Like they did it to protect. Like this is the bitch that I wish more people would be honest about. Is how it was its own oligarchy. Like the thing is, they had their own upper fucking class. That doesn't work if this is like if it is the communist experiment that everybody was talking about. And yes, am I coming at this with a half-educated point of view of most Americans? Little bit. But even with my half education, I don't like you can add all the fucking historical context that you want. It doesn't necessarily mean that they were right. Yes, true communism has never been tried. That's what I mean. Like that's why I don't like it when people like hitch their wagon to like Stalinism or Leninism or any of that shit, because it's like, yeah, that's the stuff that didn't work. Like we can do better. Like we can definitely do better. Like we already like this is the thing about America. We actually have, because we have our democracy in the way that we do, we definitely are primed to show the world that this could work for the majority of people, because we actually do speak, well, theoretically, we do still have representation. But this is where, like, again, I just got in this argument yesterday with one of our chatters where she was saying, abolish the Senate. Good luck. Seriously. You can sit there. I really don't have an opinion outside of the fact that, yeah, okay, just having the House of Representatives and our president, yeah, okay, like a parliamentary system kind of makes sense. But realistically, good luck selling that on the rest of the American electorate. Like, this is where it's almost like you had the idea too soon. Or we can definitely do that later. And I'm talking 30 years, 20 to 30 years later. let's just get to the point where we don't have a fucking a dictator or not even a dictatorship, a fascist regime turning us into just a fucking oligarchy that also is running into the territory of just like taking away all of our rights. So they tried to jump the gun with a vanguard party, in my opinion. Well, that's kind of, that's how this goes, though. Like, and this is where you're not going to get the outcome that you want. Yes, you might be one of the seeds, but this is what I don't understand is how come you can be fine with that in theory until somebody points out, hey, you're just going to be the seed. And then you're like, no, we're the whole fucking garden. It's like, okay. Okay. Meanwhile, I am looking at a bunch of fucking clay with cracks in it and I'm like, oh, that's not even soil. Because that's what it is, man. That's what we've got now. Unfortunately, it was it was soil. Like, even with Biden, and I hate to say this, but it really was. Like, at least it was soil then. But man, this riverbed is dried the fuck up. We got nothing but a fucking, like I said, bunch of clay. Science and democracy are the right and the left hands of what I'll refer to as the move from realism, the realm of necessity to the realm of freedom. You can make pots with that wild clay. Yeah, but you can't feed yourself with that wild clay. I'd rather have fields of wheat and edible things instead of just a whole bunch of pots. Just saying. Because you guys don't believe in capitalism, so therefore you can't. Then at that point you can't sell your pots. Then what? Then you got a lot of pots to piss in. Come on, that was fire. I swear to God, if I get nothing from you guys on that one. Sorry, you were making an analogy. Yes, not a great one, but it was still there. I missed a lot of this conversation. Oh, yeah. I was making an analogy. That one got a lull. Yes. All right, I feel successful. Cool. All right, we'll do a 2-hour show tonight, and then we'll wrap. Let me let him know. There we go. I mean, guys, like, this is where I get into a lot of like philosophical discussions and like sociological political discussions, where either I'll kind of get, argued to the point where it's like, you don't understand what you're talking about, or blah, 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 blah. Or it's the other side of it where they just cannot conceptualize that, like, I think it was Etch that said it. Reality check. We're so far away from any of this being practical discussion. The whole world's going fascist. Exactly. And that's kind of where I've been upset with this is like, I feel like people are going to, they're going to ignore that because it feels safer. Like, this is what I was saying about calling out some of the left that like goes after leftists and like people like that, like they want to mince words or they want to fucking like try and say like this person's not like the real after blah 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 blah. That's why I have no patience for that. None. It's even the way that people will derogatorily talk about liberals. Like, I'm fine if you guys do it, but realistically, it doesn't help. It doesn't help at all. We're trying to grow a coalition. Like, you cannot do that by fucking constantly alienating people. If you guys want them to just turn their cheek away and be like, well, fuck this, I'm not getting politically involved at all, then that's how we do it. I think Richard Wolff is on even keel with the economic regard. Yeah. Maybe a segment where you watch and react to experts teaching theory could be something to do regularly, Pep. Ish. You might not want that. You might not want that because I'm not exactly what I would call a theory nut, because I think that a lot of people who study theory and philosophy get lost in the sauce because they're too busy trying to apply it to their everyday situation or like to their current situation without being able to recognize how it's different or like how the times are different or like that's my biggest problem. Like I have had a lot of this happen because of where I came from. Religion. Like I want a religion hour with Pep. We got to get Ben Dixon here because Ben Dixon's the only person I will discuss religion on this space with. I've kind of come to terms with that. As it currently stands, I'd say that this space is the inside discussion, not for the normies yet. Anyhow, that's a bad way of looking at that. That's actually a really bad way of looking at that. You want this space to actually break out to the normies. You want to bring people. You want to be welcoming to normies, so they can then kind of pivot to the left. This is kind of where I say that sometimes people act like they don't want to do the hard work. They just want everybody to change their minds based on like one discussion. It's not how it works. You actually have to show them like, hey, this is tenable. Hey, like, yes, politically you can show them how it works, but also like there are ways to this is where I've had this conversation a lot. And actually like I became good friends with one of my chatters because of the way that I called her out, where I was like, hey, you're too into theory because you don't know how to break this down and teach this in a way that's palatable to somebody that listens to sound bites. We are the TikTok generation. I mean, for better or worse, Vine, TikTok, all this shit, it ruined our brains. We have about 6 seconds before people go, I want to watch something else. Or, I think I'm going to play a phone game. And I know that sometimes I sound like I'm being facetious, and sometimes I really like do kind of boil this down to, like the 6th grade reading level idiots that we have in this country. But that's because I work. I've said this on my own show. It's because I work and I just know these people. That's my family. That's I can't call them friends, but that's the people that I have to engage with daily. It's just what it is. So I would say that, like, for me personally, for this space, I want normies here. I want everybody like to come here and have like their political persuasion kind of, not met, but at least engaged with. This is where I was saying, like, unfortunately, like on my channel, yeah, I get a lot of trolls, but I've had a few, I've had a few right wingers actually like tell me, like, hey, you gave me a perspective that I'd never had heard before, and now I really have changed my mind on this. Like, I appreciate that. So I don't know the merit. Like, I'll just say this much: I have this win. I've been told, and I've seen the evidence that I changed their mind because I didn't talk to them the way that a lot of other fucking people do, where I didn't condescend to them. I didn't say, here is Karl Marx, go read it. They don't like that. They really don't, because most people don't have time for that shit. Most people want a Cliff Notes version of the left, or they just want literally where you can just say, hey, man, we kind of want you to work less, get paid more, and have, more to fall back on. So you're not constantly just fucking fighting for the scraps. So on this space, I've listened to a lot of people hashing things out. Yeah. Yeah, no, Chuck, I appreciate that. You probably watch more of this space than I ever have. Hate to admit that, but it's just kind of how it is. I do 8 hours of another show, and then I also have a job. So Communist Manifesto has some banger lines, though. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not saying that the Communist Manifesto does not have banger lines. I'm not saying that Karl Marx, in literally his analysis of how things were in his time, and specifically where it was going, was not wrong. But occasionally, for instance, for anybody that ever told, for when people told me to go read Marx, I didn't know that Marx talked in old-timey fucking Shakespearean-esque language. Guess what? For someone who has dyslexia, ain't happening. Ain't happening, brother. So I got the audiobooks version of a few of these things. And like I read I listened to the audiobook of Das Kapital. Took what I could from it. By the way, this was years ago. This was back when I was reading Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky. Like, this is when I was really trying to get like more politically involved, and I didn't even really necessarily know if I was left or right. I just knew that there was something better than what we have. During Occupy, I started realizing the problems with like just unfettered capitalism. Then Citizens United happened in 2008? It was either 2008 or 2010. Either way, like when Citizens United happened, I remember being extremely upset about that and just being like, you guys don't understand what we just did. But yeah, no. I work from a computer, so you're probably right. It's okay. Like reading Wright Brothers to understand modern flying. Exactly. Thank you. That is the thing. There's so much. There are much better fucking books to read. And honestly, guys, not everything is. It's not going to be like, I get it. I get reading a good book. I get getting some fucking knowledge, and I get that moment where you feel like you like you got radicalized or something. I had that happen with End of Faith with Sam Harris. I remember like how that was what solidified me as an atheist. I was just but the thing is, do you know who didn't give a shit about me reading the fucking End of Faith? Nobody. Literally nobody. Nobody gave a fuck. They might entertain me for about 5 minutes, but then they would just be like, oh, okay. Trust me. Like, I can't tell you. I was an ex-Christian that literally fucking used to like be so up his own ass with like, oh my God. Like when I became an atheist, I became a new atheist, like in the vein of fucking Richard fucking Dawkins and all those assholes. Like I was one of those guys because I was like, yeah, Dionysus, yeah, the fact that this is consistent throughout the history, yeah, Constantinople, fucking the Council of Nicaea, yeah. You know who didn't care? Anybody. This is where you could call it reductive, you could call it kind of shitty even. But it's true. Sometimes, like, you're beating, like, not even a dead horse. You're just fucking, you're like shouting at a wall. Like, that's where it's just, I don't want to do that. Like, if you can take your theory and then you can kind of like chop it up into practical application in our current time, like, this is the way that I break up, democratic socialism, where I just ask them, I'm like, do you like your cops? Okay. You like your firemen? Good. You like hospitals? Oh, yeah. Public schools? Oh, okay. Well, then you understand that you're a socialist. What? Yeah, you're technically a socialist because that's literally socialist programs. Oh, it's worked within a framework of capitalism? Yeah. Now, the difference is we get taxed at high, like, all you need to make them understand is the fact that they constantly fool us into taxing ourselves, and then they use that disingenuously to make sure that they don't get taxed. I think some of the asshat atheist stuff comes from a place of people processing their religious trauma in a not so helpful way. That was exactly what happened to me. I will admit that. I'll admit that. Yeah. It was definitely not great. And yes, it definitely made me more of a prickly human being. But this is where I tried to, like, I saw how people reacted to, like, me leaving my religion, and saw their reaction to it. And then I kind of understood that even like with the pivot in my politics, I saw the same reactions, and that's where I just tried to bring that to everybody where I'm like, listen, I agree with you. I've said this so many times where, hey, if communism could happen in my lifetime, I'm all for it, man. I really am. But I just don't see it being that way. I think that I'm going to hit my 70s maybe, and it's still going to be the same type of shit, but I just hope that there's a little bit better, Elon Musk coming out and literally saying that, like, oh yeah, we're just gonna have like a we don't have to worry about the future. We're just gonna have like a merit system, or not merit system. What was it called? Where everything's like paid for. An abundance system. I was just like, oh yeah. Pap, serious question. Practically, how can workers of the world unite? So many of the leftism is only concerned with their own country, and first off, you got to start with them recognizing that they actually do care about their countrymen. If you want the short answer is most people don't have time to care about anything but their family. People like me, like this is where I've noticed this. The most radical people that are like in these, these organizations usually don't have kids. They usually don't have kids, and they usually have a lot of time to think about this stuff. Trust me, I'm almost 40, don't have kids, do political content. I can speak to this. But this is also where I say, because I have so many friends that do, and I've just seen it where it's like, no, this is exactly my point. Like, most these people, they get off work, then they got to go pick up their kid. Then kid has to go to a fucking basketball game or a soccer game or whatever the fuck. Then you got to make them dinner. Then you got to and then they go to bed. And then you go to bed. You might watch a few political videos, but realistically, you ain't changing the world. You're not looking to go and protest when the next day you have to do it all over again. And the thing is, this is how America runs. And I know a lot of people are uncomfortable with that fact that this is just how it goes. And this is why it's so hard to get the 89 plus million to even listen. And they did this on purpose. Like, you can blame whoever you want, left, right, I don't give a shit. But they did this on purpose. Being disenfranchised or being disaffected with politics was the point. So try not to do that. All right, I'll go through the comments here, and then I'm have to head on out. We have to help the people understand that nation states are just ruling class mechanisms to control the working people of the world. Yeah, most people would understand. The thing is, most people do understand that, but this is where I keep saying it's about either rebranding or something, because right now, communism, socialism, no, doesn't work. Socialism is starting to lose its scariness. The communism, this is why they're falling back on it, is because the Red Scare shit worked. We can literally throw our fucking hands in the air and just be like, they're using Red Scare tactics. Yeah. And the thing is, they ain't going to listen to us flailing our hands. They're going to just assume that we're all fucking communists. The best way to actually tackle this one is just by saying they called Biden a communist. They call everybody who's a Democrat a communist. So are they actually communists, or are they just Democrats? Hold them to that one. Don't play do not use your version of nuance, because trust me, that will end up shooting you in the dick. You know the answers. You know it is different. You know Biden sucks. They don't need to know that. They just need to know that they thought that Biden and Democrats were or are communists, which then gets people to go, well, hold on. Well, that's not very communism. That's how that works. No, trust me. The red shit scare, it works. The Red Scare shit works. Fuck, man. This is why I've been telling it. Dude, I have had this stance since Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter, fine. They definitely did tackle that one a little too hard as far as going after, well, white lives matter. Fuck you. Where they lost it was defund the police. When they came out and said defund the police, I immediately, I agree with it. I am 1000% behind the idea of, taking this fucking military but that's not what it was. That's not what they heard. That's not what they heard at all. And that's why, again, anytime that somebody is overly emotional and says, we have to abolish XYZ, maybe take that breath, pause, literally say out loud, pause, reevaluate what you're about to say, and then go, because that will actually make you look at who you're discussing this with, and then you go, oh, well, okay, so am I actually about to push somebody away with my response, or am I going to actually gain traction with this response? And then the second that you say, like I said, abolish the Senate. Do you know how many ears fucking close? Do you know how many people will just walk away from you because you just said abolish the Senate because they can't conceptualize such a thing? Because even they don't know why the Senate's necessarily a thing, but they don't have 8 hours to break down the complex fucking socioeconomic fucking conditions that brought us to today. Like I said, most of these people don't have time. This is where I've been talking about the main point of what we do is to simplify our message and try to gain fucking momentum with normal people and people that you call either libs, shit libs, fucking even the enlightened centrists. Do not condescend your way out of having fucking support. Or do not condescend your way into teaching them more about it. I don't need to do anything to sell someone on Senate abolition. Yeah, you do, because you're part of the left and you're literally the one that's advocating for it. So if you're advocating for something, then you need to fucking discuss, like you need to be able to break that down into something that makes sense to people. If you can't do that, then forgive me when people tune the fuck out from you and then walk the fuck away. I mean, this is kind of where Sylvie, this is where I've been coming at you so hard with this shit. Either engage or check out. You don't get to do this both sides bullshit where you get to fucking come online, act like you're so fucking active and so involved, but then just say, well, I don't need to do the hard work. That's bullshit. Oh my God. I hope I'm misunderstanding what you're saying there, but that's bullshit. No, you do. You do. Because anybody that fucking says this shit, as in, I don't need to go into a 10-hour diatribe. That's my point. If you can't sum it up in a fucking 2-minute conversation, that's a problem. Because it should be that simple. It really should. But that's where I'm also saying, don't be surprised when you don't have anybody fucking. No, I was agreeing with you. On the second, yeah, that third part kind of took a minute to get there. This is getting good. Ah, damn it. All right, you know what? Fuck it. Hey, Nick, if you don't mind, can I go another 15? And can you just say that Pep has to really pee? Because I would like to stay another 20 minutes or so, or another 30 if that's okay. I say one dang thing, man. It was that. Listen, I was about to say maybe it's getting navel gazy. See what I mean? See what I mean? It happened. Hey. With all due respect, Sylvie, it's all good. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well then, here. You know what? I don't have time to explore this subtleties of politics by design. If we had the time, we might actually see who the real enemy was. Yes, yes. Thank you, Mitchell. Holy shit, you fucking articulated that perfectly. That is literally the problem, is the fact that they did this by design. Like, they don't want us talking about this. Like, they don't want us fucking having these conversations. They really don't want us having fucking class solidarity. That's the biggest thing I keep talking about. I'm fantasizing about an international worker strike. Yeah, right. The problem is your average asshole is just like, well, I gotta still make my paycheck, and they show up, and then it's just whatever. All right. So what's gonna happen is we're gonna hit the BRB screen. I gotta pee, and then I'm gonna hang with you for a little bit to wrap up We'll probably wrap around the half hour here. So but I've really got to pee. All right. Sorry, guys. Wow, that's a lot different than my PRP screen. Not gonna lie. All right. Let's see. I get the chat back. There we go. Got to do a bio break as well. Yeah, man. I definitely that was getting to that point where I kind of started feeling that little bit of like, oh, this might be painful soon. That's not good. Yeah, don't do that. Well, I have my bowl of nuggies, so I'm good. Hell yeah. Well, we're gonna chill. All right, so let me do this real quick. Sorry, I have to ask our wonderful producer here, who shout out to our producer for keeping this show going all freaking day. I just need to make sure that I know how to do this. I'm going to say it. Fuck nation states. Yes, nation states suck. How about China possibly making progress in nuclear fusion? This is the type of pontification that I don't like even doing, because it's such a... My dad used to say it, like, are you just going to sit around in a circle and fucking just jerk each other off mentally? Like, it's a mental circle jerk. That's what this is. You know? Like, if you're actually going to, like, talk about things that you can do in real time, like, to actually change our all right, cool. All right. I'm bad at this. When I have to like actually like talk to somebody else. It's like, hold on, wait. Okay. It's just interesting. No. I understand. Why must Pep Dad call us out like that? Well, because it is true. At some point, you're just fucking sitting there mentally masturbating until what? Like nothing happens. Like, this is where I do at least try to, like, if I'm going to be talking about this stuff and I'm going to be like at like a face on the internet, I guess. I mean, trust me, I don't fool myself into thinking that, oh, I'm a voice of a generation. Or please, but I do at least have the responsibility to like try and articulate my points clearly. And also because I do care about this political experiment, I guess, I just see a much better way to sell this to people. Like this is I think that you guys know by now, I have a very strong background in marketing and just understanding how this works and understanding these people, understanding billionaires, understanding like politicians, I understand the shittiest people in our society because unfortunately I have had to work with these assholes. I have had to fucking be, cordial with these people. I had to work in industries that I was not happy with. And like, that taught me specifically how to, for lack of a better term, defeat these assholes. Because I saw how disingenuously they use your outrage against you. And this is before even social media was really at its like what it is today. Sylvia, you are talking about contract Rolls-Royce getting for what? They're putting together a reactor with the highest mass magnets possible. They are labeling the project as an artificial sun. It's cool to see the hardware progress. So it's fusion. Okay, cool. Yeah, cool. No, and this is where some people were saying, "Hey, buy magnets because that's what's going to go up." Donald Trump even said he's like, "Yeah, magnets." It's just like that's what he meant. Yeah, poly market, stock market, all of it's based on the fact that Trump made a brain fart. He accidentally slipped up and said, "You know what? Aluminum and magnets." It's just like, oh, great. But meanwhile, so you get to make money privately based on China doing great, but you still have to live here. You still have to deal with the data centers, and we still have to deal with the reality that, we let our billionaires exploit us in a way that, how we used to say like made in China, and you would think of like the poor Chinese kid that had to make your cheap crap. Well, that's going to be us. Good job. That's a connection I didn't think about. You just thought of off the cuff. Wait. Yeah. No, I literally thought of that off the cuff. No, because Don Jr. and Eric got on board of a magnet company. Well, that's why they got on the board of the magnet company, though. It's the magnets that are go to China. Because the thing is, people don't understand what they'd be using magnets for. And Trump ain't fucking trying to build a fucking power grid that could power the entire nation for free or cheap. You kidding me? He says he wants to do that, but he's never going to. Like, come on. Jesus fuck. Can we just look at the, like, just obvious sign of this where it's like, oh, wait, who are his main donors? Oh, is it the guy that runs the power grid? Oh, shit. Ugh. I really try not to be like this as far as, like, being facetious, but it's so fucking, like, how can you not be? I don't think that's true. Media is much more international. So is communications and trade. We are hearing communications and ideas no more than... we are. He's doing so well. He's doing exactly what you're saying right now. Yeah. No, that's just what I've been saying. Yes, I know. It's so weird to see a guy like Hassan literally go from, like, where he was with his advocacy to all of a sudden he's right where I am. I am not missing that point. And trust me, I'm patting myself on the back for that one. It's like, hey, Pep, for all that time that you have lacked nuance, for all the times I've snapped and all the times that I've like had a bad take here or there, or, gotten into an argument with one of my chatters or any of that shit. Turns out I was actually advocating for the right thing. I've been saying the same thing. Just call them out. You just got to call them out. But you got to have the knowledge to call them out. Ish. No, fuck. I am kidding about that. No, you're right. You're right. You don't want to. No, you don't want to go into shit half cocked. It really is amazing how such a moronic buffoon like Trump has so much power. Trevor, you ain't kidding. Also, Trevor, what's up, man? On the show. Thanks for hanging. Having a little late night with Pep. It is 10:20 where you guys, or it's 11:20 where you guys are at. If you're on the East Coast, it's 10:20 here. This is definitely late night with Pep. But Trevor, one request: if you have not checked out my channel at Pep Talks TV on YouTube, please consider subbing. Pre-colonial India was very divided by geography, but later on, the UK built India's railroad system for its imperial projects, which ironically unified Indians, leading to the revolt. Yeah. That's kind of the thing. Like you're hitting the nail. Oh, you are. Cool. Thank you, Trevor. You're hitting the nail on the head. We actually are more connected than they want us to know. The fact that I have people from India in my chat right now is crazy. But that's where I'm saying, like, it is on us to kind of fuck this up right now. And I was saying this earlier on my stream, where with all the momentum that we have from the DSA candidates in New York, Michigan, Wisconsin, even, like, this is on us. So this is why I am kind of doing, like, I'm really hammering this until at least the end of the the end of the midterms, is we cannot fuck this up. Don't overdo the theory side of this. Don't try to do the thing where your leftism's better than the other left. I saw this when we were watching the fucking Abdul al-Sayed fucking debate, where people were ready to throw him out the window because he did something where he technically was still kind of capitalist-y or something. I don't know. Problem is, I don't give a fuck. I don't want Haley to win. I don't want the AIPAC candidate to win. Why do we always do this thing where it's just like, all right, fine, we'll just self-defeat? That's cool. Like, it seems like you're already going to fucking... It is literally like anticipating a fight where you're like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll kick my own ass. Wham! Right? They gave him so much smoke for just saying he's a capitalist. He didn't even, I mean, the funniest part is he didn't even break it like that, but oh boy, yeah, no, I saw it. He's probably not. Sure. His policies rule. Like, it just sucks. I don't like it when we do this self-defeating fucking bullshit, man. And we are so good at it. We are so good at it. Like, Kamala, not the best example, but fuck. I will say this, like, what I saw happen with the Graham Plattner one, and I understand. Like, I'm glad that he's out, and I'm glad that we don't have to fucking talk about, like, the actual, like, substance behind what happened with him. And, hey, you know what? If he's a POS, he's a POS. But realistically, what bothers me is the fact we don't care to find out if he actually was, because that's uncomfortable. That's uncomfortable. Because what if we come to the conclusion that she actually was lying and that she was an op? What if we not even come to the conclusion? What if we have unrefutable evidence that she was actually paid by, like, I'm going to just say this as a theoretical. What if we catch her being funded by AIPAC? Like, what if she has a direct tie to Israel's lobby? What will we do? We can't bring Plattner back. Do we apologize and say, shit? All right, I'm going to chill out for a bit. Good talk, Mafune. We have made advances under the much worse circumstances. Harriet Tubman got so much done in her time, despite being worse off in every conceivable way. Yeah, that's a good example. Then we demand a special session to be called. I mean, that's not how this works. A special session, that's not how that works. No, Troy Jackson's already your fucking candidate in Maine. No. At that point, you don't get to fucking walk it back. At that point, you have to kind of, no. This was my broader point, is that you have to sit there and you have to understand that, yeah, it's an uncomfortable fucking reality that you have to check yourself in if that's the case. Where it's like you can't just do the blanket believe all women thing, because that ended up biting you politically. So you have to be very aware of how the opposition is going to disingenuously use things that you care about to fuck with you, to fuck with your emotions. The fact that they can manipulate you based on like pretty much already knowing you, because they can already tell who's going to have the hardest reaction. And that's why it's so easy, like, for them to go after guys like Hassan, because they're not banking on the mainstream going after Hassan. Fuck no. They think that they're going to get him to, they think that they're going to get the audience to turn on Hassan, which has not worked out. I've only seen one time where it kind of did, honestly. And it was the Ashley Sinclair bit. Ashley Sinclair, yeah, I saw some people fucking get really pissed off with him about that one. Which, hey, you know what? It should be definitely pointed out that he is Eskimo buddies or Eskimo bros with fucking Elon twice over, allegedly. Now, I don't know if he's actually, you know, played the noodle dance with fucking, you know, Ashley Sinclair, or had, you know, did the noodle dance with fucking Grimes, but he's a bachelor. I don't know. I'm just gonna kind of go, you know, doesn't really talk about it. This is kind of like that whole risk of doing that shit and not talking about it, you know. He's just collecting Elon's exes like Pokemon cards, dude. Fucking don't hate the player, hate the game. Nah, I'll hate the player on that one. Nah, dude, you gotta have some self-respect. Yo, dude, every once in a while, and all due respect to everybody out here who has ever had a sexual partner or not, sometimes if you fucked somebody that's just that heinous, you're tainted. I'm sorry. Like, no. Ashley Sinclair, good-looking girl. I don't know. She lost a lot. When I found out, because everybody was like, nah, she didn't fuck Elon. He has a deformed penis. No, he doesn't. According to her. Because according to her, she actually did the deed with him. So, I don't know. You may not want to fucking actually, you know, you don't want that mental image, but guess what? It's just a fact. So, guess what? You might have to deal with the fact that, yeah, you know, that whole stepdad joke, hey, it wasn't just so tongue-in-cheek. It was more like tongue-up-ass. Hey! Zing. Anyway, it was the same thing with Grimes, though, where it's just like, okay, man, like, all right. I mean, there's interviews, and then there's just like this is uncomfortable. Like, it's uncomfortable. I don't like Ashley was walked, or I don't like how Ashley was talked about by Hassan and his buddies. It's just misogyny. I'm going to sit here for a minute and really take that one in. Wait, you're telling me? Wait. With all due respect, you're telling me that the guy that called himself the himbo, the leftist himbo, you know? Come on. You're telling me that his son might have a little bit of misogyny in him? No way. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy, man. Damn. Meanwhile, Pep is talking about butts or something. But. These are complicated subjects worth taking the time to process. I mean, listen, as somebody that does a lot of this content, watches a lot of this fucking content and what I would call slop, like, dude, one of my favorite parts is I barely have to watch this on. They post all of his clips on fucking Twitch and all the shit where I'm just like, oh, okay, cool. So it's very easy for me. But why do women think they aren't insulting men when they call a guy a himbo? Because actually, it's the same way that technically it's checking your privilege. It's checking your privilege as a man. Because misogyny has always been inherently fucking done by men. So doing that reverse thing where you're just like, well, come on. Like, it's the same thing as me being like, ow. Well, how come as a white guy I can't? Come on. Like, you have to understand where at some point it is lame. And also just like, not just lame, but where you're like, this is the privilege part that they talk about. So, just being real here. Ashley's not the greatest person, but all that is not necessary by Hassan. I don't really like Hassan because he thinks that he needs misogyny to bring the guys to the left. No, thanks, Hassan. Yeah, there's the streamer I know that talks about him Master Sherber baiting when he was a kid. I think his name was Pep Talks. That's what I call it, by the way, is Master Sherber baiting. It's because that's how you get around TOS. Tree. All I'm gonna say. I meant more like in the context of a woman using the term on a guy she likes, Pep. Oh, well, because literally, like, it's the same way that, like, I don't slut shame, so himbos and sluts, you know what? Go get your freak on. The thing is, some people ain't about that. Just plain simple. You know, I've been in the same monogamous relationship for fucking 20 years. Love my wife and just, you know, that type of thing is what creates this idea of it's a Tom Segura, actually. If you guys know who Tom Segura is, there's a reason he's getting divorced. And it's not just because, like, this has been a long time coming. It's literally because he's rich. He lost all the weight and started getting in touch with OF models, and now he's going to be the guy that, apparently he's going to run an OF agency with Burt Kreischer, which, hey, that's a hell of an evolution from comics to pimp. Ew. I was going to say that much. Also, how is talking about Master Sherberbation me being misogynist? Can I just say Master Chiefing? Master Chiefing. Shut up, dude. That's fun. All right, you win. Master Chiefing's hilarious, Pinkerbell. Oh my god, did you ever walk it? Like, okay, you have boys. Did you ever, like, catch them and were you just like, oh my god, were you Master Chiefing? That's hilarious. Mom, don't use that term. Figure, you broke me. Fuck. That is one of the fucking funniest things I've thought of in a while. Mom! Oh, wait, is this only when, like, did you catch him, like, jerking it in a Master Chief helmet? You're like, are you Master Chiefing right now? He's like, close the door! You just hear him from his room. Oh, Cortana! All right, I'm done. But holy shit, that's funny as fuck. Okay, I wasn't prepared for that. That's sticking around for a while. Ew. Cosplay except for pants. It's just Master Chiefing. He's not even Winnie the Poohing. He's doing it like a third grader peeing at the urinal where he's like got his pants dropped like ick. What are you doing? Nothing. Oh god. It's just plasma. Mom, it's just plasma. Ew. Oh my God. That took a turn. What did I say? I don't know, Sylvie. I don't know. What did I say? I was saying something about, oh yeah, you might have, you might have thought that I was like being misogynist or some shit about like the, listen, no, I'm going to just be real about the Hassan thing. Yeah, no, I've noticed it. Like this is what I don't like about the fact that he gets passes where a lot of other people won't. Why? Is it pretty privilege? Is it audience like number privilege? Is it the fact that he was there first? Is it the fact that he's got like Hassan lore that you need to know? I don't know. I'll just say it because, like, dude, when I saw him with Ludwig, whatever the fuck you call him, I kind of knew that like, if people ever want to judge me by some of the people that I ever like hang out with or like bring on, like, come on, really? Like, Ludwig's kind of a piece of shit. Like, he just proposed to Cutie Cinderella, right? But I don't know, man. I think he did that because he might have realized that he might have something coming on, like it could turn problematic if he didn't. They don't really hang anymore. Nah. Well, it's also like, let's keep it to the thing. Hassan and like the fact that he like went after Ashley the way that he did, which even like, I'm gonna be honest, I thought it was funny. I did, you know. But what I didn't think was funny, the second that it turned into, and not even, that was the weird part. It wasn't even necessarily slut shaming as much. It was just like, yeah. I don't know. It reminded me of like when me and my friends, you know, would when we were teenagers, like if one of us got some and just be like, "Hey, check this!" Like, yeah, what's up? I got a story for you. Like, yeah, like that kind of thing. Going from discussing the viability of international leftism to master chiefing, this is why I love Pep Talks. Hey, I'm glad that you do. If you guys are new here and you don't already follow me at Pep Talks TV on YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, we have fun here. I'm having a lot of fun here. I'll be completely honest. This is my first show back doing the late night with Pep. But you know what? This feels like Loveline a little bit. I like this. No, I mean, I'm gonna just like say it from my point of view. I kind of already was. Hassan just seems like he gets a pass for being Hassan, which is bullshit. Just gonna say it. Somebody who has literally said some things that were like, I've said some shit, got in trouble, and then I saw Hassan say it, and I was just like, what the fuck, man? It is kind of, yeah. It's funny if you're just a guy with a podcast, but Hassan isn't just a guy anymore, especially if he wants to be more than just a streamer. I mean, this is where when he started wearing the suits, I kind of even went like, oh shit. So now he's just more than just a guy that like says some shit, you know, wacky shit. I don't know, man. Like, Hassan's younger than me too. Like, I'll be honest, even in the last 5 years, I've had a lot of growth politically and just like in general. Hassan has money. That's another one. I mean, he finally took a vacation. He came back clean shaven. Dude, I'm genuinely happy that he did that, by the way. I will also be honest, I was jealous because I can't do that. I can't do that as a content creator, and I can't do that just in general. Cool. You know who needs a vacation? Actually, real talk, because I know these people ain't watching. How would you guys feel if you had some friends that, you know, you hold in high regard, and they plan a trip, right? Don't even ask if you guys, like, if you want to be part of it. Don't want to ask or like even say, hey, we're doing this. Like, it's that thing of not being invited, and you're just like, well, it would have been nice to even have the invite. And it also would have been one of those things where it's like, no, we could definitely use the vacay. So yeah. But these are also friends that they asked for something when like literally 2 days before my wife went into surgery. They asked for something pretty big too. We couldn't deal with it because we were preparing for my wife's, very, very fucking serious like cancer surgery. And then we just found out that like randomly they're like going to like Puerto Rico. And we were just like, cool. Yeah, I'm going to let that one out there. What would you guys do? Would you tell those people to fuck off forever? Because I'll be completely honest, it's kind of where I'm at. That one hurt on a different level. Seeing clean shaven Hassan was weird as shit. It wasn't that weird for me. I don't know. Was it a miscommunication? No, this was on purpose. No, this wasn't a miscommunication. I found out that like I just kind of like broke it down. No, this person's a sociopath. Because they do this thing. Everything that they do is performative. And yeah, they did one of the shittiest things where like they just didn't even fucking contact my wife to see how they were doing in the hospital. Yeah. Is it normal to vacation with them? Not necessarily normal, but it was one of those things where it's like if you have a group of your, what you considered at the time to be your close friends, yeah, you would think that would be cool. Or like even just offer, just be like, guys, we're going to Puerto Rico. You guys, you might need to get like any of that. Like I know that like some of this is like, oh yeah, some people will think like that, but this one really was like, oh fuck you. And then I heard from another source, which grain of salt and all, but I did hear that they were kind of like talking some smack that we didn't get a hold of them we didn't get back to them with their needs when we were in the middle of dealing with ours. He doesn't want to be more than a streamer is the thing. He says he likes what he does. Well, then, yeah, it's kind of like me. He's not looking to be the establishment or get on the prime time. Well, then what's he doing with the suit? That doesn't make sense. He keeps saying that he wants to fucking like engage with like the fucking wine moms, but come on, really? Like if they didn't ask because they knew you couldn't make it, that's different. What? Okay, no, fuck, that's not cool. Thank you. I was about to like make that perfectly clear. That was not the case. That wasn't the case at all. No. And then fuck it. I'm gonna just go fucking full drama mode. I don't give a shit. Then we found out like that they just kind of, moved and they didn't tell us. Yeah. Nothing you can do about it, and your emotions and your are yours. Don't let them control you. Oh, I'm not going to. That's why I'm letting them out publicly with you guys without saying their names or anything like that. It's just fucked up. I hope they have a bad time on vacation. The thing is, they likely will. They likely will. Like I said, this person's a sociopath. So, yeah. He uses the suit so that way when Fox reports on him as a T, the grannies go, but look at him, he looks like such a good little boy. I don't know. I'll be honest, the juxtaposition between like his background and like his fit is a little weird, but it's for his viewers. It's for the viewers of the people who report on him. That seems weird. I wouldn't be doing things for the viewers that report on me. I'd just be doing things because I'm me. Whatever, man. If he wants to wear suits, he wants to wear suits. He likes the fit. It's cool. It's kind of like when Vosh found his fashion, same thing. Is it insufferable? Yes. Hearing Vosh talk about fucking denim for an hour was kind of the last time I ever actually listened to his stream. Also, just really getting into suits now. It's fine. See, that's where that's where I'm saying it. If he's just getting into suits, all right, fine. Fuck, dude, we get it. Like really into them. That's cool. You will never see me do that. Well, not like that. Like if I wear a suit, that's a different story. I won't get into them. Unless like they make a suit that's like sweatpants comfy. If they have suits that are sweatpants comfy, like fucking, I can't tell the difference and it doesn't feel like a little person's choking me. All right, I'm in. He will still be called an enemy of the American people regardless of what he wears by Fox News. That is true. Why would you do that to yourself? Vosh talking about denim sounds like hell. It was. It was. The thing is, you ever have that moment where you're listening to a podcast in the shower and they just kind of like start talking about something that you have no interest in? You're just like, well, I'm lathering up my hair now. I guess I'm in here for 15 minutes. Fuck. Yeah. Denim is very offensive fabric. I actually like denim. I'm wearing denim. I'm wearing fucking age denim. No, it's just literally like, I don't know. It was weird. Like like, I'm gonna just say it this way: as somebody who's been into fashion and like gone through fashion arcs himself, I started when I was like in my 20s. So I don't know. It's almost weird where I'm just like, oh, you're just discovering this. Oh, that's adorable. And this motherfucker still doesn't own a pair of diesel jeans, which I'm telling you, that's the sin right there. At its core, it's the same reason Jake wears suits and talks about wearing Sunday's best to protests. It's harder to smear people as NTI American radicals who look like churchgoers. Oh, wow. Hey, you make a good point there. And yeah, I definitely fit the other narrative. Like, dude, I mean, I have literally had people come into my stream and be like, you are definitely a leftist. It's just like, I am. I think it was the yellow and gold looking one. I mean, listen. Oh yeah, no, it's the wire rim glasses don't help. I'm just gonna be real. Hassan out there looking like a substitute teacher. All right, especially when he shaved his beard. Hassan looks like he was substitute teaching last Friday, and one of his students said, "Mr. Piker, did you know if you like shaved your beard, you wouldn't look 50?" And he like took that really personally, so he shaved his beard and came back on Monday. Maybe it's the John Cena versus CM Punk approach. A little bit. I mean, as much as I don't want to apply this to wrestling, that's actually a really good comparison. I would actually say Cody. I'd say Cody Rhodes versus CM Punk right now. CM Punk will ride up, tats out, Hoka's on, fucking wearing his merch, which is always hilarious to me. And then, yeah, you got Cody buttoned up, fucking sponsored by Wheatley's and all that shit. Shows up in his fucking suits. Like, you're so right, though. Kindergarten Cop 2006. It's not a tumor. It's just Hassan. I can't even do a fucking Hassan impression. Yeah. I'd make that analogy if I know who Cody was. Cody Rhodes, blonde hair, the American Dream, or the American Nightmare. He's Dusty Rhodes' kid. You know that guy that we watched, Dusty Rhodes. Yeah, baby, we're talking about hard times. That's his kid. He was like, yeah. He's good. He's really good. You should check out Kenny Omega. If you're checking out wrestlers, like Kenny Omega's the shit. He's my favorite. Like he's my favorite working wrestler. With CM Punk right now, or both of them, and they're both champs. I also like Seth Rollins a lot. I hope that he wins from the championship from Roman Reigns, because if I get CM Punk, Seth Rollins, and fucking Kenny Omega as champions in the same year, oh man, that's going to be a rough one for me to be like, well, 2026 was kind of rough. It's like, I kind of got exactly what I wanted out of that, but I'm also not 10 anymore. Anything on YouTube? Yeah, it's on YouTube. You can definitely check it out. See, this is where me and Bender will take over Leftist Mafia and make it into a wrestling show, hands down. And if you think for a second that if I'm on Leftist Mafia and I'm not busting out a macho man, like a leftist macho man impression, because realistically, that's what it is. Leftist macho man. I don't know how it took this long to actually get the bit down. Yeah.
Talking about the seizing of the means of production. Yeah. Let me tell you something. The people are rising up. Oh, yeah. Coming out of the woodwork, wanting some inclusion. DEI isn't the word anymore. No. People want class solidarity. Yeah. Recognizing taxes are too high, not on the billionaires. Oh, yeah. Need to take it down from the billionaire class. Trickle down to the fucking normal people, but not Reaganomics, yeah. Machonomics, Machonomics will save us all. Elizabeth will be there taking care of all the finer points, yeah. Not everybody knows this, but Macho Man's not so good with the numbers,
Yeah, fuck. Dude, Bender went to wrestling school. I just remembered. He went to wrestling school? Oh, shit, dude. I took a wrestling class. I never did wrestling school, but I did do a class. I also got to break down a wrestling ring. Like, that was cool as shit. Which I'm still 90% sure that they were using me, which is fine. I had a great time. I just saved my cat. I got you. No. What the fuck was that, dude? Hey, buddy. It's okay. Here, lay down. Lay down. If you check out Kenny Omega, check out his, with Okada. Yep. Okada. Cat's a little captured dash saved. No, that was a save. So Stan was about to snap on him, which, dude, no, you don't. Hey, stop it. You don't have traits. You leave him alone. No, you want to say sorry? Then don't do it. Yeah. Don't snap on him. Fuck. Yeah, chill out, man. And I don't know, man. The older he gets, he is getting a little less chill, like with his territory. And that's kind of like the problem that like me and my wife had. We were talking about getting another dog or getting a puppy, and I just, there's no way. No, and what it is because his bone, like he has this bone that he thinks he cares about because that's his property, but. And it's not like this cat was going anywhere near that bone. He was just chilling. And yeah, it totally got me in the finger. Great. Kind of off subject. Did anyone hear whatever happened to Rampage Jackson's kid? Yeah, he ended up going to jail. Yeah, he got charged. And then they also settled out of court. So I know that dude got all his medical expenses paid. And he also did get like a nice little settlement. Yeah, that shit was crazy. Anyway, what are we talking about? Oh, yeah. Bonesaw. Yeah. One of my favorite stories about Bonesaw is the fact that Bruce Campbell was apparently in the trailer next to Macho Man. And this is when Macho Man was still with Gorgeous George, which not Gorgeous George, the classic wrestler, the female wrestler, Gorgeous George, who used the name as a play on it, but apparently they had such intense sexual intercourse that it was literally rocking their fucking trailer, and like I could imagine it being Bruce Campbell just hearing it. Yeah, gonna get it. Oh yeah, just fucking. You're just sitting there reading a magazine, like. Oh man. Good. I was worried that guy was going to die. No, he didn't. No, he's all good. Actually, he might even wrestle again. Where's the unhear button? That was on the set of Spider-Man. All right, here, I'll take it. Stan, that's not cool, man. Got off the topic of Hassan though, which that's not fun. That's the whole point. God, all of this about Hassan's misogyny, which we didn't even really tackle that much, which I think that it is just fair to point out, man, that he is like, he can be kind of a douche sometimes, which coming from me? Like, come on now. This isn't like me being highbrow and just being like, oh, Hassan, how dare you? How dare you? I keep hitting my mic. I'm so sorry. But it's like, how dare you even watch him? It's like, listen, my biggest thing is just like, hey, Hassan viewers, you might like this guy Pep Talks. He's kind of a, got a similar vibe, maybe a little even more of a chill vibe. My only problem is with myself, and you know what? If I can be self-critical for a minute, is that sometimes I feel like I might give off this perception that I don't care, that it is all just a joke to me. Pep gets canceled for beating his mic. God! Don't you dare! I don't know. I hope that Haas becomes like kind of the milquetoast guy, where like that all the attacks on him they don't land so much that like people just get bored and then they kind of forget. I'll be honest, I'm just wondering, when is he gonna just buy a new house, or is he gonna like just fucking put his stuff into a new room or something? I get it, Pep. Your regs know you're serious. Yeah, my regs do. Well, that's the thing. I'm trying to, I don't know. I mean, I am a public, listen, no matter what, at the end of the day, quote my dad, I am a public figure. Bo Burnham's voice, sometimes people forget. It's just an act out there. Get your fucking hands up. God, I miss Bo Burnham. Welcome to the Internet is like one of the fucking certified bangers. Yeah, I do kind of feel like Hassan does offer that really good mix. Like, this is where he did kind of inspire me to like not be afraid of doing this. I'll just say that much. It's not like he inspired me to do this. He was not. But he did give me like that little like, oh, hey, I think I can do this, because there is a market for people that don't necessarily need. Can you do a Charles Bronson? Let's see. I'm going to listen to Charles Bronson to see. Charles Bronson. Not Breakout. Let's just get, here we go. Gunslinger. Yeah, it was okay. I can't. No way. Yeah, it was okay. Now I want to watch this. Do Death good movie? Damn, now I really want to watch it. No, I don't think I can. Yeah, he's got like I don't know. It's almost like 70. Yeah, almost doing the Tom. Wait, is that the Virgin Douche? Oh, Brooks got it. I can do Tom. I mean, I can do Tom Hardy as Bane. That's about it. Oh, what did you have for breakfast? Bagel with cream cheese. What did you have? A frowny biscuit? Jim Carrey did a great Charles Bronson back in the day. Jim Carrey does some really good impressions. His Walter Cronkite was always good. The one for Bruce Almighty. That's the one that, like, Walter Cronkite. Like, I was, dude, one of the funniest scenes ever is from Bruce Almighty when he's controlling Steve Carell. Holy fuck, that it's one of the best scenes ever. It's so funny. Oh, fuck. All right, guys. I feel like this is we have had fun, but yeah, it's 11 o'clock. All right. Yeah, it's officially midnight on the East Coast. It's 11 near. I should probably get going. I really do appreciate you guys hanging tonight. Alan Thicke. TV's Alan Thicke. I used to be the dad on Growing Pains. Kirk Cameron was quite the odd boy. I used to always catch him trying to crucify his own penis. It was always a little odd, but that Leonardo DiCaprio boy, we always knew that he was up to something. He always came in here smelling like a little skunk, and we never understood why. And then, oh God, what was her name? Oh shit. No, that was Facts of Life. What was the girl's name on the show? Fuck. Damn it. Well, that joke's done, but now I'm actually wondering, what was her name? Was it Julie? Fuck. Wait, wasn't that Facts of Life? Trudy. Thank you. No, it's Trudy. Yeah. My son is very good at plagiarizing Marvin Gaye. You know what's weird? Robin Thicke actually has a reggae song out right now with Shaggy. It wasn't me. Yeah. I don't know what to do with that outside of just, That's what's up. All right, folks, but this is where I do need to call it. Can't remember the channel, but it was really good. Nice. All right. On your way out, please hit the like button. We're gonna wrap up here. Tomorrow I will be on this space for the panel show. I hope you guys had a lot of fun here. And also, if you don't already follow me at Pep Talks TV on YouTube and Twitch, please consider following and subscribing. We're getting very close to hitting some big goals over there, so really appreciate that. Shaggy was probably afraid he would plagiarize him too. It wasn't me. That was Robin Thicke, not Shaggy. Hey. But all right, folks, that is it. Please have yourselves a good evening, and I will see you tomorrow. Good night.